And here it is. We go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to Mo. Here it is. We go again. Here I am again. Hope you are there with me. The session commences as usual, and your company, as usual, is required. So if you're available, avail yourself of what is going on here. It goes on every day. You know the schedule. This is where everything happens. The most exciting platform on the whole of YouTube, bar none. One man went to Mo. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do. Please another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do. Please another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. And it's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana mnoa. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano, it's another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano, it's another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 it's another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 it's another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, getting moving faster. Yeah, for freedom. It's another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano, it's another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do. It's another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do. It's another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do. It's another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and it's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana mnoa. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
All right, there it is. I hope you can hear me. So this is it. This is what happens sometimes. It was a system issue. There was a lot of buffering in the stream, and then I tried to resolve it, and then the system shut itself down. And then I tried to reboot it, and then it took me around the houses. But here we are. Hope you are still there. I'm sure a lot of you would have come in and out. So there it is, and there it is, and this is what happens sometimes. It's just a one-man operation. The whole of the setup is no more than me in front of a laptop, and this is what you get. It's just some or your man from the villages trying to negotiate a new technology. So let me take you then just straight away to the talking points that we will be addressing. So those of you still around, so I'll take you to the talking points straight away. Fayose disowns brother on social media over article. So the politics is now a family matter now, hemorrhaging brother and brother in this instance. We saw it with the Saraki family, where a hemorrhaged brother and sister, now mortal enemies. So enmity within family setup on account of somebody from a land far from beyond, far of the far beyond, or however that phrase goes. Fayose disowns brother on social media over Atiku Abubakar. So quite what is in play there, but you know the Fayose family is a drama a minute, the most ridiculous family in the entire Nigerian political space. So from that to this, Nigerians 2023, Nigerians react as Christian Association of Nigeria rejects Muslim presidential ticket. So it is that bridge now that Tinubu necessarily must cross. It's always been the narrative in the build-up to Tinubu getting that ticket, who his running mate will be. And that running mate, of course, it necessarily has to be from the north to counterbalance the north-south divide of the Nigerian journey. But it also, the preponderance of anybody of relevance and influence in the north, they are all Muslims. So is he going to have a Muslim ticket is the question. And can he get away with that is the other question. A lot of people pushing aggressively against it. And leading that front, surprisingly, of that pushback against the North agenda is no less a figure than Babachir Lawal, an old-time, long-standing Tinubu supporter who was now mounting that saddle of North-North, not North-North, but Muslim ticket. So he's anti-Muslim ticket, but why is Babachir Lawal leading that anti-Muslim charge against the Tinubu ticket? I'll tell you in a moment, but I have my suspicions as to why, but you have to hang around to hear those suspicions. So there it is right there. The pushback has begun against that space. Yahaya Bello donates campaign office to Tinubu. So now they are now rallying together. So no victor, no vanquished. Let's forget what happened in the past and gather together and launch then at the PDP. So this seems to be the tonality that is coming out of the APC. Yahaya Bello donates campaign office to Tinubu. So quite what that means and how that came about, we'll find out shortly. This we'll find out shortly as well. I never paid tribute to Tinubu for winning APC presidential tickets. This is Wole Soyinka. They are trying to loop his name into the Tinubu hoopla and the noise making around that. And the one thing that we all know that Prof hates the most is noise making. So enough of the noisy neighbors. Don't bring my name into this mucky business, is what the professor is saying. I never paid tribute to Tinubu for winning APC presidential tickets, Wole Soyinka clarifies. So another clarification here as well. The incident still fresh in everybody's memory, the Owo incident, of course, when a bunch of Fulani gunmen went to savage a church. The attribution quickly made to Iswap, but the frontman in that space tells us otherwise. Iswap not behind Owo Catholic Church incident. They would have claimed responsibility. Governor Akeredolu counters Nigerian government. So they are not buying it because that Iswap, of course, it provides a ready excuse for the Nigerian space. It provides a ready excuse for the Nigerian space to park all atrocities under that banner. so that they don't then have to deal with the plethora of things going on. If you want to know what my suspicion is about Owo, I think it's essentially politically motivated. I think these are northern, just extreme right-wing hawks within the Fulani stock that are looking to send a message to Akeredolu, and they had been preparing this space for quite a good while. So this is not a flash in the pan, flash moment stuff. This is a long-term planned and well-executed thing to send that message to Akeredolu, who seems to be leading the front charge of getting the Fulanis out of the Yoruba space. So I think it's politically motivated. This is what I think happened there. Nothing at all to do with Iswap, nothing at all to do with banditry, and entirely by my own mindset, politically motivated. So that is what I think. But what do you think is the question? So now we spent a lot of time in this space. This space that the Southeasterners were excluded from registering for voters card in Lagos State. We do not have instructions to register Igbo INEC officials. So this is that space now. We revisit it to see now how that space is evolving. I have chosen a running mate for 20. So no, I think we did this one in the earlier session. So that's the menu so far. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. We'll get into the fullness of it in a moment. So we'll get fully into it in a moment. But before we get back fully into it, I'll play the Holy Holy song again, because the session now somewhat staccatoed by that long intermission for me to sort out technical issues. So we're back on firm footing now, and we play the Holy Holy song again.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, Yabika Kokwanam Noah. Hey, Anamekele Mazuche Mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Mandekano, it's another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Mandekano, it's another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 it's another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 it's another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster, never freedom. It's another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekama, it's another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
VM. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is right there, the Holy Holy song. So Fayose disowns brother on social media over Atiku Abubakar. So this should be interesting. As we all know, the Fayose family, they fight naked and they fight on the streets. So naked fighting on the streets in the gutters, this is the expectation from this space. So let's find out. Politics seems to be tearing the relationship between former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose, and his younger brother, Isaac, apart. The two had been conflicting. Let's start again. Politics seems to be tearing the relationship between former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose, and his younger brother, Isaac, apart. The two had a conflicting view over Atiku Abubakar, People's Democratic Party's presidential candidate, on social media. Isaac had taken to social media to appeal to Atiku to return his presidential ticket to the party secretariat. He added that the former vice president should rather use his power to back a younger person in the party in the forthcoming election. He further stated that it is better for Atiku to make his son the vice president than for him to contest as a presidential aspirant. His outburst obviously did not go down well with his older brother, who is a PDP chieftain. He took to social media to distance himself from his brother's comment. He said, Mr. Isaac Fayose's comment on Alhaji Atiku Abubakar is sad and undeserved. I seriously dissociate myself from such comments and make bold to say he is on his own. Most importantly, sharing the same surnames does not imply my complicity in his sad narrative. What God had made Atiku Abubakar positively, no man can unmake. I enjoin the public to ignore him. Not long after his post, his younger brother also replied him, Dear brother, I am surprised that you dissociate yourself from my comment over power shift to the south because of your political affiliation with the PDP presidential candidate Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. But I wonder why you did not dissociate yourself from my comments concerning Seyi Makinde and Dino Melaye, or because it was in your favor. Sir, blood ties goes way beyond politics, and I think I am old enough to have my own opinion on issues. I wish you well in your future endeavors, and I still remain your brother. Not done with this response, he made another post where he compared some other politicians who are siblings but have had different political views in the past but did not disown each other. Abubakar Bukola Saraki in PDP, Senator Gbemi Saraki in APC. Nobody, they disown each other. But my brother disowned me yesterday because I said I don't want Atiku Abubakar. Now, so as I said, it's always street naked fighting with the Fayose family. So you know that Fayose, of course, are your daily that is, because we're now dealing with two Fayoses now. So you know that Ayodele Fayose, of course, he would not let his younger brother have the final word. So he would clap back. He will clap back even more forcefully. And then if you ever have a younger brother, you know they are very stubborn. So he will want to have his. So it gets set for the drama. It's just what I'm saying, because as we know, naked fighting on the street. That is what we know that family for. Watch your back. Buhari's aide cautions Asiwaju Tinubu over Babachir Lawal. So I was just speaking about Babachir Lawal earlier on before I came across this headline. Senior Special Assistant to President Mohamed Buhari on special duties, Malam Yawu Darazo, has cautioned the presidential candidate of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, over some people he described as moles. In a statement, Darazi regretted the position of the former secretary to the federal government of the Federation, Babachir David Lawal, in a recent interview with Channels Television on Muslim ticket of APC. According to him, Babachir's position is as much regrettable as laughable, both of which are kept as a subject for another day. Tinubu should be cautious of the spoilers and jobbers within. An inglorious outing as the SGF sent BD Lawal into political hibernation. Tinubu's presidential project provides him an opportunity to come back to political life. He quickly started digging his old relationship with Jagaban, perhaps the same devil that went into the head of Vice President Oshibanjo, according to BD Lawal, must have had a stop over with BD Lawal too. This is because in his choice of how to come back to political limelight, Lawal chose mischievous controversy. It is suspect who is working for. He claims to be Asiwaju's associate, yet at the time when the political atmosphere was being overheated by the waves of primaries, he decided to release a social media voice message abusing Hausa Fulani in the name of Christianity. Perhaps only he and his supporters can explain this recklessness. Again, when the detractors of Asiwaju misrepresented his Abeokuta Yoruba statement, BD Lawal, the supposedly Asiwaju's associate, went to the media evoking sentiments of the North against Asiwaju instead of defending him. The question I want to ask BD Lawal is, as the vice chairman northeast of the then General Buhari's CPC, how many votes Buhari got in Adamawa and Taraba states? In spite of running along with a celebrated pastor, Tunde Bakare, it is curious to note that these states are the immediate political zones of BD Lawal, a Christian, a pastor, and the zonal vice chairman of the Buhari party. Our dear Jagaban, the battle before you has just begun. May God in his infinite mercy be with you. So treachery, vested interest, and stoked. And just on that Babachir Lawal space, so he's leading the front line for the no Muslim ticket. And this may surprise you, but it does not surprise me. What Babachir Lawal essentially is doing is politicking for a political future. So if he's able to succeed in pushing that narrative to enforce it in the way that Saraki allegedly did in 2015, then he opens that slot then. Because even before he came out with this, we've been permutating on the strongest Christian within the northern space, and the names that we were conjuring with are names like Samuel Along, Boss Mustafa, and Babachir Lawan. So if he's able to successfully eliminate the possibility of a Muslim ticket, then he puts himself in a prime position to be the vice president under, if Tinubu succeeds, Tinubu's administration. So this is the politics that he is playing. He doesn't essentially care about Muslim. After all, he was for a very long time the bag boy for for Buhari until he was caught stealing. So there it is right there, still within that Muslim space. 2023, Nigerians react as Christian Association of Nigeria rejects Muslim presidential tickets. So this is starting to take on a life of its own. Reactions have trailed the rejection of a muted Muslim presidential ticket by the Christian Association of Nigeria. Correspondents earlier reported that the Christian body had warned major political parties in the country against fielding Christian or Muslim presidential tickets in 2023. In a statement on Friday by its National Secretary Joseph Bade Dara Mola, Christian Association of Nigeria had described moves to field candidates of the same faith as a threat to the fragile peace and unity of Nigeria. Christian Association of Nigeria also urged that a balance of both religious practitioners be considered in the choice of running mates of the presidential candidates. According to the group, anything contrary to the above means that the leadership of these political parties do not bother about the unity of this entity called Nigeria. The two major political parties, the All Progressives Congress APC and the People's Democratic Party PDP, have produced Bola Tinubu and Atiku Abubakar respectively as their presidential candidates. Both of them are Muslim. With Atiku searching for a Southern Christian to balance his ticket, reports emerged on Friday that the APC is looking to pair Tinubu with a strong Muslim northerner ahead of the 2023 election. Reacting to the development, some citizens took to social media to express their views regarding the statement issued by the Christian group. So let's have a feel of what people are making of this. See some of the reactions below. So here is a commentator. What does Goodluck Jonathan do to the Christians? And what does Goodluck Jonathan do to the Christians? And what does Buhari is? This is what he has written. Bad grammar, but ignore the grammar and listen to the content. What does Goodluck Jonathan do to the Christians? And what does Buhari is doing to Islam now that we are all talking about this issue of religion? I think what Nigeria needs is a credible person who can bring positive change to the country. So I'm expecting a lot more of that tonality, especially under Yoruba names. A Christian Association of Nigeria do not have sense. Instead of them to talk about good governance, they are bothered about religion. So I wasn't expecting this. I was expecting more support. Here is Ola Mola. This is this person. So a Yoruba name. Let's see what it says. Spare me of that. Hebrews, religion and ethnicity plays a huge role in the choice of Nigeria's leadership and our society in general. Let's stop fooling ourselves. In fact, Nigeria is in a critical state of security right now that the religion of its president is key. So that is what he thinks. Well, here's another commentator. If he chooses another Muslim, then this election will be Christians versus Muslims. This is not an Islamic country, so he must choose a northern Christian. So that is what he has to say. This is what Abdul Ahmed has to say. It does not matter who he picks as running mate. We will vote against Mr. Emilokan and Atiku. Peter Obi will have our votes for a better and prosperous Nigeria. Here is another commentator. Some people are still not aware that the North is more religious sentiment than the South. You guys forgot that the South accepted Abiola and Mohammed Tofa's tickets, Muslim tickets. Would they not have accepted a Christian and Christian ticket? So that is what he thinks. And another commentator, now this Christian Association of Nigeria people, they cause wahala. Will they find way remove clothes? Una they talk of he must bring a Christian as vice. Oshibanjo that is there, what did he do? Or what is he doing for us? So there it is right there. So, and that is the perfect example that sums it up. What did Oshibajo do being a Christian, and what purpose has that served? Why northern governors insisted on power shift to the south? The little man from Kaduna State. The Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai on Friday explained why the northern governors elected on the All Progressives Congress APC platform insisted on a power shift to the southern part of Nigeria in 2023. The governors had on Monday ordered the presidential aspirants from the region to withdraw from the presidential race and allow their southern counterparts to proceed with the process. El-Rufai, who featured in a channel's television program Politics Today, said his colleagues took the decision based on principle that power should return to the South after President Muhammad Buhari's administration. He said it was based on principle, and after 8 years of President Muhammad Buhari, it is only fair for the APC to zone it to the South. There is no written agreement, but there is an understanding during the formation of the APC. Some of us were therefore terrified when some unserious contenders wanted to contest. He also confirmed moves by some northern stakeholders to retain power in the region following the emergence of Atiku Abubakar as the People's Democratic Party PDP presidential candidate. El-Rufai added, when we saw moves by some governors and the Senate president, we got worried because we had a principle based on the party's motto of fairness. As a region, we must adhere to our words, and we had to come out unanimously, which the president supported. Right from the onset, Yahaya Bello made it clear he wanted to run, but we didn't take it seriously. But when some governors like myself, Zulum and Badaru, bought forms on the assumption that if the PDP zones to the north, there is a need for the APC to reconsider. We got... So I didn't know that he bought a form, so I don't know. But let's carry on. We got worried because what the PDP does should not be what the APC does. The fact that the PDP picked a northerner should not change our stance on fairness. I was told to pick the form, but declined in the spirit of fairness. How I wished the PDP zoned to the south also. We had to meet the president after reports about Lawal's candidacy emanated. We told President Buhari that we will support anyone insofar they are from the south, which he considered regarding a five-man list. He checked the names and he ratified them ahead of the primaries. So there it is right there. So that is how that decision was reached at, on the basis of fairness, according to the little man. Christian Association of Nigeria wants against Muslim, Christian presidential ticket. So no danger of a Christian presidential ticket. So essentially a Muslim presidential ticket is what they're warning against. The Christian Association of Nigeria has warned political parties against fielding candidates and running mates from the same faith for the 2023 presidential election. Christian Association of Nigeria warned that Christian or Muslim presidential ticket will fail. National Secretary of CAN, Joseph Bade Daramola, a barrister, noted that a Muslim or Christian ticket will threaten the country's unity. Speaking in Abuja on Friday, Daramola said, Christian Association of Nigeria urges that a balance of both religious practitioners be considered in the choice of running mates of the presidential candidates. We do not subscribe to Christian or Muslim tickets. Our politicians can talk politics, but we have stated our views long before now. Any party that tries same religion ticket will fail. This is not 1993. So he's referencing it then to the Abiola space, which he knows that that is the counter argument to this position that he is taking. Even when we have joint Muslim Christian tickets, the church still goes through hell. He added, imagine how bad it will be if we have two Muslims in power. The extant Nigerian constitution promotes religious balance. So, if any political party wants to try Muslim ticket, it is at their own peril. Christian Association of Nigeria is only for warning, but will make a categorical statement in the event our warning is not heeded. While he congratulated the presidential candidates of the ruling party and the PDP and Labour Party and those other parties that will be participating in the 2023 polls, he urged that Tinubu's running mate should be a Christian from the north. Also, he said Atiku's running mate should be a Christian from the south, whilst Obi should choose his running mate amongst the Muslims from the north. He said, anything contrary to the above means that the leadership of these political parties do not bother about the unity of Nigeria. Those who are planning Muslim tickets should also find out what was the outcome of MKO Abiola Kingigbe ticket in 1993. If they try Muslim tickets this time around, the outcome will be worse because our fault lines are very visible. Daramola further decried the failure of President Mohamed Buhari to address concerns over Muslims' domination of the leadership of the country's security agencies. In the ongoing dispensation, Christian Association leadership cried in vain to ask President Buhari to break the monopoly and dominance of the security architecture by people of the same faith. We are all seeing the outcome now. It is obvious that Nigeria of today is different from that of 1993. Our politicians should stop flouting the constitution by respecting the North and South dichotomy and religious factor, he said. I'm not sure that it's a constitutional matter that there should be an equivalence of president, Christian, North and South, or Muslim, and I think it's more for the balance of the country. I don't think that is essentially a constitutional matter. To those arguing that people do not care about the religion of their leaders once they are competent and credible, we dare APC to pick its presidential running mate from the South and the PDP to pick its own from the North and see what follows. When the late sage Pa Obafemi Awolowo picked Chief Mrs. Iyabo Odinamadu, a Christian and Southerner, as his running mate in 1979, we all know the consequences on his performance in the North. Our politicians should be doing what will unite us instead of what will further polarize the country, the Christian Association scribe said. So there it is right there. He sounds more like he is stoking the embers of the division more than anybody else. Yahaya Bello donates campaign office to Tinubu. Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello has donated an office to the presidential campaign of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He made the announcement on Friday during the visit of Tinubu in Abuja. Tinubu arrived in the company of former All Progressive Congress National Chairman Adams Oshiomhole. In response, Tinubu appreciated the gesture and promised to work for the party and country's unity. The meeting is partly of reconciliatory moves following the outcome of the APC presidential primary. Bello was one of the several contestants beaten by Tinubu in the race to clinch the APC presidential ticket. So there it is right there. So they are gathering together now to launch at the PDP. I never paid tribute to Tinubu for winning APC presidential ticket. Prof speaks. Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka has dismissed as lies reports of purported tributes paid by him to the presidential candidate of the ruling All Progressive Congress, Bola Tinubu. The playwright was reported to have eulogized the former governor of Lagos State and national leader of APC shortly after he emerged as the presidential candidate of the APC on Wednesday. But Soyinka denied the mischievous report titled Professor Wole Soyinka's tribute to Senator Asiwaju Tinubu, saying it never occurred. A statement by the elder statesman issued on. I didn't know that. I didn't know that Wole Soyinka was an elder statesman. I thought that appellation usually applied to political stalwarts, not playwrights and authors. A statement by the elder statesman issued on Friday through his spokesman, Abiola Awoaje, dismissed the report, describing it as the handiwork of indolent identity thieves whose preoccupation was to deceive the general public with fake social media posts to gain prominence. Soyinka stated that he did not operate or own social media accounts. The statement further said the literary luminary reiterated his position on the 2023 elections and the issues surrounding it, noting that he has no business meddling in the struggle for power by political parties in the country. Soyinka enjoins the general public to be on alert to the antics of faceless cowards spreading falsehood, adding that they should not partake in these despicable actions of the authors by spreading the cocktail of lies. So pretty much a standard denial of what was put out under his name. Iswap not behind our Catholic Church incident. They would have claimed responsibility. Governor Akeredolu counters Nigerian government. The governor of Ondo State, Rotimi Akeredolu, has tackled the federal government by claiming the Islamic State of West Africa province, Iswap, was responsible for last Sunday's killings and attacks in our Ondo State. At least 40 people died in the shooting, which took place at St. Francis Catholic Church during a virtual session with a Swiss-based Christian human rights organization, Christian Solidarity International, on Friday. The governor said the federal government's conclusion was hasty. Buttressing his point, Akeredolu said Iswap is known to take responsibility for its attacks and always owned up to any attacks perpetrated by its members. He said, the statement is too hasty. I take their conclusion with a pinch of salt. Iswap doesn't hide their attacks. If they have done it, they would have owned it. We are yet to know their identity, and our security people are still on their trail. The governor said his administration will leave no stone unturned to help victims of the attack, particularly those who lost loved ones and those on admission in hospital. We are helping the victims of the attack, including those who lost their loved ones and those who are in hospital. We have also had people who have offered the state government some assistance. Some people have donated to the Catholic, he said. Akeredolu added that the incident had again justified calls for state police in the country. According to him, the present security architecture in the country cannot provide adequate security for lives and property. A single police command cannot guarantee safety in this country. We must have state police now. Amotekun suffers a lot of limitations in getting all the equipment needed to fight these criminals. So that is his position. So leveraging that space then to speak to a greater matter of just how best to secure the Nigerian space. We do not have instructions to register Igbos, INEC officials. So this revisits a story that we spent a lot of time with yesterday. After a tweet shared video of harassment and discrimination that Igbo people are facing during registration for PVC at some places in Lagos. In the video, he said, "We are going home." All right. Okay. All right. This is also somewhat from some rather shady platform. So just have that at the back of your mind. It's from uh, olorisupergirl.com is where I'm reading this from. So that might well color how you're choosing to digest it. After a tweet, in the video, he said, "We are going home. The INEC officials here told us that they have expressed instructions not to register Igbo people, only Yoruba people to be registered. Even the Igbo guy that works with them has been threatened. They said if we stick around, they will invite thugs to come and harass us. Remember, we locked up our shops for today, just for this exercise." He added by saying, "It will be better for them to bring this thing to trade fair or Catholic or Anglican churches to enable people register." So that is that space revisited somewhat. But there it is, a bit of a nonsense, I would say, the totality of all of that. So DOJ, I see you, and Baba Akure, I see you. So good to have you both, gentlemen. So let's get straight to it, and let's get into it with our DOG. So DOG, let's have your commentaries then on this space of let's have your commentaries on this part between Fayose and his brother. So this is how they go on, back and forth, public fighting. This is how people fight now. Oh. They fight on social media, even family members. They are fighting for public opinion for something that is internal to their family. DOG, what are you making of that?
They are chasing clout. They want. We are not surprised. I'm not surprised about the Fayose family. They've been like that for a while, and that's not what we need now in that country. They need to pack themselves aside and solve their family matters out of social media. It's as simple as that.
All right, brilliant. So two more important matters. The Christian Association of Nigeria talking tough. Babachir Lawal stabbing Tinubu in the back. I wonder if there's any blood left in the back of Tinubu. So many stabs in the back. So Babachir Lawal stabbing him in the back as well. The total of the narrative around who he picks as is, because all of this noise about no Muslim, Christian ticket is essentially about Tinubu's running mate. Because we all know that Atiku Abubakar's running mate is going to be a Southern Christian, and we know that Peter Obi will choose another Muslim. But Tinubu necessarily, by virtue of not having sufficient enough talent of that religion in the north, he necessarily, to give himself the best chance, has to pick a Muslim, he being a Muslim as well, and they stab him again. So what are you then making of this Muslim, Christian ticket? Where is competence in all these, DOG?
Yeah, it's really a tough one for Asiwaju, honestly, because the state of the country right now, there needs to be a balance. People referring back to 1993, then there was no really religious issue, was ethnic, and Abiola was Yoruba, and the vice president was from the north, so it was balanced back then. But now there is more sensitiveness of religious issues, so which for the best interest of the country, it would be best to choose a Christian. But who is this person? I think they can get a couple of Christians, but how strong these people are, and they will have to negotiate with the others. Probably they will promise them some other things from the north to get the vote from the north, but at least they have to balance it. I don't see how that will work, and I think part of the problem
is it important to you that it takes a Christian as his running mate? Is it important to you?
For me as a person, it's not important.
It's not important to me either. So who is
that's
it
not what
important
matters.
to?
Just to get a right person to run the country right and
one man can I intervene?
Carry on, okay.
You asked the DOG, are you Yoruba?
Yeah.
Okay, one man, you are Yoruba too. So if you say you don't care about the religion, it's because we are Yoruba, man. Yoruba.
Why so? I'm a Christian as well. I'm a Christian as well.
But religion doesn't really play into Yoruba politics like that.
Okay,
So,
whose politics does it play to?
well, I don't want them to hit me with
No,
Iggy.
no, just speak freely
Just
now.
talk
And the
now.
north,
Whose
the east
politics
and the
does it?
north.
Oh,
They care
okay.
more about religion in politics,
Okay, so if it plays only to the east and the north, so
majorly.
and the southwest, they don't really care. They care about religion, but it's not the front burner issue on who runs a country or runs something. Because
Yes.
if you look at Lagos State, they had Raji Fashola, a Muslim, Ambode a Christian, Tinubu a Muslim, Sanwo-Olu a Christian. So it doesn't really matter that much in the
Yes.
southwest. So if it doesn't matter in the southwest that much, which Tinubu should know, and it matters in the north, which Tinubu should know, but it matters in the southeast too, which Tinubu should know. Why would he not pick a strong northern person that is very popular in the north to cut heavily into article space, take the South, who will go with him anyway? One, because they are not really religious bent, and two, they want a Yoruba man. And then the Southeast, he just know there's nothing he will ever do that he will get them. So why would he bother
No.
even with them?
One man, you get them, because some of them don't want Fulani.
They will get it will get Uchenna
See,
and
one man,
Okechukwu.
he never
Uchenna and
campaigns to
Okechukwu
the
will
southeast, but he
hold on.
never campaigns to the.
Why did he not campaign to the southeast?
Okay, so I think Uche would rather vote for Tinubu than Fulani Atuku. That's one thing I think.
Uche would rather vote for Lucifer than Tinubu. He
Okay,
will
one
vote
man,
for
we can
Lucifer
make a
before
poll. We
Tinubu.
can make a poll, or we can, when some people from the east come here, you ask them.
We've been
I
asking them
doubt
all
they
the
will
way.
vote for
Were you not
Atiku.
here when some guy from Charles in Australia called Charles came in? The
And he said
hatred,
he will vote for.
I recoiled. Don't worry. They will never vote for Tinubu in the southeast, so he's not bothered with them.
I think Tinubu has two issues, and even this issue as vice president, they need to do that on time because they need to submit the name to INEC. They have few days to do that. So for me, I think for the best interest, they need to, all the northern governors, they need to sit them down and arrange with them, and he will still pick probably a Christian northerner. I know some people from Benue are Christian. Most people from Benue are Christian because I remember our Megad, most of the Megad in my estate from Benue are Christian in Lagos. So you'll probably have to choose from a Christian northerner, and then they will have to look forward to console the other governors and other northerners.
What role do you think a running mate plays on a ticket?
It's just votes to get people to vote from their space.
Well, yes.
That's why I'm saying
yeah.
back then in the Abiola 1993, it was not about religion. Then it was just about ethnic. Abiola was from Yoruba. Then he has an Hausa person. But now people are not thinking in that direction anymore. That okay, Tinubu is ours. Then the Northerners can have their, because of all these issues that has been going on in the country for the past 3 to 4 years now. That's why most people are more concerned about this religion. I don't think it would have been a factor if it was back in the days, since it's not the
Tinubu
same.
will be making the biggest mistake of his political journey if he won't pick a Christian anyway. I don't see how he can.
I think he's a wise man. So I just think they need to go back to drawing board and have a closed door meeting and discuss and agree. I think part of the problem, if PDP had not put Atiku as their candidate, it would have been easy for them to resolve that. And that is why they will be looking to get somebody from the north at all cost for Tinubu, because that is how he could break into that space. But they need to, they will have to discuss and sort things out. It's a tough one. It's really a tough one.
All right, but I will bet a lot of money that he would not pick a Christian. It's just there's no room for it. There's no room for it.
The other thing I'm looking at is, I think Tinubu actually, apart from this choosing the president, I think he will be trying to run Peter Obi out of town.
In what way? Where will his battle with Peter Obi be? Where would Tinubu's battle
It
with Peter
is
Obi
with
be?
getting, because if Peter Obi is not in the equation, it is easy for him to get all those votes, most of those Peter Obi vote to himself, because then it will now be okay. Let's vote for a Southerner. But with Peter Obi in the question, some votes will go to Peter Obi. I must be honest with you.
Do,
The
do
lot
you know? Do you know where the fight? Do you know where the fight for Peter Obi's vote will be? The Peter Obi's vote will be fought between him, Atiku's running mate, who is going to be from his region, and Showore. The Tinubu cannot go to Peter Obi's space now. Nobody likes him there.
Yeah, but I don't see, like, somebody like Showore, for me, his vote won't really affect anybody. But if you look at the Peter Obi movement now, both in the east and even in the southwest, for youth, most I would say, even though a
Are you
bit of,
seeing it in the southwest? Are you seeing Peter
yeah,
Obi's movement
there is a lot going on. It's just that after
amongst Yoruba
Tinubu,
people?
yeah, of course, youths. After Tinubu got his ticket, some of them changed the tone a bit, But
Okay.
I think Tinubu might try internally in the Labour Party to run Peter Obi out of, because he's already having issues upon issues there now already. So if he can succeed with that, because I just say that's the two things. If he can get somebody from the north, all they just need to do is they want to win. And that's why I always say I don't know why people think people in APC will want Atiku to win because they are from the north. A northerner would rather support a Yoruba party in APC to win. So because it's still their party, because you can't really bargain with the other party to do anything in the future. So I think if you can put them and they can have a fair conversation about winning the election, they rather support him than he still choose somebody from the north, but who will probably be a Christian. Although if we look at the list and was in APC, the most stronger northerners are actually Muslim. But if they can still vouch to support him and he can choose a northern Christian, then I think his next step would be how to actually run Peter Obi out of town, because he will need some of the votes too. Because I think he will share the vote in the north with all those caucus he had from the north. He will share the vote with Atiku. Most people in the north won't vote for Peter Obi. Then in southwest, he will have probably half. Then from the
Who will
east,
get the other half? Who will get the other?
Peter Obi and Showore will share the other half.
No,
Most,
no,
mo-
no,
I don't see people
no.
from southwest. Hold on, I don't see most people from southwest and the east voting for Atiku, because
I don't see people from the southwest voting for Peter Obi because as we get deep into the elections, it will take a
that's why I
very
said, I said just now
hold
that
on.
tones are changing.
Yeah, exactly. So you're saying it. It will take a very ethnic and religious tone.
Yeah, tones are
So yeah, and
changing.
people are tribal when it comes to ethnicity.
Yeah, tones are changing, and I think even in the southwest, what is still keeping that Peter Obi narrative still intact are the stronger easterners in southwest, are the rich guys, the rich dudes. They are really pushing for the guy, and because a lot of youth to buy his ideas and all that. But obviously, when
Do you
once we
buy
are
his
getting
idea? What is his idea? Because
all those
people
things
are
he says,
saying
are that
just nonsense. He talks
yeah,
no.
of course, because some people are not even saying what is the state of Anambra as we speak. Then, if you want to even weigh what Tinubu did in Lagos and what he did you can still put them shoulder to shoulder and all that. So I know that's the funny thing with election in Nigeria. By the time we keep getting very close to election dates, a lot of people will switch. And most times, fine, most people are going out to get their PVC now. But I still think the grassroots voters still think more of ethnic more than the youths, that few of them will probably get their PVC and few of them will still even vote for Tinubu instead of Peter Obi. So Yeah, I see Tinubu winning this race. The only issue now is this vice president issue, which is trying to create the balance. If it was to be back in the days, it's very easy. He could have chosen Natana because he's a
Do, do,
Yoruba
do,
man.
do you think he should give that choice to Buhari?
They will all have to make the choice together, and they have
Because,
to.
because that was
You
what
can't leave it.
Buhari,
If you leave
yeah,
it to Buhari, they will mess him up. Those
Buhari
guys
left
are
it
they
to
are
him.
clueless.
Buhari left it to him.
They are clueless. Buhari is clueless, and you can just tell that man is even fed up about the
You
whole
know,
thing. He
he
just
wants
want
to go home.
he
He
just
wants to
want to
go
go
home.
to
Oh,
Daura and
Otisu,
be
Otisu.
sucking his cow milk.
Yeah, Otisu. He wants to go home. You can see, yeah, all of his body language. At least,
Yeah,
I want to go home now. I
even
want to
all
go
his
home.
reaction
He
in
wants to go home.
the
Yeah.
convention and all that, all the drama, I was just looking at everybody.
Mm,
And the guy that was saying, if you like President Buhari, raise up your hand. The way it was
mm,
just the countenance of
mm,
Buhari throughout
mm,
was
mm,
just, you people should just do what you would do.
mm,
Let me pack my things and leave you guys.
mm.
I'm tired.
Uh,
And
uh,
that
uh,
is it.
all right, brilliant. So to that our space, still generated a lot of controversy. The Nigerian government moved very quickly to make the attribution to Iswap, but Akeredolu now telling the international space that it is not this Iswap. And he said because from the antecedent of Iswap, anytime they carry out an attack, they own it quickly so that you give them the attribution, or maybe not the credit. It's not certainly not a credit, but you give them the attribution. But in this instance, which is a big hit, they've not claimed it quickly. So, and they've not even claimed it still, which is to suggest then that it's not really ISWAP. A lot of people are of the thought that this is politically motivated, is wrapped around the Fulani headsman narrative, and around that power must shift to the South narrative that Akeredolu championed and is backing for Tinubu. So all of that wrapped into that attack. And it was essentially, because that was his hometown as well, Akeredolu. So it's
Mm.
more politics than anything else. This is what some people think. But what do you
Yeah, of
think?
course. I'm
Yeah.
from Ondo State too, so is a sad incident, and obviously it's not this is not about ISOP. We know what part it played about the presidency coming to the north, because they were going to just turn everything to Royal Rumble and take it to the north, but it was part of those guys that really stand his ground and called all the governors and didn't really agree to it. And secondly, when the open grazing issue, he in the southwest is I think it will be is the number one governor that really meant what he was saying all throughout it, because he sees a lot of even the Maeti Halas, the Malus themselves, they were actually directing their words to him at some point. They were not talking generally at some point. They were actually telling him and trying to confront him. And he even said something that who are the mighty Allahs if that people should not mind them. So I think all those stuff is what actually bring about that attack. Because truly, if we look at the Aswap space, they always own up to what they do, because they see it as an achievement. So they want you to know on time. They don't even wait for you to start speculating. By the next day, third day, they would have come out to let you know we are the one that did what we did there. So, and there is a news going on, but we still don't know what is really going on. That they caught the guys in the hotel. I
Yeah,
don't believe.
they are saying arrest has been made, but you never believe these things anyway. It's a
Yeah,
nonsense.
because
Yeah.
for me, I think it will be, maybe it's anything is possible, because I don't think people will make such attack and still lodge
In a
in a
hotel.
hotel in
Since
this
when did this swap
when
start
they have their
lodging in
pushes
hotels?
to
When these are people that live amongst
because that was a
uh,
premeditated, well planned it. They were not just passing by. They
mm,
actually planned it,
mm.
and it was even really close to the palace, because they said it was just a fence. The palace and the church was sharing like a fence.
Does the
So,
palace not have security? I thought all palaces had like a complement of security.
but one man, when you sit down, even if you have black power, sef, when you start hearing
No,
gunshot,
I
all
meant
of a
like
sudden,
police sort of. There's usually a police
even
orderly or
police
yeah,
run, they run when they hear
yeah,
gunshots,
but
and
they could have
they can
alerted.
tell.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
can tell when they hear ammunitions. They can tell if it will overpower what they have. So most time, police listen to the kind of sporadic shooting and the
No,
gunshot,
no,
how it
not
sounds.
hold on. Not for those police to rush there to, but they could have alerted, their command or something. They could have alerted. Could they not?
NPF, Nigerian police, they will run for
Yeah.
their dear life. I'm telling you, some of them will pull off their uniform and go into mufti and run. I've seen
But
it happen
they will not
several
phone
times.
they will not phone their command to say this is what is going
They will,
on.
they will first they will first make sure they are safe before they even recommend. If that takes them 30 minutes to make sure they are safe, before they now call the command, by then whoever wants to perpetrate any evil would have done what they want to do and leave the um scene. So
Mm.
Nigerian police, they are nothing to write home about when it comes to issues like that. I've seen police while I was working in Lagos State on the island. They were snatching a car very close to a hotel roundabout. The police officers, two of them they ran into a gutter, pull off their uniform, because even at some point those robbers, when they see police, they just kill them. So some of them, when they see anything like that happen, they will first pull off their uniform to turn to a civilian first. So they say they run for their own dear life before they even think of radioing or calling. And do they even have radios? They will have to use their phone. So that's why I think that state policing, and I believe if we get Tinubu, it can give us that. State policing is still there because it makes it easy
Do you
for
think this should be one of the parting gifts of Buhari to the Nigerian state?
state policing.
Yes.
I don't think that guy would do it now. I don't think. I think the only thing he can do to is like releasing people like Nnamdi Kanu.
Nnamdi Kanu.
If he now goes to doing state policing, what he has disagreed. So what's the point in few months to leave in the office? And I don't seem to be that kind of person. He'll probably
Because
release Nnamdi Kanu and some criminals that are his
all
friends in
right,
prison.
all right. Because the space now, with him a few months out of office, the space opens for him to make some really big pro people decision. Because he should be looking to legacy now to 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 create the narrative of how he is going to be remembered. And as it stands now, as of today, how Buhari will be remembered is bloodletting. So is that the legacy that he wants to leave office with? Or does he want to rewrite the story in the next few months? So if he wants to rewrite the story, then he needs to be making some big pro-people nationalistic moves. And that state police will be a good space to start. And the release of Umar Hiabon, of course, one of them as well.
Yeah, I agree with you, but for me, I just think if you have disagree with that kind of move, you don't want to now look stupid to now come and agree when it's few months for you to leave in. You can do other things. You will want to do other things, but for me, no matter what that guy does, man, that guy is still a failure. He,
Yes, no, it is the biggest failure so far we've had,
I'm telling you,
unfortunately. And that
yeah,
failure paid in human blood, which is really the ultimate payment. It's
yeah.
just so sad. But finally, to that incident that happened in Ojo yesterday, the Igbos insisting that they were not allowed to register for voters card. So this is a story that's been circulating, even though it has been copiously debunked. But is this not just typical of that space, wanting to victim play, and especially they seem to have this thing of always pointing in the direction of the Yorubas. What are you then making then of that Ojo space?
Yeah, I think it's just there is the Igbos. Some of them are just pushing that narrative to go into the space, so things can look funny again. And I just think it's time for them to wake up because apparently I don't understand them. It's like when there is a big decisions to be made with the Easterners, they always come with a lot of narrative, like playing victim, instead of them to focus and do what is right. I just read, was it today or yesterday, that there is another guy even in Labour Party that is Igbo, claiming he's meant to be the one that is meant to get a ticket,
Yes, we covered
giving
that
Peter,
here. Yeah.
and to me, I just thought about it. Okay, if you are, let's even agree Peter Obi came, but you've seen what is going on, how some people are calling for this guy. Why won't you just support him? And this is what we say about the Igbos. But most time when you try to make sense to most people, some people will come here and won't want to listen. They'll just let their emotions set in and not try. Let's understand that I'm Yoruba. If you come to me and tell me, oh, what this man is doing is wrong, I will not think, oh, because I'm Yoruba and he's Yoruba, I should start supporting him blindly. Let's think, because we need to build this thing together. If somebody is doing something wrong,
It's
let's
not just
agree is doing
belief.
something
It's
wrong
not.
without sentiment or emotion of, oh, is my person or is my tribe. It doesn't matter who is your tribe. We are all human beings. It was just written that we all come from different tribes and all that, but we are all human beings. If something is wrong, is wrong. And I don't understand some people, they still come here and say things even when it's clear, it's point, everybody can see what is going on. They still want to change the narrative because they want it to suit what they feel because it's their tribe. It doesn't make sense. Like that guy, why won't you just support Peter Obi? Why do you have to even be the one giving him problem? You know, looking at the momentum the guy is building already, why would you want to come out and start all those stories? So I don't think they are still ready, and that's why I keep saying Peter Obi will win election 2023, but it might build on this momentum going forward to give the Easterners a chance. But if they change their ways, they need to change their ways. There are a lot of things the Easterners need to work on themselves about. Look at Bola Tinubu. I'm sure if he was an Easterner, he wouldn't have won that primaries.
DOJ, just two things on that space. Off the back of the narrative of what happened in Ojo, where they are saying this, that, and the other, and they were saying INEC was telling them that they are only registering Yoruba, which is, of course, a lie. What actually emerged? Do you know who the vice chairman or the vice chairperson of that local government area is in Ojo, where this incident took place? Do you know who that person is?
No.
The person is an Igbo woman. You
Okay.
see?
So,
You
so
see?
that tells us what's going on.
How many Yoruba people are the vice
Yeah,
chairman of anything
in
in
the East,
Abakaliki? Do you know how many Southeasterners are in the cabinet of Sanwo-Olu?
there are
The most,
loads. There are loads
This is
of
something
them.
even me.
how
I
many
want to talk about.
There's
Easterners
loads
are
of
on
them. I've said
how
one
many are
time.
then are on Soludo's team? Oh, please,
I've said
Odema.
one time. I think we Yorubas, we don't really have issues with anybody, and I think that's why sometimes it's painful when we go through some stuff with other tribes. Look at the
Exactly.
Easterners in the Southwest; they are doing very well. Nobody is questioning them.
They are
Even it
buying
got to a
land.
point,
They are even making fun of us while buying our own land.
and
They
it's
always
funny.
act
Even
like
it
we are
got
some
to a
stupid
point. I think
people
the
allowing
former
them to.
What
Olubadan,
do you
You
your
know,
own land?
what? No, no. Yes, because this is how they talk. They make it seem like we are stupid that to allow them to come to Lagos
we
to be
we
buying
we
land.
we
They,
we
they
gave
act
them a
like
lot of
we are
rope.
stupid doing that. The way
We gave them a
they
lot of rope,
you
and
know
even at some point, this guy, I think the previous Olubadan got tired of them in Ibadan, and he has to say they should stop all those they are easy, this is that. That anybody that wants to be king should go and be king in the east, because they have a lot of chance, and everybody just mostly southwest. If you look at Alaba market, Ladipo market, Oshodi market, even where the Yorubas market are, you will still see Igbos too selling stuff, and everything goes smoothly. Nobody is disturbing them for
they are,
anything. So
Yorubas are the tribe that have accommodated Igbos the
Oh,
yeah, we
best.
hold on.
accommodate, we
No, that's
accommodate people. So
so
I
says
think they need to
because
change that narrative, because it's easy for us as Yorubas to deal with the Northerners together, and I think it's like that with the Northerners too. They find it easy to do things with the Yorubas. Whereas, if you look at it naturally, we and the Igbos are more like brothers than even the Northerners. Our ways are still kind of similar. So I don't see why
Do you
they
think
should.
so? Do you think so? Do you think the ways of a Yoruba man is more similar to the ways of an Igbo man or a Hausa man?
It's more similar to Iboma than an
You think
Hausa man.
so? I don't
Yeah,
think so, but you know.
I've lived with a lot of Igbos around me, my neighbors in Lagos, in Ibadan, everywhere.
Yeah, but those are Lagosians. Those are the ones in Yoruba land now.
Yeah, but
They are
most of them
Yoruba.
came
They are
from their
Yoruba
most of
fied
them
now.
came from their village.
They are
Even those
Yoruba
ones in
fied.
Ladipo market, Alaba market, they all came from their village. Because when they go to Lagos, it's like they are traveling abroad, you know. So they come, they start and work and all that. And when you start talking, you can see we still have some kind of thinking in some.
I think the worldview of the Yorubas is more akin to the Hausa man, not to the Fulani man, but the Hausa man, than anybody else in Nigeria, even more than the people from the South South.
You see, the Hausa man, in a way, when you look at how the Hausa man gels with the Yoruba man, is what brings us together with the Hausa people is more of the Muslim religion because there's a lot of Muslim Yorubas too. And obviously, there is always Sabo in most cities that is not even in the north. That's where the Hausas are. And they always mingles with the Yorubas. Like there is Sabo everywhere in the southwest. There is Sabo, even in Oyo, there is Sabo. In Ogbomoso, there is Sabo, you know.
You see,
So,
the only thing that I feel that the Yorubas and the Igbos share in common is a love of education. So it's that love of education, I think they share it in common. But in terms of this is just my own personal, of course. I mean, you think
yeah, you're
differently,
making perfect sense.
yeah.
You're making
But in
perfect
terms of
sense.
worldview, because the Northerners they are conservative and cultural by nature, the Yorubas are conservative and cultural by nature. The Northerners are accommodating, you know that, and the Yorubas
Mm.
too are accommodating. I'm not sure how accommodating the Easterners are. I've never been to the East, but a lot of people have the opinion that they are not. You know,
Yeah, they are
they
not
are
that.
they
Yeah,
are
that's why it's hard.
very insular, very tribal.
It's
You know.
hard. Most people that actually live in the northern, live in the east are not eastern, are probably married to an eastern person.
Mm.
So which make it a bit easy. But for you, I know a lot of people that went to serve in the east, even they got a better job, but they have to just relocate back to the south to look for other jobs. I know a lot of people that got jobs in telecommunications back then. So and most of them left it because they have a chance for them to be retained, but they left it to come back. They say, oh, the way things are there. So it's more like when you're in a strange land in your own country, kind of, you know.
All right.
But I just think it's time for them to see to reality and see that being if you want to be president and you want to rule, because to me it doesn't even matter who rules Nigeria. We just want that country to come up right and all that. And if you have the right person, obviously everybody have a fair chance. But the way you play your politics will determine where you land eventually. So that's why I keep saying Peter Obi can build on this momentum because I think he still have love of the people. But the politics that Nigerians are playing right at this moment and the situation of that country, he might not have a chance. But going forward and eventually the nearest future, you might have a chance if you build on this going forward and learn from the mistake and from maybe Bola Tinubu should open a school for him and Showore and teach them to,
You know,
you know,
Bola Tinubu should write a book on politics. So because
you know.
you know, you write a book on politics. But I
So
think you.
yeah, so the Igbos they should as I love the Igbos because I have a lot of Igbo friends and all that. So I think it's high time we need to leave sentiment and all those stories that most people that even fight for those stories were not born then. They should ignore it. Let's focus because everybody have a story to hold on to. If we want all to hold on to a story, we can hold on to the story of how they betrayed Awolowo and make people our enemies. But that's not way of moving forward. The way to move forward is to leave the past in the past because most people say are not born back then, and the way they put it and talk about it sometimes it's even scary. I think you were not even alive.
Even some of them, even some of these people that talk about these things, even their own fathers were not born in that
No, yeah,
period. They are
You
so
know,
young.
so
You start
and I
some
just think
19, 20 year
why
old guy
just the
saying
narrative.
Biafra Bobia.
Wọ́n ní tàbá
Your
bá
father,
Yorùbá
was
máa
not by,
as
was
Yorùbás
not
will say.
born.
And tí ó bá Yorùbá máa but some of us start buy it now, but you can't be living your life on all those stories and be making your decisions on old stories, past stories to now hinder yourself of moving forward. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, that's it about it. Yeah.
One man, can I
Yeah.
clarify something quickly?
All
You
right,
know,
carry on.
someone said I'm buying our land. When I said it, I was making a mockery of what they always say. Our land, our land, our land, our land. That's what I meant. I wasn't saying, oh, they are buying Yoruba man land. We don't care. I was just making a repetitive mockery of
So
what they said.
you see, let me tell you something. No matter what you say, I'm sure the way I'm talking, that some people will even be talking, oh, I'm being tribalistic and
I'm
all
even
that.
surprised they
And
haven't even started.
that is what I'm saying. People, we don't. If you are talking about a Yoruba person, I would just think about. I won't put sentiment because it's Yoruba. If what you are saying is right, it's right. It doesn't matter if it's just. It doesn't change. It doesn't take anything away from me because I'm Yoruba. I would just say, oh, you are right. You are correct. That person did what is wrong, and which makes that's a step forward rather than a step backward, disagreeing with what is obvious that is true. You know, some people will say, "Oh, you are being tribalistic on this," but we are saying the truth. Let's speak the truth to the light and let everybody understand. Nobody hates anybody.
All
You
right,
know.
Dave. All right, thank you, Dave. So let me move on from you, Dave, to Babakure. But for me, really, the one thing that redeems the Southeast is the fine women. Yoruba women, the Yoruba men, they like to marry Igbo women. So that's the one thing that redeems them. So if apart from the fine babes, we can let the Easterners go. If we keep their women, no, they can go. Thank you for that. But that was a joke, by the way. So thank you for that. So let me go on to Baba Akure. And Baba Akure, I want to trail this with this screen that I'm going to share with you. It's still around that Ojo space, and it is Reno Omokri highlighting something that I just mentioned a moment ago. If I can get this into, yeah. Reno Mokri highlighting something that I just shared a moment ago. So this is what this is where I actually got that information from. So here is the vice chairperson of that local government area that these people are saying they are not allowing Igbos to register. It says, this is Reno. It says, the vice chairman, so that should be the chairperson, the vice chairman of Ojo local government is Mrs. Edna Uche Ubochi, an Igbo woman. There are several Igbo members of House of Representatives representing Lagos constituencies. Please stop selling these lies that Yoruba thugs ganged up to stop Igbos in Ojo getting their PVCs. I watched all the videos. Do yourself a favor, mute the video whilst watching so you don't hear the narrative. Then focus only on what your eyes are seeing in all the videos. Other than the narrator telling you what you are seeing, what you are actually seeing does not gel with the accusation that the Yoruba are against the Yorubas. The only place in Nigeria where non-natives currently hold elective positions is the Southwest. Many are afraid to say this because of cyberbullying. An organized group of propagandists will circulate your names on WhatsApp for asking people to attack you as anti-Igbo. So it goes on and on. But those are just facts, aren't they, really? The only space that you'll find a non-indigenous occupying sensitive positions is in Lagos State, of course, because it's just your CV and not your DNA that's there after. So a little bit on that, Baba Akure, and then I'll move you on to another topic.
Thank you very much for having me tonight, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody, wherever you are. Yoruba, we are very accommodative to start with. However, most of these Igbo were born in Lagos. There's no doubt about that, and that is why most of them will not even go to Biafra land if they eventually get it, because they already used to Lagos. That's why you see a lot of Igbo representative who used to bear Igbo names, be the representative of local government, maybe House of Assembly of Lagos State. I don't really know much about that anyway, but I know for sure that most of them are in political landscape of Lagos State. However, we discussed about this matter yesterday, and I said that is not possible. I don't believe that they run able to go back to their state where they came from and go and register. I don't really believe in that for a bit. So it generated a lot of arguments yesterday. So to me, it is not. It is just some people just want to cause confusion among Yoruba and Igbo. Cause ethnic tension. So I want to believe that. So to me, I don't believe that anybody is running Igbo out of Lagos to go and register in their state. So that is my take on that.
All right, brilliant. So even matters more ridiculous, the Fayose family, I'm not sure that it's humanly possible to be as ridiculous or more ridiculous than Fayose family. So he and his brother now in an open fight on the social media over Atiku Abubakar. Atiku, the brother invites that Atiku should step down for a younger man, and Fayose, of course, wanting to protect his food, he starts to fight his brother to the point of disowning him. What are you making of this, Baba Akure?
Well, that is just nonsense going on there. Everybody entitled to their own opinion. It doesn't really matter, even if you are the brother of somebody, that is his own opinion. I don't think it should be up to the issue of cursing one another on social media or having family having problem being from the same family. And what the guy said is not. He is right. There is nothing wrong in this. People just go home and leave this issue of politics to younger people. We know the age of David Cameron. We know the age of what's the name of this guy in France, even in Canada self. How old is Justin Trudeau? I think maybe it will be like 48 or 49 right now, or 50, in between that range. So all these people that they still parading the corridor of power, they're supposed to go home and give chance to younger people. So that guy, Fayose's brother, is very right in his comment. They should allow younger people to run for the office, not all these old cargoes that already closing down to home calling. So that is my take on that.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Baba Akure. So, Baba Akure, let me move on from there to this more serious matter, Muslim tickets. We always knew that this space was always going to be controversial, especially when Tinubu took that ticket, because there's no strong, real Northern Christian that can bring votes. He has to go Muslim, but then all the vested interests are already warning him in that space. What decision should he make, Baba Akure?
Well, I think like DOG as mentioned, I think if he need to really find some Christian vice president, because like me also, I'm not really comfortable with that. For us to have a Muslim, so though some people might say, oh well, it has nothing to do, but that is my own opinion. I'm not really comfortable with that. I think it should be, since Bola Ahmed Tinubu is Muslim, though he's a liberal Muslim, but at the same time, he still needs somebody Christian that will be his vice. I think by the time he searched very well in the northern part of Nigeria, I think he will be able to find somebody that one Christian politician who can be his running mate. I think there was one Christian guy that was vying for presidency too, but I think he got maybe 4 or 2 votes
from the north.
Yes.
APC.
Yes, I think there was a guy. His name, I don't even know his religion, but his name so much in connection with Christian's name. So I think he should find somebody like that to be his running mate, and like DOG rightly said, then promise the other people with maybe ambassadorial position or other position that so that they can get enough vote from the northern part of Nigeria. But to me, that is my own opinion. I don't know any about you. Even you, woman, that is your own opinion. Is your own opinion. But my own opinion is that.
Do you think Tinubu would Tinubu having a Muslim running mate be sufficient enough reason, one, for you not to vote for him, and two, for you to vote against him? Do you feel that strongly to vote against him?
Yeah. Yes, because like me, I'm not really comfortable with that issue of Muslim. It should be balanced, because this is one of the things that is causing problem in Nigeria right now as we are speaking. So I think it should be then when you take president Muslim, then a Christian vice president, then you take somebody who believe in tradition, make that person the secretary to this
Obatala worshiper.
to the state house. Anyway, let's just put that aside anyway. But to me, I think I would be much more comfortable with issue of Muslim Christian and Christian Muslim ticket.
Is this a new phenomenon? Because it's only in recent years that this suddenly mushroomed into a real topic. It wasn't really anything that when did it suddenly become a thing that all these are Christian, Muslim?
I think it is just because the way Nigeria is being run. So then we usually like looking at ourselves like, oh no, I don't think this guy is going to support our religion, so I don't think this one is going to support our religion. So that mindset, because of mistrust in the system. If we have everything in place, let me put it this way, maybe our constitution or our if there's a regulation in place or our constitution is working good, then you can be rest assured that, okay, well, this person will do what my religion really wants. So there will be no issue of mistrust. But for the past few years, we've been seeing a lot of mistrust between the Christian and Muslim and stuff like that. Particularly that these are caused by our leaders, not Christian and Muslim really, but this problem are caused by our leader. So it is, to me, if we have good thing is good something in place like constitution that satisfy everybody equally, then it will be better. And I think that is the problem we are having right now. That is why you see Buhari. If you look at the cabinet of Buhari right now, you will see that both ministers and those who hold the position of key position, you will see that most of them, 99% of them or 99.9% of them are Muslim, and most of them are from northern part of Nigeria. So this issue of mistrust it's even, that's why I find that we have a vice president to be a Christian. So this issue of mistrust came after I will say maybe after this guy MK Abiola lost the election. And I'm not really going to put it that way also. I would believe it has been in existence for a very long time. It is just that the way we've been governed now bring everything out. So that is my take on that.
Babachir, somebody pointed out that Vice President Pastor Yemi Osinbajo, he's a Christian, and he at the forefront of Buhari's Fulanization, Islamization agenda. So they use that to highlight that the religion of the vice doesn't really matter, because the way the Nigerian state is structured, the president is all powerful, and the vice really, as highlighted by Yemi Osinbajo, he really has no potency. So should it really matter, or is it just something that people are just fixated on?
Well, we might sit down here and talking that, okay, Yemi Osinbajo, because he was part of those who are trying to Fulanize Nigeria. I don't really believe that. I can tell you if it is Christian, I mean, if it is Muslim, maybe we may even get it worse more than this. It is quite possible that we get it worse than this. So let alone you have a Muslim and Muslim. But at the same time, things can work out. You never can tell. If we have a liberal Muslim like Tinubu and Zulum, like we discussed this morning, but to me, I'm not really comfortable with that. I still want it to be either Muslim Christian or Christian Muslim ticket, and I think a lot of people will still share the same idea. And the funnest part of it is that if Tinubu choose a Muslim as his running mate, I think he's going to have a big issue. He's going to have a lot of problem. And this was my concern the very first day that he won the ticket, because I was looking at, okay, if Oshibanjo win the ticket, then we have to choose Muslim counterpart from the north. But now we have Tinubu won the ticket. He's a Muslim, quote unquote Muslim, but not the fanatics one. Now then you want to go to north. So for him to choose a Christian in the north, not that part of Nigeria, because I don't really see any Christian that is really powerful in the northern part of Nigeria that can really pull crowd like Zulum and other Muslim like that. So, but I still strongly believe that if you could find somebody, maybe one Christian in the northern part of Nigeria that can really command little, not much, but at least reasonably vote for him, then maybe he may promise Zulum and others with one high position in his government. I think that may work well for him.
Babachir.
Yes.
Sorry, woman. Yeah, I'm even thinking they can even arrange to have a Senate president that is from the north, because
they can't.
They can't.
No.
I think they have to choose Igbo.
Yeah, they have to choose from the southeast.
Yeah, true. If the vice president is from the north,
yes,
that makes sense. Wow.
So you can see now that even you can see now that Tinubu is in a big trouble right now. It is in big trouble. So Atiku has, in fact, he has his tentacle anywhere. He can decide to choose vice from the southwest. He can decide to choose from the east, because he has option. And all these people, they have a Christian that are very strong in their political party, and they command crowd. You can talk of Wike command crowd. You can talk of who's there again. Even if he choose Peter Obi, I'm not saying that he's going to shoot Peter Obi anyway, but people like that. Now, if who's in the west that he can shoot, but I know for sure.
Seyi Makinde.
Okay, Seyi Makinde. You have all these governors from
man. Seyi Makinde won't accept it. He would rather go for the second term.
Well,
he won't accept that offer because it's not guaranteed. It's just like Fashola back then with Ribadu that he didn't accept it.
Yeah, but we have people that he can choose from the southwest. So Atiku has more choices to make than Tinubu right now, because Tinubu now is like it's very in a close place right now, like close situation. So he has no much options to choose and fire from the vice president that they can choose from now as a Christian.
Even the Northerners in that party. Sorry, the Northerners in that party, if they want to be fair enough and make it make sense to people, like, okay, we have Christian in the north too. I think it's high time they let that narrative come into the space. Like, okay, there are Christians in the north, because it's just like everything about the north is just Muslimized. Most people don't even really know that loads of Christians there. So if they can grip the, I don't know, I don't just know what they could negotiate with the other guys, because I think if those other governors that would have get the chance to be Muslim ticket can still work for him, he will still get the votes he will get from them. They just need to agree
Yeah,
to giving it to a Christian. And
yeah, you
I
are
now
very right.
still see, I'm still now thinking this their fanaticism and about that their religion might affect their decision. So I don't know what they will agree
Yeah,
to,
no,
but
you've already countered what you said, because the fanaticism, the fanaticism in the
yeah, yeah. But I'm just thinking they should. I think if they want to, like the way they've come out and say, "Oh, let it go to the south." Why is it not the time to think? Okay, let people know that are Christians in the north. To let the vice presidency.
no,
Let's choose one person. But it's
I think
hard, yeah.
I think you're reaching with that, but Babakure, back to you.
Yeah, I've already made all my points on that
All right,
point. So you
brilliant.
can move forward.
Let me take you to the space then. Akeredolu counters the narrative that it is Iswap that was responsible for that Ondo space, and he highlighted that Iswap traditionally they are not shy in coming forwards when they are responsible for an atrocity. So, do you think that the Nigerian state was too quick to make the attribution, Babakure?
Well, you know, what Akeredolu said, he is right, because I think it was yesterday you presented this narrative. You first presented it yesterday.
Yes.
So, and I was at the background and I was listening to it and I said, no, this can't be possible. I think they jump quick to just make that comment. Federal government jump very quick to make that comment. So it is very, very bad idea. You can look at what happened in Benue State. Benue State. You can imagine what happened in Benue State when autumn, when it was being attacked. Give me a moment, please.
All right. All right. Let me come to Solly then, as Babakure takes a moment. So Solly, are you there? All right, we don't have Solly. So let's go to Efe. So Efe, are you there?
I'm here. Let me finish. I'm back here now.
All right, back. Good. So you were on the Akeredolu space, and he countering.
Yeah. To me, I don't really believe that Iswap, where just from all the way from Sambisa Forest, and they came to a war. So they left what do we call it, Kogi, all those places, and they came to Ondo State. They don't even stop in Akoko, right in a war. So even yourself, when you look,
which just happens to be Akeredolu's hometown.
Exactly. When you look at that, you will know that no, this is just make up story. It is not. It is not right. It is not true. Because if, like you said, if any terrorists if they do something, they will claim that glory to making sure that they are threatening people. These people, I will say that they could be hired assassin. They could be herdsmen, because and I think it has a political motivation, because remember, Akeredolu was in front since all this while. When you're talking about Amotekun, and they shut him down, and they keep on saying that no, they have to find form it. Remember, there was a time that it was like supporting Yoruba Nation. If you look at it, if you remember that he posted, he told all the school to start singing Yoruba Nation anthem in the school. So all these things is not going well with these people as well. Then thereafter, he is the person that be like mouthpiece that the presidency must come to the from APC must come to the south. That there is no way they are going to take it if it doesn't come to.
How much credit are you giving to Akeredolu for Tinubu getting that ticket?
I know I have to give him at least. It's not because it's from my state. We are not friends anyway. the reason why we are not friends is that he's not paying his staff. So, but for him to say that and stick with that, I give him 90%. Because every single day he's still re-echoing it to them to make sure that they get this thing into their head. This thing has to come to the South. And if it doesn't come to the South, forget it. So I think they realize, and with the prayer from Tinubu as well, everything works out. And to be honest, I mean, it's going to be very funny anyway. I think he's going to be like Tinubu. Remember, Tinubu said he single-handedly made Buhari the president of Nigeria. I think Akeredolu may as well assume that position when the time comes.
Yeah, true. That's very true. You know, I agree as well that a lot of the attribution must go to Akeredolu
when that time comes. So I think that is why they came to his hometown and say, okay, what can we do? Let's just shut these people down, and they want to color it like, okay, it's going to be religion fight or religion issue. Do you ever heard any in the history that or were people fighting with any Muslim? No.
It's even a predominantly Muslim space, I imagine.
No.
Okay.
But at least they have
sorry, Babachir.
Yes.
Don't we find it very concerning? I think we are even forgetting the fact that for Iswap to now be having their activities in the southernmost part of the country, is that not something that should be worrying all of us at this point?
But they are saying the attribution is false in CBD.
It is true. It is something that is cause for concern. But what happened in our war is not Iswap. When I read in the news, I said, no, this is just a make-up story. This is just lie. And
who debunked it, woman?
Akeredolu.
And they want to color it as a religion fight, because that is. I think somebody mentioned it on this platform yesterday that I think it was Joe mentioning it, that in the British Parliament, some MP while the way they color it, like, okay, it is a religion fight. So we never heard in the history that on those states having any problem with Muslim. So how come somebody came to church and shot people down, and you are colored as a Muslim against Christian, or Christian against Muslim? Such
terrorists, not just Muslim against terrorists, world-renowned terrorists.
Yeah, that is true. So you can see that it is just lie. So if it is just that the government, they have already failed, they don't know what to do, so then they just want to give that glory to Iswap rather than for them to see how they can secure life and property of Nigeria.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So thank you for that. So Babachir, let me go from you to Efe if it's with us. Efe, are you there? All right, we don't seem to have Efe for the moment. So let's go to Niger. Niger, are you there?
Yeah, I am here.
All right, brilliant. So to you, Niger, then, and let me take you to that space then that Babachir just left. The attribution to for what happened in Owo just the other day, the federal government very quick to make the attribution to Iswap, and Akeredolu then comes out to say that no, it is not Iswap, because Iswap traditionally and by antecedent, as soon as they carry out an atrocity, something, the smokes are still in the air when they are already claiming the credit, as it were, or discredit for it. So the fact that it has not been quickly owned by Iswap, which is what they traditionally do, automatically already discounts Iswap as being responsible. As speculations as to this being politically motivated, Akeredolu being the champion of the power must come to the south, as well as the champion of chasing the headsmen out of the southern parts of the country. So a lot of people feel that it is more political than insurgency based. But where are you in that argument to Niger?
My position is that we have to be careful before we give more credibility to a terrorist group than government officials, because I don't know where we go from there. Part of it is that we don't truly know what happened. But one thing I know about some of these forces that are at play is that they clearly plan this thing so that they value not being captured more than they value the targets. And that should be concerning because we don't know the agents that are at play. For all you know, it could, like you said, it could be political, it could be tribal, it could be anything. One thing is for sure. They want to sow division in the country. They want to sow strife in the country. They want to sow instability in the nation. That's exactly what they are going for. So that's where we should draw the line because we shouldn't give them what they want because they know they are going after those things for a reason. They want to weaken the nation. Nations that are unstable and that are experiencing tribal and religious strife don't grow. It's just that simple. And grown men that understand these things should understand to do the right things and follow the actions. The action that they take should reflect this understanding. I find it hard how we can know these facts and we pretend as if it's not happening and we get dragged into the muck of dividing ourselves. When we divide ourselves, it's not going to get us anywhere. It's just going to keep us where we are. That is.
But should we not have a clear understanding of where the problem is coming from and what underpins it?
What underpins is the fact that our nation is not secure. And we know where the problems are coming from. Half of the problem is coming from outside. The rest of the half is us. We are the problem and we should be the solution. And we have the capacity to be the solution. If we understand that it's our action, men like us, and the ones that built those nations that we listen to, men died to protect, to create those nations that we like to envy. Why are we not doing our job? Whenever we say we need to protect our societies, our men were like, no. It's like we have been babied and wrapped in cotton wool. We don't understand our responsibilities. In the Soviet Union and Russia today, some of them from 6 years old, they're already teaching them that their job is to protect their nation. We don't understand that. All our job is, we think, is about to go and work and earn money for our family. We don't understand the idea of protecting our society. This is why our nation is so weak. We can't. How can our soldiers be everywhere at the same time? They are not ghosts. They go and secure the south, northeast, and then it goes to northwest. Then the next thing it goes to north central. Now it's heading towards south. What do you expect? We are getting the security we paid for. We are not securing our country. And if we as grown men don't understand this and keep beating about the bush, we're just going to remain here for years to come. And I don't know why our governments are not doing it. They're not doing their due diligence to fix these things. I've said it before. I am beginning to suspect them as people that are just caretaker governments awaiting our recolonization. These people don't seem to want to run our country as a sovereign state. Why is our security so weak? One soldier has to defend over 1,000 citizens. I don't know how our soldiers can do that type of job. It's stressful.
All right. So on that space, Akeredolu is leveraging this rather sad incident that happened in our war to go back to that regional and state policing debate that is already on the table within the Nigerian political space. So he's saying now that off the back of this now is an inevitability that security must be regionalized, state police must come into being, because really, if you had state police, then you would have had a better opportunity to either prevent or stop this thing or apprehend. So there'll be a quicker, more rapid action because the state police would know the terrain and they would know the landscape better than anybody that carried out this activity. So do you think what happened in the war essentially enhances and makes it inevitable the narrative for state policing?
Yeah, it does make the narrative for state policing. How it does, it supports the idea behind it, because in the end, that's still what is required. Like I said, you need people, you need bodies. The question is the fact that we don't have them now. What makes us think when we do it locally is going to make much of a difference? Okay, yes, given that we have people on the ground that understand the area, maybe there's a little bit of an advantage that makes up for extra numbers. But if these people were not paying for it nationally, what makes you think that they will pay for it locally? What would they increase the numbers locally? And there's also a danger that the state governors could use these forces against political rivals. We know how quickly they start becoming dictatorial when they own the authority of a state. So these are all the challenges that people have to ask themselves when they're asking for stuff in this country, a country that generally we know people abuse the law as they see fit, especially at state
that's
level.
not strong enough of a counter argument though, because those are policies, stances, and abuse of policing is something that they do anyway. They abuse even because they have they have command over the security structures within their state. Even that security structure, it still has a higher authority that it references. So that abuse is still in place, and that can be via policy and processes. That can be, but the argument for state policing is so overwhelming. They need to divest the budget and complement of the federal space and cascade it into the local space, because the federal system has patently failed. So I don't know
But there
how.
is the argument that the federal government sent money to local government and state governments walloped all the money. And the
Right.
Nigerians sat back and allowed that to happen. The federal government went to court and the court ruled that the state government should give it to local government. They still didn't do it. And
Right.
everybody let them get away with it. See, we are talking about we need a shift in mindset, because if we are just moving the problem from the center to the states, which could even exacerbate the problem if we are not careful here, because you pass it to the local side, then they will have the instrument to cause more even problem, because we all know that there are people out there that are just fomenting trouble. But I agree with the point, if it's going to lead to more recruitment of security officials so that our people can go out in the middle of the night and feel safe.
Yeah, but it will necessarily lead to that, wouldn't it? If every region has its own complement of that, that just automatically increases the number.
Have you seen the South? Have you seen the South with all the money the government is giving them?
Yes.
You see how many of the investment is going to where it's supposed to go to. This is a problem with we have to look at the source. That's why I keep saying we have to make things transparent. The money they are giving the Niger Delta for development of the area, most of it is not heading to where it's supposed to go to. Federal government gave local government money. It's not getting to the where it's supposed to get to. If you say you should send it to the state government now, who says that the guy is going to recruit how many people? Police officers need to get paid if they die on duty. Is this guy going to do it? There are states that the governors don't even pay their civil servants for months. There are states right now, you want to give them police to organize to, that they will not pay. This is something that we have to think carefully about.
So the system where Mukhtar from Borno is the officer on the beat in Abakaliki, you think that works?
See, I agree with you. If it's going to lead to more people being recruited, fine. But I believe that if you want to do it, it has to lead to that. Otherwise, it could lead to more problems. People that are going to get paid when they recruit more of them. Because at least you have this thing right now. At least they have federal government to go and cry to. Now it's only state, and you know how our state governors are. They are like a bologbo. Some of them they will go for 6 months. They don't pay their staff.
Is that not more immediate to you though? You say you have the federal government to go and cry to. The federal government is in Abuja. Your state governor is down the road.
Yeah, it's down the road when they were owing people years of salary. It's down the road when they were
but
owing
that's a
people 6
different.
months of salary.
We can apply that to virtually everything, can't we? Really?
Yeah, but that's the point. And it's mostly the state government that do these things. It's not federal government. That's what you need to understand. You see my point? The state governments are the ones that abuse the law this way, and we want to transfer more power to them.
I don't buy that.
I'm open to anything that works, but we shouldn't react based on emotions or just wanting something that we have been conditioned to believe.
How is it based on emotions?
Because we have been saying that because when an accident happens, we say, "Oh, it's the federal government, it's the Hausa people that are this." We should just give it to the South.
Let's stick with the specifics of what has been discussed. What has been discussed, what obtains almost globally is that our security is regionalized, because and the only reason why security is regionalized is because the region knows best its landscape and what its security needs are. Do you understand? So you have no security risk around Castle Roslin in Lagos State. So if you have policing in Lagos State, then that police is geared towards whatever crimes is local to that space, and then the wider criminal space. So this is the thing. Crime is local, policing is local, so and it has to be localized. And also, if it is localized, the recruitment is more vested in loyalty to that space. So they are able to more make that effort if it's required than somebody that, if they send me from Oyo State to go and police in Borno, I'm just there to make sure that I come out of the place intact. I'm not really there to, I'm just begrudging that I've been sent to the middle of nowhere to people that are alien to me, that they don't like me,
I think there is argument against that too. It means that if people know you in the local area, they too be concerned that because people know them, they can't dispense their duty with this in impartiality. Otherwise, they could be reckoning their family members and all that may not be safe.
That sounds like argument for argument's sake.
No, it's not. No, it's facts. This is how.
It's not facts now.
But if you're in a local area, you're in a local area, you want to go after a gangster that knows where your family is. You have to think twice.
No,
not like that.
It's not getting it. That's why I said it's argument for argument's sake.
What is it I'm not getting? Please, I don't understand.
Explain to him at D.
It's quite simple. You see, if a Yoruba man, it doesn't mean you live. Let's say you live in Ikeja, you will now be police in Ikeja. So it's not like it's your area, but it makes more sense. Because even your argument, if you want to look at it, what one man is saying has a lot of advantage more than the disadvantage, and the disadvantage we are facing right now.
See, the advantages you are talking about is based on, like I said, it's not based on logical facts. I'm telling you, states are violating.
Even all over the world.
Make the case to me to say that the state governments are going to pay these people the way they are not going to treat them the way they treat their staffs.
You are looking, they will raise the money, and this is where I think all these issues have. State government need to look for means to raise funds themselves apart from what allocation they get from federal government. And this is where we will put everybody. You can't just be governor because you just want to be collecting money from. So you have to improvise too. That is how job creation come about. That is how these things work, and that's how those countries we are looking at, that's how they work. But if you want to sit down and just get allocation and just spread the money, like you said, they get allocation from the federal government. Some state governors don't even allow local government election anymore. That's how bad it is. But if everything is right, if everything is in place, things will work well. There will be job creation. There will be everything will move smoothly.
In other words, he just made my case for me. You are moving the problem from the federal level to local level.
No, you're not getting it. I think it's not really to win an argument. It's to make a greater point to Niger. No matter what the difficulties are, fundamentally, localized regional policing is infinitely better and more effective than a federally controlled policing. It's a fundamental basic.
See, here in the UK, I think you are in the UK.
Yeah, so forget the UK. Just as a fundamental principle. So that has to be the starting point. As a fundamental principle, a localized policing is fundamentally more effective, a lot better than remote policing, which is essentially what you have when somebody is in Abuja policing Lagos.
See,
it's just basic.
There are two layers. You can have local kind of how do they call them? Local beats, people on the beats locally to just give information to police and whatever. The problem is not even the police itself. The police is not paid enough, one. Secondly, they don't have the numbers. Most of our security operators is very weak, just like the police is weak. We are making the argument in the wrong area. We are saying we want to change the structure. The structure is not the problem. The system is stressed already. You can change
the structure is the problem.
The system is stressed. We don't have the people.
I think you're not getting
it. It's not getting it at all. Explain it to the middleman. Maybe you'll understand it in your own words.
To Niger, crimes are local, right?
like this crime that happened, it doesn't matter where those people came from. It happened locally in that church. You see, now you imagine you are a member of that community, and somebody from, let's say, some Usman from Sokoto or Borno comes to investigate. How many people in that community will be bold enough to talk to him or to give him information? But if
They
a
view him with
policeman,
suspicion. They view him with
yeah,
suspicion already. So
exactly, because they will really view him with, they will say, "Now them, who guarantees that the the informant, that you will not go and give information to the same people that came and committed that crime." Now, if the police officer was from that locality, they already know whom to talk to. They already know the boys. In every country, even in the US, police people know who the possible criminals are. So when a certain type of crime is committed, they already know where to start their investigation. If it is murder, if it is drugs, they already know the area where they go and the certain people they have to talk to. That is how, and that is why they'll tell you that, look, the criminals are local, and the police officers know them. That is why when police wants to work, they do their work. When they decide to work, they do their work. Now, about these other things you say about corrupting the police, is that not what is happening already?
yeah,
The
that's
state
already a
government.
problem. That's already a
Yeah,
situation, and up to the
yeah,
federal level. Up to the federal
yeah.
level. So
I agree with
Now
you.
imagine if you have to call the police commissioner, and then he has to make a call to Abuja to authorize him to do something. That is what happens in Nigeria. Sometimes a governor makes a call, and the commissioner of police in the state will have to take authorization from Abuja to
Meadowman, we saw it
before
infamously
they
with
can go
Meadowman.
and do their
Sorry, Meadowman, we saw it
yeah.
infamously with Sanwo-Olu when he went to step an officer down at an estate, and the officer was saying that it was Abuja that told him to go there, and if Sanwo-Olu wants him to step down, Sanwo-Olu has to get in touch with Abuja before he
Yeah.
can step down. Do you remember that clip?
Yes.
Just look at that. Just imagine
Because
that.
it's the same thing with the FBI. Let's not get confused here. The federal level has this in a priority over local state level. So
But
if
to
the
Nigeria,
FBI
what are
was
you saying
operating
now?
somewhere,
FBI
Hold
come
on.
in
Let
at
me
some
the
just
FBI was
certain.
operating
can
somewhere,
you
come
hold
on,
on, please?
let's
Please
have
hold on.
let's
Yeah.
elevate actual accurate information here. If the FBI was operating somewhere, the state police cannot override them.
All right. I think we're reaching beyond the topic somewhat, but round off your thoughts on that space and I'll just move you on. I don't think quite, but those are your thoughts. So, yeah.
It's my thought. And like I said, the real issue is the numbers and this in the motivation of this in the police force and the military. If we don't have significant number increase in these areas, we will be living on borrowed time and we'll be living on a wind and a prayer, because no nation that is well founded should be this insecure. I mean, we are so underdefended, it's not even funny. I don't know why we are shying away from this. Get your Google search military size of Nigeria, military size of Brazil.
We all know the numbers. Nigeria, we all know the numbers, so nobody's shying away from it. It's the topic of it's a hot burner, a front burner topic. Has been for years. So we all know the number. The Nigerian police, with Nigeria saying that they have in excess of 200 million people, they have less than 700,000 military personnel within the army. About less than 400,000 police. No, it's not less than 150,000.
They are actually active. The rest are paramilitary.
I don't know about where you're getting your figures from, but okay, right, that's fine. But it's understaffed. We can all agree on that.
And if it is, do we pretend as if it doesn't exist, or we go and tackle it? Because if you are going out to work, you don't leave your door and window open constantly. Why do we leave our nation like this? We put iron bars on our doors, on our windows, on our gates, on our fence, and we pay estate levy But when it comes to the nation, we pretend as if it doesn't exist. This is illogical. We need to confront our problems and deal with it like men. This is not a woman's job. It's our job to protect our country or our lands.
To Niger, you keep saying something that I noticed. You keep saying nation. You see, we are still building a nation. We are still going towards nationhood. I digress a little. We're still going towards nationhood. And you see, you can put 2 million policemen or military people in Nigeria. If they are not organized and focused, it will still be the same thing. They will be corrupted. We've heard that our security agencies are even colluding and participating in these crimes. So that is why it is not just putting boots on the ground. It has to be coordinated and it has to be organized. That's what I'm saying.
Does not support that. That's the problem. Evidence does not support that. Any nation that builds their military to a standard level, all this problem goes away. Egypt had similar problem, it went away. Algeria had similar problem, it went away. Sri Lanka had similar problem, it went away. If you do your due diligence and secure your territories, how is it that Asian men that are 5 foot tall are doing better than 7 foot tall black men, not able to secure their countries? This is not only a Nigerian problem. Look at Ghana, they have 15,000 soldiers. They are living on a board, wind, and this thing. They have 15,000 soldiers. It means one soldier has to defend almost 2,000 Ghanaians. This is crazy. There is no other part of the world that do this nonsense. It's only black countries. I don't know why they are like that. We should be asking ourselves, why are our nations founded like this?
Because the new system is in
Nigeria, you saying that one man cannot protect 2,000 black Ghanaians?
Have you stood in front of 100 men? And
no, I'm just joking. I'm just pulling your leg.
Good luck and see what that feels like.
Well, I don't know what the ratio is, but there's a ratio for that. Recommendation by the United Nations on the policing to population. But certainly, whatever the recommendation is, Nigeria under-complemented in that space.
Definitely,
yeah,
well under-complemented, all of them.
And under-complemented in security, in healthcare, in education. So it is not just. It is just.
And this is not a new problem, by the way. This is decades old. Yeah. The population continues to explode, and the security continues to shrink. And you are wondering why the country is in the state that it is. You know, so
and you know what? Our graduates are there selling mobile phone top-ups and driving taxis when they could be protecting the country, and that money that they spend paying them will pay for itself in economic growth and in business that is going to come into the country. All kinds of stuff. It pays for itself. It's not even an investment. This is crazy. This is why I see it as a no-brainer. Do you know that Nigerians are building houses in Ghana today because they don't feel safe in Nigeria from overseas? They are doing that right now because we can't even do our due diligence. Our Nigerians, individually, we are very smart, but as a group, we have extremely low IQ. It's scary.
No, I don't think you. No. That's too sweeping a statement. I don't think you can say that
as a group.
Fact. What do you mean? It's a fact.
Are we too smart as a group?
What do you mean as a group?
Say, as a nation, as a group of people that are supposed to work together to achieve their ends, whatever they want.
The country is badly governed.
I thought you would say as a government, not as a group.
Yeah, not as a group, as a government. I think it's the wording. You need to just calm it down. Get the wordings right. You cannot say as a group now.
We shouldn't I don't believe in feeling as if we have to mollycoddle these things.
No, not mollycoddling. You are factually wrong. You cannot say as a group. Don't worry about men or women. I know this gender something as well. Women are equally robust.
For me, no, it's true. But our job is to defend the defenseless, and this is our primary role as men. This is our primary role. There's a reason why almost all the nations in the world are created by men, because it's our primary role to do these things. And we as black men have not done our job, and we have not even asked what our job truly is. Hey, I don't know how it happened, but somehow it happened that we've lost touch from our real role, and we see this gaping hole, and we are not covering it. This is why we are so vulnerable. This is why anybody can come inside our country and do whatever they like and disappear into the Sahel or whatever else they come from, because our soldiers can't be everywhere at the same time. I won't join the military as a right now, but if they tell me they want to recruit 1 million soldiers, I will join, because I know that's a fight we can win.
You see,
But Tinubu said he's going to recruit 50 million.
Yeah, no, forget that. So sorry, no, just leave that to one side. Just to where you were to Niger. You see, all of these things that that you are saying is not breaking information. You are not bringing new knowledge to anybody's understanding. This is something that everybody here knows and everybody here discusses. We've discussed this endlessly, and you are not far from what everybody obtains to be what the solution is. It's an under-policed, under-secured space. So that is why I recalled somewhat when you said as a group, because everybody knows that that is a problem, but it's the political will to, because no matter how much you and I know that that is the problem, if the political will is there, I can go and recruit the million-strong security space that we need. You can't do that. It is the political will that has the decision to do that.
I believe
that can do that. Yeah,
because that should be the top priority for all of us here. Because
no. You don't seem to understand. Look, listen to what is being said. So I as an individual, I can't do it. Can I?
Yes.
If you do it, it becomes ESN.
See, let me explain something.
My God.
See, you underestimate what your will can do. If you have a will...
No, you are taking it in a different direction. I know that the people can amass. You want to... What I'm saying is, as I sit here, I cannot do it, but somebody that has the authority to do it can't do it. I know that if the people collectively will it, they can force it, which I think is where you are going. But as it subsists now, the people that make the decision are not making those right decisions.
Because you reserve the right to talk about this continuously.
So let him just do that. Then
let
him do that.
You reserve the right.
Hold on,
Can I just
please?
finish in CBD? You know, he's my man. I know in CBD. You reserve the right to be able to talk about it continuously because it's the top priority. I believe that everything we build can be undone if we don't fix that primary problem. You can't go to work every day expecting to come home with all the goodies and everything, store it in your house, then you leave your door open, because sooner or later you're going to lose everything again. We have to focus on that as a primary issue. For me, there are two major issues. I don't care about the other things at the moment. I care about transparency and security. If we fix those two, Nigerians will do the rest. We should make them a priority.
All right. In CBD, you wanted to come in?
No, I was just going to add to what Meduma was trying to say. You know, when we're talking about we have tried, I think it's just the way one man said, is the political will. We have to start looking at these things where our problem is coming from. Because some people organized themselves, formed this thing in the East, even armed themselves and everything, and they became enemy of the state government, of the government. So the same thing with Amoteko, they are struggling to get approval to arm themselves with, with proper weapons. So I think we have to look at it where our problem is coming from, which is just we need the government to step up to their simple, basic responsibilities.
You know what irritates me in CBD? Every single instance, they'll say, "Oh, the primary duty of the government is to protect lives and property," and they sing it like a mantra, but don't practice it in the slightest. So this is where it is.
We make them secure us. We make them secure us. We don't leave it up to them. I don't know why we keep thinking that they have to. Can they convince you to change your religion? Can the government convince you? If you believe in something, we make them do it. They will do it. And we've seen it happen in Nigeria. The SARS, this in demonstrations, they got everything they wanted.
What did they get? What did they get? So hold on. What did they get?
Compensation for the people that were killed, dismantlement of SARS, and
SARS been dismantled. No. Sorry. SARS has been dismantled.
Yes.
Who told you that?
Am I mistaken? Is SARS still
you are mistaken. It wasn't dismantled. It was rebranded.
Oh my God!
Was it not?
Come on, they dismantled it.
We covered it here now. Don't worry, we covered it here. They didn't recruit them again. They just changed the name.
Okay, let's say they changed the name. See, I don't know whether that is what happened.
We covered it here.
We can't be so cynical as the government just changed the name. We know that they
covered
tried
it
some.
here.
That's what they did now to Nigeria. You don't know, and they are telling you.
Yeah, we covered it here now.
I don't know. This is the first time I'm hearing that SARS will not
nothing. NSAS achieved nothing.
They compensated the people that lost
that were killed.
They compensated them. Did they not compensate them?
Maybe they should not have killed them in the first instance. Maybe that would be a better idea.
I agree with you on that. But we shouldn't always create problem for every solution. We have to sooner or later lean forward and start solving problems. This is how I look at life. We can't everything we know. We should make it. We should use it as part of our decision making. We can't just keep saying we have problems. That's not going to solve the problem. We have to sooner or later start taking action. For me, this is why I'm doing what I'm doing here, and I'm working in Nigeria too. Everything I do in Nigeria is in this direction to change things. We can't just. Who is going to do it if we don't do it? We know the solutions. Let's start doing them.
Okay, right. Can I please come in?
Come in, Joe. Yeah.
Good evening, everybody. Good morning, afternoon, wherever you are. I had to go back a little bit, to listen to just to do like some catch up. And the conversation has been so interesting. I've not been here since Tinubu won. I have to say congratulations to him. It was a well fought fight.
It took a while to recover.
No, I didn't have to recover. But on my side, I was looking at it from the loyalty versus competence issue. I was looking at Tinubu and his loyalty to Buhari, his outbursts. I looked at it. So many people looked at it and have so many issues or sentiment about it. But I looked at a man that was pained. I put myself in his shoes and I could feel him, and when he was making that statement, because it would take a lot for a man to, say those things, those agreements he made in private to the public. It takes a lot. But I'm happy things turned out the way it turned out. I would have loved Yemi Osibanjo to take that position, but even with Tinubu, I felt it was fair. So either way, Yemi, Tinubu, you can make your case for both of them, right?
All right. I'll come to you on that in a moment. But to the debate that is currently raging on the platform, Niger insist that the onus of security rests on the people, not the government. Do you agree with that?
No, it is a combination of both, but the government has to lead. The government must lead. We are under policed. We are under secured in Nigeria. So when we are looking at the upper, Nigeria has from military, police, civil defense, it's not more than 1 million. It's not more than 1 million. So what is the United States recommendation? I think it's 1 for every, 400. Nigeria is about 1 for every 100,000.
Yes.
So when we look at it from that perspective, we can see where the problem is. We can come here and shout. That was the reason why the primaries of this election 2023 was going to be something that I thought Nigerians would have used to revigorate itself. The process of the primaries really matters on the outcome. If we had people sharing money the way they were sharing money, how would these people come in and do what we asked them to do? That is the problem. We always talk about the government when they get in there. No, by the time they get into power, the damage has been done. Exactly. They spend the first 2 years telling people that that political sharing and all that. So it is not going to happen. We have to start getting it right from the foundation. The foundation is whoever that is coming up to lead us, we have to ask them, what are your plans? We hold them by their plans. That is where the citizens come in.
That is why I say it's a yes and no. If the leadership leads, then the followers should hold the leadership accountable. I was listening. Sorry, I have to go back a little bit. I was listening to DOG about his take on the people of Southeast. It was so embarrassing.
No, we like to
unfortunate.
We like to
No, it's unfortunate. Yeah. No, because you see, let me tell you one man. This thing we are doing here, a lot of people are watching. A lot of people are watching. We have to use every medium. That is nation building. We have to use every medium to right the wrongs. Look, maybe we have a little bit of amnesia. I'll take you back a little bit. We are talking about voter apathy. Whenever you allow any part of you to be marginalized, people say, oh, it's Southeast. No. The moment you marginalize Southeast, you marginalize yourself. That is how nation works. The moment you marginalize the South, you marginalize yourself. Because what happens is this: the oppressor does not give a hoot about you. The oppressor is more important. What is important to the oppressor is his selfish gain. So if he says, or he look at you and say, oh, you allow me to oppress these people and you support me, what do you think he will do to you? He will give you a stipend, knowing full well that you don't have the moral latitude to judge him in whatever he does in office. We keep going through the same circle every year, every 4 years. If the Igbos in Lagos in 2015, they went out to vote, in the booths around that Agor area or Jo area, thugs were there and they stabilized the voting stopped going on there. In 2019, the same thing. Now in 2020, what we are talking about is that people said, you know what? I want us to go out there and get our PVC and let's see if we can make things work. Even if they weren't successful, we'll be able to push the people. Let them know that, oh, look, if you do not act well, these other people, they are cooking up something. We do not challenge our leaders. We do not challenge our leaders.
All right, we're certainly challenging them now.
We are not challenging them enough.
Yeah.
We have to challenge them. We have to challenge our leaders by doing those things from the process. When our leaders are able to buy their way into power, we do not have anything against them. They have made their investment. That is my point. So they did it in 2019. They did it in 2015. 2022, they say, oh, they don't want to vote. Now they come out to say, let me go get my PVC. Now you do not want to register them. And we as Nigerians, we're looking at it and say, oh, I saw the
hold on. Why are you saying they don't want to register them? Where are you getting that from?
Oh, but it is in the news. Have you not been looking at the news? It's in the news.
No, it's a false narrative, that narrative. Are you talking about the Alaba space? Is that what you're talking about? The Alaba.
I'm talking about the registration that took on Thursday, that people went to register in Flestack, in Ojo, and they told them that they could not register.
No, they did not. They did not tell them they could not register. They did not.
No, but the video was out there. The thing that I do not listen to all those news. What I do normally is that I go and listen to the main people. Because when you listen to the news has already been they've already cosmetized it.
Thank you.
When you listen to the people in the streets, I call people in the streets. They went there because from here I'm calling people to go out there and pick up the PVC. We have to change Nigeria. We have to change Nigeria. It is not, there is no truth about it. Any of us, if they tell you, oh, because they are Igbo,
shall we infuse some facts into the narrative? I know that the facts sometimes the facts are never really as interesting as an embellished narrative, of course. But let's try and infuse some facts as much as we know them, or as factual as you're willing to consider that it is fact. What the police have told us is that the Alaba market, and by the way, the Alaba market is a $10 billion annual economic space. So that's how large it is. So the Alaba market, which is predominantly southeastern, they made the decision to shut down for the day and register so that their members will be registered. So now they all shut down, but when they shut down, the registration spaces that was closest to them, it only had one functional terminal. So imagine the mass of a space that commands a $10 billion economy cascading on a one terminal space. So they quickly overwhelmed that space, of course, and the terminal could not cope with the mass. They did not synergize with INEC to say that this is our plan and please facilitate for it. So there was no synergy between them, the authorities, and the INEC. So there was no synergy there. So that space was overwhelmed. And because people got quickly frustrated, there were skirmishes and some fights broke out, which the police told us only lasted for a few minutes. But because people have a lot of smartphones, they were able to severally capture those few minutes. And that is what is going viral. So this is what the police accounted for, that they should have phased, the registration rather than going. And we've seen clips. I have clips of them on this platform, which I can play to you. There was just so much of a mass of them that overwhelmed. Watch this. There was so much of a mass.
They want to allow us inside.
So there's just so much of a mass of them. So imagine that mass being facilitated for by one terminal. So that is a recipe for implosion, which is exactly what played out. So that narrative that they were spread, and the narrative, because the people that are recording it, they are giving it their interpretation of what transpired. Do you know that the deputy chairperson of that space, as we've just read, is actually an Igbo woman? So it was nothing ethnic. It was just a systemic thing and a failure to synergize between intent and facilitation. That was what happened.
I wasn't tagging it. I did not say anything tribal. I did not say it was tribal, right?
Not
what
you
I'm not saying it was systemic. I was saying it was systemic because what I told you that is that from in the past 3 weeks. Now, if we talk about this for Alaba, okay, that is fine. What about in the East? They are having also problem registering in the East. That is my problem. It is like everywhere they are, they always an issue with the functions of the system. That is why I said, if you want people to come out, make it easier for them to register. If they register and people in government knows that these people had wake up and they are coming out to vote, with the vote we have in the Southwest and the one we have in the North, we can tell these people, they cannot keep using us. We are only enemies at the political level. In the street, we mingle. So I just want to put it that way. Please, let us make sure that everything that we are doing, every part of Nigeria, remember the last time we talked, I was talking about the Amajuris. I knew the reason why I was talking about those. Because any part of us that is not doing well, that part of us will draw us back. I remember when I was talking about this Boko Haram thing. I remember when I warned about the IPOB thing in the Southeast. And today we have unknown government. These things just don't happen. These things will allow it to happen. Please, to the issue of Owo, we need to have state policing.
Hold on. I think Tunaja has the floor. So let me get back to Tunaja, but I sense your passion and you cannot wait to share your thoughts. This is how I will remember you. Very, very impassioned in the way that. But Tunaja, let me add some, and you too, Joel, let me add some data to this conversation that we're talking about regarding policing. So this is data. So this is data that I've come across regarding the Nigerian security space. So this is our 2022 data. This is from a platform called Global Firepower. So this is 2022 Nigeria military strength. It says for 2022, Nigeria is ranked 35 out of 142 of countries considered for annual whatever. So let me take you to the data, which is really, this is the breakdown now of how they see Nigeria. I'm not sure how they're drawing their data, but this is what they see. So they're putting the population at about 200 and just under 200 and 219.5 million. So 219.5 million. So that's what they're putting the Nigerian population at. And of that population, the active manpower, so that's people within the working age, there are 116 million approximately. And of those 116 million, the people that fall within fit for service, which is to say to take up a military position, because you have to be a particular type within a certain age, etc. So people of that category, they are, and they give percentages as well. So 53% of the Nigerian population, they are within the manpower bracket, and of that, almost 84 million. They are fit for service, so they can take up some sort of military service, and they constitute 38% approximately of the Nigerian population. So the people that are coming up to age to enter into that fit for service age, there are nearly 4 million, and so they constitute 1.8%. So the total military personnel estimate is 216. So that's military, you have to understand. Active personnel, and then it goes on to give you a breakdown. There's no reserve, but there's a paramilitary of about 80,000. So it goes on, and then it gives you the air power, so total air strength, and then it gives you, but I'm not quite sure where they're calling all these figures from, but this is the figures that have popped up on the internet. So approximate, but essentially adds on to, so that's data really to add on to the fact that Nigeria is somewhat or under-secured. So what are you making of that data to Nigeria?
That is a lamentable part. Now you notice that the active DC personnel that is available is around 100 and something, about 110 or 11,000, and that is to secure 200 million people. That number is even worse. So we are looking at somewhere around, 1 soldier to 2,000 almost. Actually, that is crazy. One soldier has to secure 2,000 Nigerians. We are getting the security we pay for. Our security budget is 2.3 billion, if I'm not mistaken, and that is similar amount we spend to go and watch movies in Nigeria. This is the security we are paying for, and we are surprised that we have problems. And I believe that if we spend the right amount, recruit more people, this problem will go away. It's not even money, because in reality, it's going to pay us back. In terms of investment, there are millions of Nigerians outside Nigeria that are willing to come back and invest. We are not even looking for foreign investors, just Nigerians alone. They will build, they will found companies, they will boom the economy and employ even more people. And now, security is not something that people take for granted. All the parts of the world do it. Europeans do it. Even if they are already strong, they still have more people. Look at US. US have 10 times more soldiers than us, even if they have the most advanced weapons in the world. They don't care. They still need the manpower there, because they understand human beings are the most advanced creation of the universe that we know of today. We have to take ourselves seriously. If we want to fix our country, the numbers are telling us what we need to do. It's not rocket science. For me, when I was growing up in Nigeria, when we were writing exams like JAM and all the rest, if you get the numbers like this, it's like cheating. You're getting the answer. Why are we not implementing it? That is the mindset that needs to change. We need to be looking at it and say, okay, this is a big problem. We have to fix it, because everything else we do is not going to work until we fix this problem. Thank you.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Well put. So thank you for that. So let me go on from you to Niger, and let me go on to Meadowman. So Meadowman, let me take you to a completely new space and have you speak then on Akeredolu's take on what went down in Owo. The attribution was to Iswap, according to the Nigerian government. But Akeredolu counters that Iswap not behind Owo Catholic incident. They would have claimed responsibility. Governor Akeredolu counters the Nigerian government. And if we go by the antecedent of the Iswap, Akeredolu is right. They are very quick to claim what they've done, even instances what they have not done. So if it's not Iswap, Why did the Nigerian government say it is? And if it is not, then whom? A lot of people feel it is politically motivated. Do you?
Thank you, one man.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Perfectly. Carry on.
Good evening, everybody. Yeah, even though I do agree with Akeredolu, what he said, makes sense to any human being with half a brain. But we have this culture of, deciding to just say things without investigation. The federal government came out to say something, then the state governor is saying no. And the reason he's giving is because it's just because Iswap always comes out to claim what they do. And that is true. That is true. But we can't be doing things like this. It has to be based on scientific findings or proper investigation coming out with and telling us what happened. We the citizens we have the right to know what happened. I mean, it's not like one person died. It's like, I don't know, I heard 25, then I heard 30, then I heard 50. I don't know how many people died. Not even that information is out there, for the populace. So about what he said, I think I do agree with him. If you consider the fact that Akeredolu was, he was like the face of that Southwest security outfit. I think the Amotekun. And if I'm not mistaken, if I'm not wrong, many times the anti-open grazing bill was enforced by these people, and cows were seized and auctioned. And he was the champion of that thing and all this. So I think it makes sense to what he's saying makes sense. It makes perfect sense. I mean, what impact does Iswap want to? I mean, yes, they are a terrorist organization, but why would they come from the Sahel and traverse the whole country to go to that locality that happens to be his hometown? I mean, this is a politically motivated attack, and it is to send a message.
All right.
So I do agree with him.
I'm of that thought too. Let me take you to another space. The Muslim ticket, which seems to be the best chance for Tinubu to really fulfill his, according to him, lifelong ambition. Because if he picks a Christian, it takes away a lot from his possibilities. But the religious organizations, they are up in arms.
Man.
They say the usual hoo-ha. So what are you making of that? Should you just damn it and just go for what he thinks is best?
No, you should listen up. Some 6 months ago, we were talking about this situation. I mentioned that this would be an interesting part of the whole thing. Who is he going to choose? Will Tinubu be Muslim enough for the far north, or will a middle belt and be northern enough for the far north? That is the question here. Is Tinubu Muslim enough for them, or is a North Central person northern enough for them but he does have, he does have some options. He does have Boss Mustafa, who's a Christian, and a Christian northerner. He has the governor, the current governor of Plateau State.
Does Boss Mustafa bring any votes? Is he popular in the north?
Not really. Not really.
So that's
but Solomon Lalong does we bring votes, especially from the North Central.
You think so? Middleman, I don't know what's wrong with your system these days. Have you moved house? Your system is always crackling now. No, we can't hear you.
He should be a good candidate. So that is an option. Okay. I will log off and back on.
Yes. Your system, the way the Ajale Coco system always dips in and out sometimes. But let me take that question to
Okay.
Joel. Yeah, Joel, do you want to take it up from where Meduman left it? So the Muslim thing, it's a real sticking point for Tinubu, because all the usual quarters, they've already attacked the space to say that don't do it. But it serves him best to do it. Because there's no Christian in the north that brings votes, and he needs votes from the north. And as Meduman said, Tinubu is not Muslim enough to command any Muslim vote, so he needs a real Muslim to be on the ticket with him. What does he do, Joel?
So you see, our political space has been filled with what quote unquote strong men, and our institutions suffer for it. So that's the reason why we are looking at who is going to bring in the vote, and not based on what the person can bring to the table, as in what he has upstairs to offer. Now, that question about Muslim ticket, I must say, if I could borrow the word of is it Babachir? Is dead on arrival. Babachir Lawal is dead on arrival. It's not going to work. Nigeria has not gotten to that point. Now, we've made references to MKO, the MKO time, right?
Yeah, MKO King Gibe.
And King Gibe. But then we were not as divided as we are today, right? Today we are so divided along tribal and religious lines. Now look at what has been going on with the death of Deborah, the guy in Abuja, now in Owo. Look at how Buhari has filled up our military space with people from the north, from the northeast and northwest mainly. All these things have implications on the side of the people. So we have not gotten to that point yet where we say we were there before, but you see in Nigeria we take 500 steps, then we take 400 steps back. Then probably we just make a gain of 100 steps. So that is the issue there. And Tinubu should go for, I don't care where he is, where he's coming from, he should go and get a Muslim, a Christian, Muslim, and Northerner to put on his ticket. If he puts
let's try and unpack that a little bit, Joel. So yes, it would be ideal if you can get a Christian Northerner, but really there are no strong Christian Northerners, as we are already struggling to. They say Simon Lalong, which tells you that it's a far reach. So his opponent is Atiku Abubakar, and by the way, Atiku Abubakar is also not really considered a real Muslim by the Northerners. So they cancel each other out in that context, because they're always saying he's always cavorting with women and all. So they don't consider him strong enough for Muslim. But
that is for you. That is for you. That's for. But when it comes to the nitty-gritty, they're still going to take Atiku over Tinubu.
Okay, so they will take Atiku over. So let's go to that space. They will take Atiku over Tinubu. So for Tinubu then to have a chance, he's never going to take all of the north from Atiku, of course, but for him to cut inroad into the north, he needs a strong popular person that he knows that the Northerners, they really like. And we're talking about names like Babagana Zulum. So that's the sort of person, because he will bring votes, Babagana Zulum. They adore him in the north. But he's a Muslim.
Sorry, can I add to that?
Hold on. So, but they adore him in the north. So Tinubu has to make a calculation. The cry against a Muslim ticket is essentially a southern cry. So where are the Christian bases in the south? They're in Yoruba land and Igbo land. So the Yoruba land, he already has them by virtue of he being one of their own. His chances of getting any significant vote in the southeast is very slim. But he needs to go to the north to try and capture some votes. So should it make the calculated risk then that the Yorubas will follow me because I'm one of their own? but I need the Northerners to cut into article space, and I need a strong Northerner, which has to be a Muslim, because they will vote with religion and ethnicity, and it needs something to tap into that space. So I would suggest that he just goes for a Muslim ticket and see how it plays out. It will only be the Christian Association of Nigeria bouncing off the walls, nothing more, just noise making.
Oh my God!
Sorry,
can I just quickly say something quickly, please?
Okay, go
Yeah,
ahead.
you know what? I think you are quite spot on that. One man I think it's a very good idea, because I think that if Tinubu want to play politics, he would choose a Muslim ticket. He already has the West. He needs inroad into the North. I mean, so that is how he could win. However, everybody will accuse him of, not being like a statesman. He's choosing only one side of the country, and that's one religion. So that could be a problem. But as a politician that wants to win an election, he could do it.
What was the Christian Association of Nigeria? They would have press conference and throw Agbada for about 2 weeks.
It's still a political suicide for Tinubu.
Exactly.
You think so?
Who's going to come after him?
Look,
the more they start go after him, the more the North will want him. You see the problem.
All right. Joel, permutate that suicide. Walk us through that suicide as you understand it.
It's going to be a political suicide. Like I told you, we are not yet there as a people. We were there before, and in the last 8 years or 7 years, it has been so badly scored with. We cannot continue to have.
No. Let's do details rather than who will punish him if he does a Muslim ticket.
The electorate.
No. But which section of the electorate?
You see, in a general election, you cannot be so sure. Right?
Let's break it down.
In a general election, see, you can never be so sure. You see, we have this false narrative in the South. When we talk about the North, we say the North are one. You see, the North is only one politically. When you go to the streets, when you go to places like Taraba, Plateau, Benue, all those places, the Muslims, these guys are massacred on the daily. And when they report, you have seen people like Autumn, right? Talking, how long did it take Buhari to tag these guys terrorists? So people are listening to these things. So it's going to be, they're going to say a Muslim again from the North, Muslim ticket. I am telling you, it's going to be a political suicide. We are not yet there. Tinubu should go into the North and get us a Christian.
I think we are there in terms of this. What's the predominant religion in the North?
It's still Muslims, but see, it's like
there's a good complement of Christians, yes, but the predominant religion is Islam.
It's Islam. So it's like 60-40. It's like 60-40.
I'm not sure if that's a bit generous.
So I think we focus more on how it affects in the North, not factoring in that we have the South too. A lot of Christian in the South too doesn't really want Muslim ticket.
No, we want to unpick that. That's why I'm saying that Joel should stay with the. Let's unpick it in terms of how what the demography is and how the demography would react.
That is where I was trying to get you to.
Yeah.
That's where I was trying to get you to. Yeah. In all of these places, I now mentioned especially in the North Central, and even in the corners, because you have Christians in the corner, right? In all of these places, Tinubu is going to lose hands down, and they constitute a good number. Look, Tinubu is going into the North. If Tinubu is going to the North, I can see him being comfortable in the Southwest. But if Tinubu is going into the North, he has to make sure that everything. I mean, before the Northern governor supported him, they knew in their minds that Tinubu was going to get another Christian. They knew all that. But if we want to make this thing about a Muslim ticket, Tinubu is going to lose. Period.
Mr. Joe.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother.
Thank you so much. And one man, thank you. This is Vine Maxwell here in Ghana,
Here in
and
Ghana, yes.
I would just like to chip in something here. You see, Joel, have you lived in the North before?
Yeah, I was born in Kano.
Okay, and okay. I spent 18 years in the North, in Kano,
Okay.
Kaduna,
Okay.
Mina, Nguru, Yobe State, and
Okay.
Adamawa. You see, there is something we have refused to understand with the North. No matter how you see it, no matter how you look at it, the North vote as a political bloc.
Yes, that's what
They
I'm saying.
vote in bloc. They don't care who is a Christian. They don't care who is a Muslim. They always vote in a bloc. If you look at the history of elections in Nigeria, you will see how the North votes. And once they speak in one voice, nobody counters it. If you look at the Christian populations in the North, it is not as huge as the Muslim population in the North. If Tinubu ventures to go for a Muslim ticket, he is going to lose. Even as we speak, even if look at what happened, do you know that in the North, I will speak it so that you will understand, so that our viewers also will understand, and you will interpret for them. When they say Akeredolu Rama, what does it mean?
I don't know that one.
It left. It was barely 1 year old when he left the
No.
North.
I
He's an American guy.
I left at the age of 12.
Somebody is in Nashville. Somebody is an American. You are speaking. Is an American guy.
Okay. Let me explain. What they say, when you wrong, I don't want to generalize. Please. I don't want to, please, I beg of you, do.
Go on, Vin, for precious
when
time.
When you wrong a northerner, let's say for a Christian, they will forgive you. But the other side, they will not forgive you, and they will tell you, Nariga, ya carry, na barishi, I have forgiven you, but Akeredolu Rama. Do you know what they say?
Take us to where you are taking us now, Vin.
Okay. Where I'm taking you is that there is no forgiveness. Akeredolu Rama, there is a day of reckoning, of retaliation. A day of retaliation is now to cover the tenure of Yaradua. It has been there, and we keep skipping it.
What are you talking about?
They have not forgiven the South for taking over Yaradua's tenure. That doctrine of necessity is what they are going to do. Even if, my point is this, even if Tinubu picks a Christian, he is going to lose.
I don't know. That's your estimation.
No, listen now. You see, we work with these people. We work in those environments. I work in those environments. They call me Alkali. If Joe will tell you what Alkali means, they call me Alkali, an arbiter. That's what they call me when I was there. When you want to know the secret of the devil, enter the devil very well. Don't stay outside with a long spoon. Thank you.
All right, I don't understand that was why when I was listening, I went back to listen to the topic we had earlier on. I was listening to DOG saying that that when you come to the Southeast that they are not accommodating, and I was like, who says so? I keep listening to these things on TV.
I didn't say they are not accommodating.
I cannot buy a land in Southeast.
You don't feel you can't compare how a southwestern person will feel in the east to how a eastern person will feel in the south. That we southwesterners, we welcome people, and it shows in numbers of how we have loads of Hausas, loads of Igbos, and all that in the southwest.
All right, let's not reopen that space. So
let me just make a clarification there, right? Welcoming people, right, has no degree. If you're somebody that's welcoming, you're welcoming. I have had this narrative, and I'm trying to put it to everyone here that it's a false narrative. I've had people say, "Oh, you can't buy land in the east." I say, "Which land? You cannot buy in the east." My neighbor, I told you guys about my landlady. My landlady bought 3 plots of land for Olu, Bimbo, and what's his other, the last one. My mother told her about the land. He bought it she bought those land for them. Today, that land is worth 20 million naira each. What I'm trying to say is this: let's stop pushing this false narrative. Lagos, people came to Lagos, and we all know the reason why people came to Lagos. If there were ports in Warri, Calabar, right? Maybe the rush to Lagos will reduce. And don't forget that Lagos was a former capital of the nation.
All right.
So many people move to Lagos State because of the sea, and that is the politics in Nigeria. Nigeria is the only place where, if you're moving away from if you're moving towards the desert, you meet more people. If you're coming towards the savannah area, you meet less people. That's
all right.
Talking about the north being greater than the south population.
Yeah, Joel. I don't want to reopen that space because anytime we go to that space, I always notice the comment section. They don't like it. They don't like when we start to talk about Yoruba versus Igbo and all those.
I know. I'm trying to send Igbos to everybody. I'm trying to send Igbos to everybody to tell you, every one of you here, that if you want to get a land in Igbo land, you are more than welcome to buy a land in Igbo land. If you want to marry, we have beautiful women. Okay?
Because that's obviously
it was only that talk about land, though. I didn't talk about
all right, but don't worry. I am coming to Anambra anyway.
I'm just trying to sell the southeast to you.
Yeah, so don't worry. I'm coming to Anambra with Soludo there. I am coming. Yeah.
It's obviously a false statement. I said it here several times. I grew up. I spent a lot of years in Aba. I told you how my direct neighbor, I said it here, how they are Yorubas.
So one Yoruba man lives in the whole of Aba.
No, you guys don't want to travel. You guys don't want to travel. It's nobody's fault.
So if you
don't want to come there,
it's because of people like Nsebide. Now we are scared of people like Nsebide.
If you're not traveling, how will you complain?
If you look at the
sorry. Okay. Wait, just a minute. If you are in Akure or wherever or Abeokuta, and you're saying that somebody have not welcomed you when you've not made any move to go there, so how will you make that kind of?
All right, thank you. Let me acknowledge Plenty Waters super chat, and he was super chatting to the conversational space that Joel was expanding on. It says, will a Christian Northerner trigger the Northern APC members to vote against APC for the sake of Islam? Now you see why I asked Sir Ajanle Koko to educate us on SDP and Michael Otedola's NRC. History shows. So I'm not sure if history shows anything, but thank you for that. Will a Christian Northerner trigger the Northern APC members to vote against APC for the sake of Islam? I'm not sure because they don't consider Tinubu to be a Muslim, not even a real Muslim. I'm not sure that in the core north they consider him to be a Muslim.
No matter how Muslim you want to be, as long as even Nigerian Muslims are not even considered main Muslim in the Middle East.
No.
So that is how it is. So in Nigeria, as it is, the Northern Muslim does not believe that the Southerners are real Muslims. So we get all that. But the fact that he is a Muslim, they will still respect that he is a Muslim. he should go and get a Christian, a northerner to put on that flag of one man. It's not going to work. I'm just telling you, it's going to be a political suicide.
All right.
There is a portion that said that follow us. A portion. I think all of us. I said it here the other day. Quran chapter 48 verse 29. He said they should be compassionate to one another. Even if you are an Igbo Muslim, you are Yoruba Muslim, they are compassionate to one another. Quran chapter 48 verse 29. You can Google it here, one man, you can place it there.
No, your Quran doesn't even have chapters. They have a date or a date or a date. They call it.
They have chapters. They have chapters and the surah. Now, if you Google it, you will see it there. You will see it. It's there in the Google. It said Prophet Muhammad is the prophet of Allah, and his followers must be firm on unbelievers and compassionate to one another. So if you are a Muslim in the south, you are a Muslim in the north, they will give you preferential status than the other side. That it is there in the Quran. So there is no disagreement about that.
I agree.
All right. I'm not sure any of us is Muslim. So but let me sample Obi's thought, only because Obi is joining us for the first time, and I like to document the new voices just to get a feel of their politics. So Obi, if you're there, you can unmute yourself. Obi Ruben.
Yeah, one man.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you. So you've been hearing the conversation, especially the positions that Joel has just fleshed out, insisting that Tinubu must necessarily, for best chance, pick a Christian from the north. But I'm saying that he can sacrifice that religious space for expediency. So what are your thoughts on that, Obi?
All right. Thank you very much, one man, for bringing me into the house today. I've been wanting to come. Sergeant Lekoko, I see you. I greet everybody. Okay. For me.
Thank you. You are welcome.
For me, I don't even see Tinubu winning this election, first of all. Simply because I believe they vote not. Like, Northerners vote Northerners. They don't vote party. Northerners vote Northerners. I don't expect a Northerner to start voting for Tinubu. Because first of all, they will be thinking
we have disproved that though severally now. We've had this conversation before, and we cited MKO, we cited Obasanjo, we cited Goodluck.
Yeah. They voted no. They voted South before. I've told you this is what they make us to believe. You know
what happened. You know what happened there. What happened there? If you look,
hold on. Sorry, let's hear from Obi a bit more. Sorry, I beg your pardon, but yeah, Obi, back to you. Yeah.
Right. Thank you. So what I'm just saying, based on my own thought, I just feel the Northerners will still prefer to have Atiku than having a Tinubu. They will feel when Tinubu gets there, definitely is going to cut down a lot of their strongholds in the political realm in Nigeria, and he might bring policies that might not favor them, and so some of those things are the things they will be looking at. We saw that as when Deborah was killed, and how Atiku will definitely play to the turn of the north, but Tinubu might go stubborn. So these are the things I guess they will consider while voting. So that's just it.
All right, but what about this narrative of power must come to the south, which the Southerners are quite insistent on? Because the one thing that you have to give the North credit for is their capacity to gauge the mood of the country, and the mood of the country wants a break, both from the North and especially from the Fulani, both of which Atiku is.
Yeah, based on the power shifting, I will really commend the northern governors for standing their ground. We saw how Buhari wanted to play this consensus game and bring Ahmed Lawal from nowhere, So I thank God for the way the Northern. I like the way the Northerners play their politics. I'm still telling you that they are not really the problem. I'm an Igbo guy, but I will still say these people are not really the problem. What are the Southerners doing? How do the Southerners play their politics? I'm an Easterner, yes. How do we Easterners play our politics? You know, these are the things you measure. After you measure, then you will know the outcome. You will know the outcome. As you can see now, you see that the Northerners want an outsider. But the issue now I'm having is we saw how that team played during Goodluck's time. If they allow, maybe Tinubu does 4 years now, they might still come with that same tactics and use the media, use everything within their power to still bring up stories, propaganda, and all, and still put him down and put another Northerner for under 8 years. So I don't really trust their process actually, but I will commend them for wanting to shift the power to the South as they did. I really commend them for that.
All right. We'll start to see how it begins to flesh out, because we're now getting into the policy spaces of the campaign. In the earlier session, we were talking about how Atiku, he's doubling down on the privatization thrust of his ideology in terms of how he sees a future for Nigeria. So he's intent on selling off things like the railway, the oil sector, the communication sector, all of which he did to some great success under the Obasanjo administration. So he's going to want to repeat that template. So what is going to drive this election is really something that we've not even yet brought into conversation. Is it going to be the traditional go-tos of ethnicity and religion, or will policy get some breathing space within the discussion as we move forward, Obi?
Okay, based on this question you asked, I think the traditional, the status quo is changing, because I can see Northerners even talk about P2B. I still see people from the Southwest talk about P2B. I see the narratives are changing. Like, so me, I don't really expect that traditional way, because the way people, if you can check the number of registered voters now, like, you will see that there is change. There is not just that same traditional way of doing things. You know, we can see people now coming out, artists hosting free shows for people, making the PVC just the admission, and also I just believe it's not going to be the traditional way of we running our elections right from time in Nigeria. You know,
I told them it's going to be different. It's going to be different this in 2023.
You know, we've heard that before. We hear that
One man. I have not seen. Let me tell you. You see, I still tell people, whether you like it or not, Nigeria stands on a tripod. It's still the same thing. Forget about all these things. The South will still come with their money bags. We know why they come. They will still come and they will still be used. Nigeria still stand on that tripod. In all of these, in the three, the only people that have had so much voter apathy is people of the Southeast. I am surprised at the numbers that went out to pick up. So what I'm trying to say is that this election is going to be something that we're going to look back and say, right, we really pushed, or we did it. But this election will be different.
Do you know why?
In contribution to what Joel is saying.
Hold on, one at a time.
In contribution to what Joel is saying, like, I personally, I'm trying to see how I stay in Oka. I'm trying to see how I could helped a lot of people to vote to get their PVC. Like, before an Igbo man will leave his business, before an Igbo man will leave where he's making money, to say he wants to go and do voter, just know that thing has really pushed him to the wall. I'm telling you, because I know how my people do when it comes to money. So in Onitsha, as of today, in Onitsha, if you can ask, if you have anybody around, if you can make up, I'm telling you that people are leaving their businesses to go get their PVC. This is not a story. I'm telling you what is really happening now, even currently in Onitsha. So the narrative is totally changing. It's not just that way. I beg. Our votes no the count. Those kind things.
Hold on. That's just the Nnamdi Kanu bounce now. That's the Nnamdi Kanu bounce.
No. See, it's not.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Stop it.
That's the Nnamdi Kanu bounce. That's the Nnamdi Kanu bounce now.
It has nothing to do with. It has nothing.
Can I push back on something you said earlier on? You said something that DOG said before too. He said the Nigerian narrative that Igbo man, you just said it just now, that the Nigeria stands on 3 tripods. It's not. And you keep making the mistake. The real giant in Nigeria is the Hausas. Hausas are 70 million, Igbos 30, Yorubas 30. There is a 24% population of minorities in Nigeria. And you keep saying that you are just 3 tripods. And this is one of the aspects that weakens our country. Any group that is marginalized is a security threat. You can't just be marginalized. People say it's only one group of people that runs the country. It's not good way to found it.
I did not say the tripod.
Hold on.
I did not say the tripod thing. I did not say the tripod thing as a way of I did not say the tripod thing as a way of demeaning every other group. Every group in Nigeria matters, and DOG. Everybody in Nigeria matters. What I'm just trying to make you understand is this. In the north that you're talking about, when you talk about the Fulanis, you have the Fulanis. You probably you are not privy to this, but you have the Fulanis, you have the Kanuris, you have the houses, which are more in population, by the way, than the Fulanis. You say?
Hausa is 40-something million to Nigeria. Where are you getting?
Hausa is more in number than the Fulanis, but the Fulani controls the government. I just want you to understand what is going on in the north. Now, I understand where one man was going when he said we should get someone from Tinubu should get someone from the Muslim north. We are talking that, let's make it clear, Muslim Fulani, right? That is what we are talking about. So it has always been between the Fulanis and someone from the south. But nobody is talking about the marginalization going on among the Christian north.
No.
Or even the Kanuris, the houses.
When I say hold on, please hold on, because there's too many voices cascading over each other. I just want to put a question to Niger. To Niger, can you name a Hausa president that Nigeria has ever had? You said there's 70-something million, whatever. Can you name one Hausa president?
I thought Abacha was considered Hausa, but if you say
it's Fulani.
It's not Fulani, it's Kanuri.
No. Abacha is Kanuri.
It's Kanuri.
Hausa is 51 million.
And I think Babangida is Nupe.
Babangida is Nupe, so he's not Hausa himself.
We've never had a Hausa, so this thing that you're saying,
Hausa is really marginalized.
It's like in Yoruba Kingdom, where the group of people that were being elected in national positions were from a tiny group of Yoruba. So maybe that's what happens in every region. I don't know.
I'm sorry, and let me add to what you just said to Niger. Even remember, right? One of the reasons why Osinbajo did not make a good showing in the Southwest from a report that is coming up is that we did not know that even among the Yorubas, they were saying, Abba, it's not going to be only Ogun State. You have Obasanjo Ogun State. You have Fela Ogun State. You have
no, that is not true.
Hold on. No. It was out there.
Let us stop it. Let us stop it. That is not the Let us stop that.
Excuse me. You said I should stop. Why?
Hold on, everybody. Everybody, hold on. Let me direct how this conversation, but it's just too many voices on top of each other. So let Ajale Koko interject you. And then I want to get to Obi quickly back as soon as you can. So Ajale Koko, you want to interject on the point that he made? Yeah.
Yes, that narrative is trying to play is totally false and totally untrue. Why Oshibajo could not make it is because he doesn't have he's not a politician in the first place, and he doesn't have structure within the party. And
I did not say that that's the reason why he did not win. I said that that's the reason why you don't have a good showing.
No, that is not why you did not have a good. No, It is not why it did not have a good showing.
But,
And I'm just telling you that narrative should not. That narrative
I read
should
the
not
news.
cock up
I read
at
Nigerian
all.
news every day. But the issue
Nigerian
of Ogun
Yoruba
State,
does not discriminate against
oh,
each other
please,
based on the
please,
state. No, let me
please.
tell you. Are you a Yoruba person?
Let
Are you a
people
Yoruba
criticize
person?
Yoruba too.
Oh God.
That is what you always tell us.
Are you a Yoruba person?
Come on. No, I think in the news. I read news.
What is
I
the
stay in
news?
Lagos State too.
Which
No, come
Lagos
on
state?
now.
That is. Are you a Yoruba person?
I'm not a Yoruba person, but I
Okay,
mean, I
and
I'm
I'm a Yoruba, and I am telling you, do you know better than myself?
No, you're just one man, my brother. Please, if you don't have it, you don't have it. I can speak. I can speak.
Hold on. He's entitled to an opinion.
One man. I am going to look for the video because you see, I don't look at what happens to I look at mostly.
You are listening to one man as well. One video from one person that just talk nonsense, and you want to start to spread
my
that.
brother. I'm talking about 5-6 interviews. I am going to present it to you.
Joel,
right?
you have a
I will have
point.
to
We've
go back.
actually
I will
even
give
talked
you.
about this thing. It's
Right?
part of why he affected him. It's part of
He
it. There's
affected
nothing to
him.
argue
Let's
about. We've
stop all
said that.
this
We've talked about this on
trying
this
to
program.
think like we have a perfect Yoruba.
Let's just
No,
move
it's not
on.
like that.
Can everybody let's bring it down. Bring it down. So Joel, in your steady voice, present what you're about to present, because I'm not really still sure where you are landing. So present what you're about to present, because I want to get back quickly to Obi, who has the floor, but present that space, that narrative you want to present about Osinbajo. So present it, and then Ajale Koko can counter it, and then we get back to Obi.
Okay, this is what I'm trying to say, right? Like in the build up to the APC primaries, the issue of where Osinbajo came from became an issue among Yorubas when they were talking about the consensus. It was there in Arise TV, it was there in TVC. Okay, so the issue was about most people that has had positions from the Southwest, right, came from Ogun State. And when you look at it, it is fair enough. It is fair. It is an open truth. Are you going to tell me you don't know who Obasanjo is? You're not going to tell me you don't know who Yemi Osinbajo is? I am not from Yoruba land. I stay among Yorubas.
Shonekon as well.
Shonekon is Yoruba. Look at every person that has opposition.
State as well, yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? It's from Ogun State, right? This state has been going on. Even my landlady is from Osun State. She called this issue up, and that's the reason why she supported Tinubu very, very well. Because my mom is a Tinubu fan. The other day, she was drinking because she stays with my brother here. She was drinking. I was like, I made a place, man. She was like, oh, my boy has won. You get where I'm coming from? Yeah. So Tinubu has that appellation. But we also remember in Lagos State, the real owners of Lagos State. When was the last time that the real owners of Lagos State ruled Lagos State? We can go deep. Right? Now, we can say that, oh, we are so now educated that we have left certain things. I get it. But let's not take away the truth. The facts are that there have been more people from Ogun State, and it really affected Osinbajo's chances. I am not saying he was going to win, but he would have made a better showing at the primaries.
All right. Thank you for that. So I think DOG wanted to back up what you're saying. So back it up just very briefly, and then Ajanle Koko can counter it, and then we go back to Obi.
Yeah, because I remember we actually brushed through this narrative of him coming from Ogun State a bit, even on this section. So I don't understand why Ajale Koko was trying to tackle that.
Do you think it affected his chances?
It did affect it, and it actually came. It was right. It came up when the issue of consensus came up. It was part of what they were talking about.
DOG heard about it too, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, you see? So, I mean, it's not like I was trying to make up something that's not out there.
All right. Ajanle Koko, you disagree?
It's unfortunate that some people can come up on internet or play some some narrative that does not cohere with the real situation, and they will be blowing that trumpet as if it is true. When Tinubu picked Osinbajo, nobody forced him to pick somebody from Ogun State. Osinbajo worked with him as the Attorney General, and among all the commissioners, he is the best commissioner among all his commissioners, that he knew, he had conviction in that, yes, this guy can do the job for the position of vice president. So he chose him.
But he wasn't his first choice.
Hold on, man.
It wasn't his first choice. Remember?
Can you hold on? I don't know what you mean about first choice. I don't know what you mean about second choice. I don't know what you mean about third choice.
He presented 3 people. The first
No,
2 people
he didn't present 3 people.
I don't
That's
even know
not
why
true.
you're taking us back. Ajani, we are talking about his chances getting this ticket, not about him becoming vice president. So why are we going back to him?
Can you let me speak? I'm just coming up with my preamble and let me land.
Okay, land.
Tinubu was asked to send 3 names. And he said he figured out that they are trying to corner him with 3 names. That they could add another name and choose that name as the vice president. And he refused to send 3 names, but only send 1 name, Osinbajo's name. He himself personally chose Osinbajo without consultation with anybody, without consultation with any leaders in Yoruba land. He did not act under the pressure of anybody. So he chose him. And Osinbajo is not a politician. If Osinbajo is an astute politician like him that have built, structure around the country within the party, it will have been a different game. Osinbajo forget about consensus. Consensus among them, we know that Tinubu will never agree to consensus because he knew what he has done, how much he has put, how much structure he has put in place around the country within that party. So this idea of they don't want somebody from Ogun State, where is that coming from? No, Obasanjo rose to the highest top of the military rank before he became head of state. Nobody chose him to be. It is not Yoruba people that choose him to be head of state of Nigeria. And when he became the civilian president, it's not Yoruba people that choose him to be president of Nigeria. It was his past record and his past position as the former head of state, and the Northerners love him, and they back him to be president of Nigeria as a civilian president. When Awolowo became the president of Nigeria, it is not.
Sorry, Ajani Koko. I think what they are suggesting is that there's a narrative, and I think Joel, he cited even conversations on
that narrative have never came up among the leadership of Yoruba.
But he said he was being
within the party.
Hold on, please. Can you hold on, please? Joel was just and Joel, you can just in your own words. He was saying that he had conversations around this on channels, television, on TVC. And
maybe I never heard it. I never heard it. If he has it, he can post it to you. I never seen it. If you see anybody, I don't know who will be singing that.
Amongst hold on. Even people in the street,
I forget about people in the street. People in the street.
Can I finish? I say all strata of life. Cutting all stratas of life. when you look at, I look at everybody. And if you're a good student of history, you know that sometimes the media gets you confused. When you listen to the people in the street, they tell you what is really, really going on. They're real feeling. What they call it, the people in the street, people like those ones that they go out to interview at the newspaper stands, it came up there. And one of the newspaper dailies, it came up there. And China's television, moving up a little bit, I've forgotten the guy's name, he came up and he made that statement. And Arise News, someone higher, made that statement. Then, even within the party, they were discussing this issue about Ogun State. Now, they might not have made it so loud, but at the end of the day, this issue is gone. What we're just trying to say is stop painting a perfect picture, of the Yorubas. No, there were fracas. If what happened to Tinubu, where Yemi came out, Amosu came out, happened within the Igbo land, everybody would be like, Igbos are not united. But we still had these people who Tinubu himself made who they are, made them who they are, still came out to contest against Tinubu. We all saw what happened within the even when Tinubu was addressing. You will find out that they took him as what could I use for Tinubu? Tinubu I don't know if you have had time to please hold on one man. Yeah. If you had time to listen to Tinubu's acceptance speech, right? You'll find that if you had listened to the body language, you'll find out that he did not expect that he was going to win. So that is to tell you that for him to have come out victorious meant so much to him, and I still congratulate him.
All right. Well,
okay.
so
let me respond.
Sorry, I want to move away from that.
Let me respond 1 minute.
All right, but it will never end though. But
it is going to end now. Tinubu is the leader, is the political leader from Yoruba land. Nobody, Oshibado, cannot even contest that with him. So this idea or this narrative that, they don't want him because he's from Ogun State, that is a complete lie, number one.
Adanle Koko, I can tell you it's not a lie. It came up within the party, and I was being told by strong people that are in the party. You can't be sure. You can't be saying it's a lie. It's a lie. Were you there with them? Somebody is telling you something about, and I'm confirming it to you.
You guys have
actually
been speaking
came up in that discussion.
You guys have been speaking since the beginning of the program. I did not make it. Let me finish my own. Nobody is contesting.
Because you are wasting time on no topic. It's no topic.
No, don't worry. Let him land this point. Yeah,
what is wrong with D? Why do you behave like this, for God's sake? All the time.
How do I behave? I'm just telling you facts.
I told you it would never end. I wanted to move on.
It happened, and I'm telling you it happened. So what am I behaving?
All right. Let me just move on, because it will just continue to spiral.
I don't. This is very, very irritating.
All right. Apologies for that.
They coming down.
And especially D, you calm down as well.
So nobody is contesting the leadership with Tinubu from Yoruba land. It's number one. So the idea of somebody from Ogun State want to overshadow him, that is not even a right in the first place. Some people can come up with all sort of this kind of nonsense narrative that does not hold water. That is my point. It doesn't hold water, and the leadership in Yoruba land does not even contest the position of leadership on the basis of, this one from East State, this one from... No.
People have paid attention to that. Even I pay attention to it. I think it's mentioned severally that it's a curiosity that of all of the... I don't think we've ever had a Yoruba person take the topmost seat in Nigeria that is not from that, certainly Ogun State space,
Yes, I agree with you, but it is not a big issue. Among Yoruba, it's not an issue at all.
No,
it is a fact that all leadership we had, yes, they are all from Ogun State, but is it an issue to Yoruba people? Is it a problem to the entire Yoruba people? No. But some disgruntled element or some disgruntled leaders in Yoruba land that just want to steer some trouble, came up with this narrative.
You're agreeing with us. You agree with us that it happened.
No, hold on. But to say that is why he couldn't get the ticket, that is what I'm debunking. That is why he did not get. I mean, that is not what stopped him from getting the ticket, but because it doesn't have the structure within the party, is the northern governors that gave that ticket to Tinubu.
All right, thank you. I must move on because that space is just is I think we've
okay.
Yeah, let me go back to
please.
Let me get back to Obi. So Obi, are you still there?
Yes, I'm there, one man.
Yes, thank you, Obi. I wanted to sample you on the Peter Obi phenomenon, which I consider to be an Nnamdi Kanu bounce. Okay, I wanted to. Who's that? Babachir, please mute yourself. Sorry about that. So sorry, Obi. Yes, I wanted to speak to you about the Peter Obi phenomenon, which I somewhat consider to be an Nnamdi Kanu bounce. So what are you making of the Peter Obi phenomenon, Obi? And do you see it very much as a sectional, regional, ethnic thing? A lot of people want to paint that it is not, but from all of the defense of that space, it often is, because the people that are pushing that narrative are essentially his people. So what are you making? Firstly, what are you making of the Peter Obi phenomenon, Obi?
Okay, one man. I will still say that the Peter Obi movement is not an Igbo movement. Okay, the Peter Obi movement is not a Biafra movement. It's not an Nnamdi Kanu movement. Okay, so what actually gave this guy the audience is him visiting the radio, visiting platforms and giving hopes to Nigerians. It's not even about maybe because he's an Igbo. If a Yoruba man, which has had maybe good records like Peter Obi, came out and still sell these ideas, he will still have the same movement. That's just it. So I can't buy that narrative that it's Nnamdi Kanu. No, it's not.
You don't think it's straddling the Nnamdi Kanu platform? The space that Nnamdi is sensitized is essentially what he's occupying now. It's because I see him somewhat as Nnamdi Kanu, but with better English and better clothes.
No.
One man.
No, that's how I see him now. It's no different.
I don't buy into this narrative, one man. It's not at all.
What impact do you think it will have on the electoral space in 2023?
Okay, Peter Obi, first of all, I know the East will vote for him. Then, will I say a bit in the Southwest will vote for him. South, some part of the South will vote for him. Then I don't have any assurance about the North, but I know in the South he's going to have.
Do you think it's a spoiler? Do you think it's essentially a spoiler? I think we can all agree that it's not going to be president, but he's going to affect who is going to be president. So do you think it's essentially a spoiler?
One man, that statement you made. Sorry, that statement you made that we agree that he's not going to. Oh my, you can't make such statements now. You can't say that.
Do you think it's
you can't just say that, because for the fact that you can have 0.01 possibility, that 0.01 possibility is a possibility. So we can't just say he can't. No, we won't say that.
All right, but I think we have. I think it's no. I think we all know it's
but
not going to
the
be.
issue is.
Can I come in? Okay, when you're done.
Hold on.
Sorry. Let me just go on before
go on.
The issue is this. The Peter Obi's space now is going to reduce our votes in the South. You know,
that's what I'm saying.
That's just the disadvantage of this thing now.
Yeah, that's just what it is. Yeah.
Is a spoiler to which kind of government? Is Tinubu's government the kind of government we want? Is a spoiler to people who corrupt, people who pay delegates to assume the flag bearer of the party, people who can't raise the flag up? No, now He's not a spoiler to such people. Just come to think of it. Is he a spoiler to someone who has actually brought evidence of stealing and pure corruption? No, now. If he's a spoiler to someone like Mogaluna, we can say that, but not to Tinubu. Tinubu is not, he's a thief. You know, he's just a thief. He's a rogue. That's just it.
Do you think there's a danger that Peter Obi might well gift the presidency back to the North?
If the South, maybe towards the election, if the South don't come together to pick one person, there's high tendency that Atiku will win, like very high tendency, because the kind of crowd Peter Obi is pulling is not something like we never expected it. Me, I didn't expect such. So he might reduce the vote of Tinubu. You understand? So that's just where the issue. So there's possibility that the vote that Atiku will win.
Yeah. Do you think he should step down for Tinubu? Do you think Peter Obi should step down for Tinubu?
Never. Why will he do that? How will someone who is competent
being president
for someone who paid delegate to assume a flag?
No,
woman, what are you saying?
Forget all that now.
Sorry, woman, sorry. Obi, you said that the South should come together and pick one person. Then woman asked you that you should step down for the obvious answer should have been then step down for unity's sake now. The way you just said
no. DOG, when I mean the South should come together, we know what we want in Nigeria. So I can't expect all of us now to come together now to vote for someone like Tinubu. No, now that man is who knows. So let's just try to understand. When I say come together,
so Peter Obi doesn't step down for Tinubu, and then he divides the southern vote with Tinubu. Atiku holds strong. Yeah, he holds strong in the north, and he takes the presidency. And then we are back in the trenches, fighting Biafra, fighting Oduduwa Nation, and it's back to square one.
Well, the truth is, if anyone, let me just go, please. The truth is, if anyone goes to ascertain that seat, as far as you can do the needful, you will not hear anything about Oduduwa. You will not hear anything about Biafra. That's just it. You know what this guy is.
You don't mind Atiku. You don't mind Atiku is what you're saying. So long as it's not
Atiku that don't used to stay in Nigeria. Atiku that every 4 years he will come back from Dubai to come and contest election and lose. And that one himself, he's going to sell us. He will sell. He's going to sell everybody. He's going to sell everything that concerns Nigeria. That guy.
So in your wildest dreams, Tinubu will not step down for unity of the South.
How will that's not possible now? You know, Tinubu step down for who?
You said
now.
Wait, I'm asking you based on what you said. You said that we should come together in the South and pick one president, right? You said that. So Tinubu, and you said Peter Obi, right? So Tinubu should, in that narrative, you should sit down for Peter Obi so we can win from the South. Is that what you're saying? I'm just trying to figure out what you really mean by that statement.
If Tinubu wants to change this, let him step down now. What is he going to do? It's not
BT. And BT, see, let me just say this. The thing there is, P2B will definitely affect this election.
Definitely,
no doubt about it.
In a good or bad way. In a good or bad way.
Whether we like it or not, it is what it is. And I was listening to a program, and people were talking about structure, and people were asking, "What is it about structure?" They say he doesn't have structure, and people were saying the structure is the people. How do you feel about Nigeria? What will you lose voting P2B? I mean, we've tried.
The structure is not the people. The structure is the structure.
No. The structure is the people, because if you vote en masse, the structure makes no sense. We are giving these people that same power we do not want them to have. We are giving them not so much power, the northern elite. Remember when people were talking about how Tambawa stepped down, it took the persuasion from the generals, including OBJ, to make Tambawa to step down for Atiku. Right? So what I'm just trying to make you understand is that if Atiku goes back there I believe that we might be, Atiku might be better because, I mean, when I look at that, that's why I said I have such spot for Atiku, I have such spot for Tinubu, knowing full well what they did while they were in power. It is not like they were saints, but at least they worked. So that's why I still have such spot for both of them.
All right, Joel, hold on. Joel, are you in front of a screen, Joel?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I want to play something. I want to play something for you and really for the benefit of everyone else. So watch this.
I knew that even the Easters may not support their own. I knew. Peter Obi is my very good friend. I have tremendous regards for him. We live 5 minutes apart in Lagos. He's someone I admire, but I knew his own people were not going to vote for him. And when you look at the voting pattern, it's the nature of man, self-preservation.
Let me ask you why you have said that you know that the Igbos will not support themselves. What have you noticed about them?
No, it's not about Igbo. It's about every human being. I have been one of the biggest champions of Igbo nation. You see, the thing is that your salvation does not lie in the hands of a member of your family. It's somewhere else. That's why some of us are contesting. I didn't want to contest, but I knew what was going to happen. That if the Southerners don't present good candidates, we're going nowhere. For me, the two of the best, I'm not saying we're the best, the two of the best in PDP was myself and Peter Obi.
Now, let me
and he had to abscond.
Let me stay on Peter Obi for a second because he has moved on to Labour Party. Now, I'm talking to you now as a journalist again because I would say if Nigerians, if Peter Obi is one of our best, can Nigeria pull off what was pulled off, maybe what Trump pulled off by getting these new votes that nobody even knew existed?
Is it possible?
That would be a delusion of grandeur.
Oh, wow.
I was in Labour. I started my journey from Labour. Nigerian politicians are everywhere. They have proliferated everywhere. They have infiltrated everywhere. The first thing Obi will face in Labour, he would have to fund the party. The party does not have money. Wow. And Nigerians don't make contributions. After I lost the first 10 million, I started shaking when I was in Labour. 10 million. They said they were setting up structures. But he has to now set up structures. They don't have structures.
Hi.
That's why I told my friends, Kingsley Moghalu, Omoyele Sowore, Peter Obi, Donald Duke, ask any of them if I did not want them. You cannot win a presidential election from a fringe local party. Look, you cannot. It doesn't have that. He has money. Peter Obi has money, unlike me. I'm just a reporter. But can Peter Obi spend his hard-earned money on fighting an Atiku or fighting a Tinubu if he emerges in?
Okay, can I respond?
So that's that thing. You have to have a structure. Do you know what a structure is?
Yes. Can I come in? Can I come in?
Yeah, go on.
I watch Nigeria, and by the way, I watch Nigerian. I watch that particular program, the news, the TVC and channels every day. So I watch that particular interview from the beginning to the end. To win election in Nigeria, let me just put it out there. To win an election in Nigeria, you need between 300 to 400 billion naira. Now, so when what's his name again?
What did you just say now? To win an election is how much?
To win an election in Nigeria, you need between 300 to 400 billion naira.
Billion, okay, thanks.
Or more, or more, right?
No, you don't.
You do, and I'll tell you.
No, we have that data. We have it from I think it's actually Wall Street Journal or one of the senior American business. The price of the Nigerian presidency is $2 billion. $2 billion.
$2 billion. That's an exaggeration.
No,
so you're talking about
it's an underestimation.
So 1 trillion. No, it's an exaggeration. And I mean, so many things. Oh no, they cannot see. This is my own thing, right? Probably they are putting, including the forms they bought and everything.
Yes, from
I'm
start
talking
to
about,
finish. Yeah.
no, what I'm talking about is now that the elections are over and the primaries are over and we are moving forward, they're going to spend at least 300 to 400 billion in order to get there. And the reasons are simple, because you need to reach out. You need to put up adverts out there, but in the Nigerian case, in abroad, they spend more than this, but they spend it on adverts. Some of you that stays in United States will understand what I'm talking about. In Nigeria, they give it to individuals, to buy individuals, right? In this particular election, it is not going to be like that anymore. I remember what happened in Anambra State, where a woman was given about 10,000 naira, and she refused it. That inspired people.
Now, don't worry about
In
that.
P2B,
That's
so
just
now,
a one-off.
so now we're
That's
talking
a
about
one-off.
how P2B will fund his campaign. I am telling you that if the money for P2B to run his campaign is 400 billion naira, we are going to make up that money. I personally, I am donating 1 million naira to his campaign, and I'm donating another 1 million naira for his promotion. Where I go to play soccer, a combination of every tribe in Nigeria, we are making a donation of about, say, $20,000 to the Peter Obi Foundation.
Are you a Nigerian?
Yes, I am telling you.
Then why are you calling football soccer? It's not soccer now. Please, now don't do that.
Oh, sorry, football. So you understand what I'm saying? There was an interview being done by that was granted Okube. And on that interview, I think it was one of those ladies and one of those radio stations, but it was live on YouTube. And someone donated 10 million naira because he said that when they were in school, when they were in Nsukka, that he was the only one that had a generator where he lived. But whenever they come to him in the evening, they'll ask him, hey, can we charge this? Can we do this? Our rechargeable lantern and all that. He'll be like, he opens up his door and everybody does that. That aspect of him was what engineered him to say, hey, this man is coming out, that I am donating 10 million naira towards his campaign. Now, this is what I'm telling you. P2B, the problem P2B is having right now is that he has not provided an account. I am telling you, we're waiting for him to provide an account or GoFundMe. Nigerians are ready. Even if we do not win it, we want to change the trajectory. We want to make them understand that the people can do something and we can really change things. So
you're better
wins,
giving that money to charity will have more impact and you feel better. Don't.
No. I have my money for charity, but this one, I am donating it towards the betterment of Nigeria, and I know that P2B is going to kill this election. I do not care which way. Tinubu and Atiku, they are the same thing. What is my own? My own thing is that I just want someone to go in there and make a Tinubu who feels like he can win an election, cry, or make an Atiku who feels he can win an election, cry. Tilt it a little bit so that these people will start listening to us. They are not listening to us. It is not about P2B. We need P2B more than P2B needs us. It's about how these people are making us look so bad in the eyes of the international community. It's about us. It's about how we are seen in this country.
Don't worry. You know what tells you everything? The traditional politics always wins through. And this is what we saw. Of all of the young people that they have in PDP, they present you Atiku Abubakar. All the singing and dancing that Oshibanjo did, they present you Tinubu. So traditional politics always wins through. The house always. Have you ever been to Vegas? The house always wins. The house always wins.
Can I say something quickly? Sorry.
Hold on, Joel. Let's hear from that voice.
The Macron wasn't traditional. He did leave and did what he was able to do. And there is also the aspect. I think I didn't believe what this Joel was talking about. But the point he was making was that basically the two are the same, and there's some logic there. Tinubu and Atiku, there's not that much difference between them. I said that Tinubu is from the south, and Atiku is from the north, and they've all done things. And I think Tinubu is going to establish some structure that is going to give the south access to power a bit more, and that's something the north will be concerned about. But they are basically the same people, so maybe this is a chance for us to express another will, so that the next time a politician want to run for office,
that chance has never been taken before in Nigeria.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe
why not now? Why not now? Why not now?
Yeah, no, every single time, every single time it presents,
look,
it's always why not
MKO,
now.
Let's not forget MKO. MKO ran on a Muslim ticket, and MKO won in virtually everywhere. I mean, he got his 25% in virtually everywhere. What I am talking about is that Nigerians have suffered enough. We should not want to think outside of the box. A fool is doing the same thing at the same time, thinking that we're going to get a different result. We cannot continue doing the same thing, electing the same people, and after the 4 years, we now say, "Oh, dollar is this. Oh, corruption."
I see the Peter Obi saying, I see it's a distraction, nuisance value.
You know?
My brother, I'm listening.
When you guys use the MK Abiola narrative about Muslim, it's quite different. I see the politics of SDP NRC to be more of ethnic. Is Yoruba Hausa. There is nothing that people were not really thinking about. Oh, is Muslim, is Christian. Then they were thinking MK Abiola is a Yoruba man, then his vice president is an Hausa man. But now, because we've been having this crisis, religious crisis and all that, that's why most people are now adamant about requesting for a Muslim Christian rather than a Christian or a Muslim.
Are you saying that people did not vote for MKO because they felt that MKO could do the job?
Yeah, exactly. But when you talk about because it was Muslim, they still voted. People were not thinking about the religion then. It's just
because that's why I was saying that we weren't divided as we are today.
Yeah,
we weren't divided as we are today. So that is what I was saying. I
would advise Peter Obi supporters to investigate or research how Macron did it in France if they want to have a chance.
It's more sophisticated. I don't think. Anyway, sorry.
Nigerian politics is different from anywhere in the world.
An establishment party, and both establishment parties knock all of them out of the park. So
I said one thing earlier. I said one thing earlier.
Trump did it. Trump did it.
Sorry, guys.
Trump did it.
Trump did it. Macron did it. So it's a possibility. And by the way, I'm not averse to a Peter Obi presidency. It's just that maybe I'm too cynical. It's just a thing. But I can't see it. I see it more as noise.
I'm sorry.
Come in, Babachir. Yes, just to vary the.
Trump did not do it that way. It was a Republican. He joined the party. Let's stop this. Trump was not a third party person.
He was a maverick though. Was
Trump used to be
no. Let's hear some other voices.
I'm sorry. I've been listening to this. Let me be nice. It's Friday, so let me listen to these people today. I've been hearing all this Peter Obi narrative, and I really wanted to put the cost of our Hebrew brothers and sisters, since we're supposed to call them that way on this platform, anyways. I bet you this.
Well, you should really just out of being civil, you know.
Yeah, I'm trying, but it's getting ridiculous at some point. I think we will still get more Igbo votes than Peter Obi. I don't know why we are just jumping on this online. The euphoria, whatever. I don't even know how to put it nicely today. I love him too. We all love Peter Obi. Everybody said the nice words about him. But let's just stop this delusion. Even my Igbo friends are pissing me off lately. I've been getting text messages from these people that I'm like, guys, really? Even you too. It's getting ridiculous. I mean, at some point, guys, I want him to win, but the reality just remains that Atiku will still get more Igbo votes.
Do you think it's done in? Do you think it's done in? Who's that?
This is Njua. That's a lie. It's not going to happen. Atiku is not going to win more, and Tinubu or Atiku is not going to win more Igbo votes in this election. And even if he does, see, this is my thing, right? Even if he does, we are presenting Obi as an Igbo president, and which is a wrong narrative. Okay, let's stop presenting him. Let's stop presenting him because he's talking about Nigerian issues, and we are not supporting. I'm not supporting Obi because he's an Igbo person.
Why do you say that?
We have
hold on. Can you hold on? You are allowed to support him because he's Igbo now. There's no.
No.
I really don't like it when people say I'm not supporting him because he's Igbo. When fundamentally that's why you are supporting him.
Before they started talking about, before I started seeing Obi's platform speeches, I've always been a fan of Akinwumi. Look, I am not this kind of person. I have been following politics since I was 13 years old. I did not point at someone if I did not believe in that person. It is not about being Igbo. Before Obi came out, there have been Igbo leaders in the past. So it's not about being Igbo. But the thing there is that we are presenting it like, oh, Igbo is what made, of course, a candidate from a tribe can make people say, you know what? I believe in this person.
But
this
is it not
someone
being
wants to present. There's nothing wrong with that.
Hold on. Is it not being pushed predominantly by the Southeast?
No, he's not being pushed predominantly by the Southeast. He is pushed by the things happening in Nigeria.
On this platform, he is.
No. The thing there is that this is what you people here wants to say. But I am telling you, in the streets, when people are hungry, they are not thinking.
The streets. This is the streets now. This is
no. This is kind of a bougie street.
Yeah, I know, but it's still the streets now. It's still the streets.
My point is that in Nigeria, people are hungry in Nigeria, and they are not thinking about. They are not thinking about where their savior is going to come from. They just want a savior. So, you understand what I'm saying? They are not talking about P2B because he's from Igbo. I am pushing the candidacy of P2B like I will push the candidacy of Akinwumi if he comes out in 2027. I am going to campaign for him as well.
Easy to say that
but
when
the
it's
journey for Nigeria, Nigeria must be done.
All right. The problem. Let's give Babachir the chance to land his point. So, Babachir, you take the center stage and hopefully without interruption, land your point. Yeah. Babachir. Look at that. After I've played the deck for you, Babachir. Okay, so there it is. Babachir has gone to raid the fridge. Yeah. Look at that. And the side is trying to lose weight.
Please, can I just add something to I think part of the narrative in the politics of a nation is winning the argument. Because if you win the argument, and you may not win the office, but the person that ends up in office will be forced to carry out some of your argument. And I've seen that happen in the UK sometimes, where the Labour lost the election, and the Tory party had to be carrying out policies that are not necessarily towing the line that the Tories wanted, because the Labour won the argument, but not the office. So I think there is always space for people like Peter Obi. If they come in and make serious arguments for the Nigerian people, he may not win the election, but he will concentrate the minds of people in office, because the people now are aware that these things are possible. You see what I mean? So that is a function of this in third party. Sometimes they may not win. Like, I think you are more correct than not that Peter Obi will not win. Likely he's not. But if they push hard enough and the message gets out there, then Tinubu may not have a choice than to do most of the stuff he's talking about.
I agree with you. I agree with you. That's the point. Yeah, that's a solid point, because he's forcing the narrative now that these are the things that this country needs. And you know what will really force what you just said to Niger? Because I've always said that victory for Peter Obi will be to get 500,000 to 700,000. And if he can get 1 million votes, which he can't get, then he will force what you are just saying now onto the center stage, because he's getting at least, let's not even say numbers, let's say percentages. If he can get about 15% of the total votes, or even 17%, so that forces his agenda onto the center stage of the country to say that this guy is a maverick, is a lone ranger. We are coming here saying he has no structure, he has no chance. But of the chance, off the back of being a lone ranger, if he can command 17% of the votes, like you just described to Niger, he will force his agenda as part of the permutations of whichever government, because that government will have to recognize that this is what the people feel and this is what the people want. So yes, there is a lot of validity. Yes.
I think I bet to disagree with that statement.
Okay. Peter Obi will win, Abi. Go
yeah.
We're back there again. We're back there again. Oh yeah, go on.
Please, the point is that all these Nigerian politicians, they don't care about the narratives. If peradventure, after we make all these noise, at the end of the day, no matter the percentage of B score or gets, they finally win, maybe Tinubu or Atiku. They don't care. They spend money in getting their delegates and getting their mandate and in the general election. They don't care. That will be the end of tough force in Nigeria. I'm telling the truth. There will not be tough force anymore. And all these politicians will still continue with their narratives. That's just the simple truth.
No, they will continue with their narratives, but they will factor in the arguments that the people have. Do you understand the point that
I get your point quite all right. Just that you are saying it based on your mind. They don't care about us. These people we are talking about, they have their structure in place. They must satisfy those people they are loyal to, or people who loyal to them, as the case may be. They don't care. Okay, imagine, okay, as we are speaking right now, we are talking about politics, we are talking about how to move the nation forward. We have never seen an article coming to any of the radio station or any of the channels.
Forget the radio station. What are you saying that forget
let me make a point.
No, you always say the same things.
It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. We are talking about, okay, fine. We are talking about the issue affecting the nation. I have never seen Tinubu apart from normal.
Okay. For all that, you say that Peter Obi is galloping from one radio station to another. So Atiku is not galloping for reasons of being a 77-year-old man. But what did it come out to tell us? Was that it was going to run a private enterprise, capital, market-driven economy.
Fine. Thank you so much. When he made that statement, right? When he made that statement, were there any interaction? Were the people
forget. Look,
no, hold on now.
You will never get it. You can never get it. You just want to do it. Peter Obi, oh yeah, do it now.
It's not about Peter Obi right now. It's about Nigeria, man. Please.
It's not about Nigeria. It's about Peter Obi.
Let me make a point, please. We had someone maybe with newspaper or anywhere he made the statement. There was no interaction between Nigerians and this article. Say you want to privatize. Nobody asked him question. When this guy came out, maybe Showore or Peter Obi, if you go to any TV station, people will ask him question. How are you going to do this? You cannot just come on air and say that is all.
You don't get it. It doesn't matter the interaction or not the interaction. It's a conversational space.
That interaction is very vital. That's why we are not getting
it. Forget all of that. Okay. It's a conversational space and an ideological thrust. It's an ideological thrust. It's a directional point. Do you understand? It is not it is human capital development. It's not all of that. It's an ideological thrust and a directional point. And he's saying that he's going to reposition the Nigerian space into a free market economy, which all of the Atiku now.
Did you ask him question when he said so? How is he going to do it?
Well, no, I wasn't there when he said so, but he did say so.
Did you see the video?
Forget all the questions. What nonsense?
When
you don't understand. Maybe the conversation. I don't want to say the conversation is beyond you.
We have been here. Sorry, we have been here when we see politicians make promises. I will restore electricity in 6 months. How will you do it? You have been here in this country, they will just say, I will do this, I will do this. How do you want to achieve that? Without conversing with, let him go to Arise and let them question him, let him talk.
Exactly.
So you just stay in one place and say something.
All right. Who's that bouncing? All right, so that was OB. So let me just tell you how I see it. You see, all of this politics is in phases. Because all of this, he did not go to the radio station. Where we did it, I know it's not that that's crowd from the Peter Obi
No,
hip-hop
it's
space.
not about Peter Obi. Let's go to
It's
the US,
about
for
Peter Obi
instance.
now. Forget
Let's
the
go.
US.
It's not about Peter
You
Obi.
don't even want to hear
Forget
counter
Peter Obi.
argument.
I know you are so upset with that name.
No.
Just stop.
It's a press release statement,
Mm-hmm.
and the media can come up with question anytime they are meeting. There's going to be presidential debate, so the media should be prepared. So we're looking at those release statement and come up with question at him. So people can release a press statement. It is not all the time that they have to meet the media and be talking now. It's got to, there's time for everything. But now just
No, hold on, Joel. We must hear other voices as well. So allow it, Joel. Yeah.
Okay,
so it just released that statement for the people to have an idea of how he want to run the economy. That's the first step. So now they are doing a lot of things within their party on how to organize the party well. They are trying to choose vice president and put some other structure in place that will drive their campaign. So there's time for everything. So, but what he did in releasing that press statement to alert us as people that, hey, be waiting for me. If you vote for me, have an idea of how I want to run the economy. I want to make it a market-driven economy, a privatized economy, an economy that private sector, that will be driven by private sector. And we, the government, are not going to drive the economy for you. It's you, the people, that will drive the economy. So there's time for everything. So it's not time to...
Ajale Koko is that, remember last debate, Buhari boycott that thing. There was not, he did not give Nigeria time to ask Buhari question to date.
At all.
Did you
date, we have never been able to meet Buhari to ask 1 or 2 questions to date.
Did he call for debate? He did not call for debate.
Definitely, Tinubu will avoid this coming debate. Atiku will definitely avoid it.
No,
I'm telling
come
you.
on, man. I don't know where you're taking this to. But Ajale Koko is right, and he articulated it better than I even was. What I was saying to you is that there are several phases to this thing. They went through the primary phase, and you are already saying, why is it not in front of the camera? Can you? Okay, you don't even listen to anybody. You don't even listen to anybody. So what's the point? It's not what they say now. It doesn't even listen. It's already.
Let us educate each other.
That thing that they've indoctrinated.
Let us learn from each other. Just listen.
One man, you know what?
It's unbelievable.
At this point, I've come to a conclusion that our Igbo brothers and sisters.
No, it's not even Igbo. It's from the south.
Yeah. You know what? Just let them dwell in this delusion, and when they
let me even paint the picture, Babachir. Then he can disagree, but then you know what I've said. Then you know what you're disagreeing with. Yeah. So what I was trying to put across to you is that there are several phases to these things. The fact that somebody is going around the radio station parading himself, he has to do that because he doesn't have structure. So he has to push harder. But the phases are that the first phase of it is to secure the ticket. And that is not really about the people. Oshibajo was popular with the people. He wasn't popular with the delegates, whether it's money or no money, whatever it is. He didn't go past that phase. So whatever he said, as fantastic as it was, it doesn't come into play. So you have to go through that phase first to secure the ticket. So he has now secured. So sorry. Let me just let me mute Joel. So he has now secured the ticket. So the next phase then is to flesh out then. So here Awal secured the votes of the delegates in his party, which is his first election. The next election then is to secure the votes of the populace. So his conversation initially was with the delegates. So the conversation now is with the voting mass. So is the first step is to say that this is my philosophy, this is my ideological thrust, this is what I'm offering the country, and this is where I intend to take you to. So he has fleshed that out to say he wants a market-driven economy, as he did under Obasanjo, where they opened up the GSM space and privatized quite a few things, a lot of them to great success. So his ideological thrust is that government has no business in business and is looking wait first now, wait. You have not said anything. You just want to for me to finish so you can do the yeah. So he wants to, you know, he wants to give you his ideological thrust. Fine. So that's the next phase. I'm going to mute you, or let me even step you down a little bit just so I can say it. Then I'll bring you back onto the screen. Otherwise, you won't let me say what. So he wants to paint that picture first. So it gives you his agenda. So that is the space that he's going to go to. So that's the first space. Then he's made that press release, press statement. So now they know where he's saying he's intending to go. So the next phase then is obviously necessarily interaction with the people via the platforms of the media space. So when he starts to do the media rounds, they will interrogate him around those spaces that he has identified and other spaces. So his phases is not Peter Obi running around making noise from one radio station to the other. So that is what I was trying to say. Now I've been able to say. So that's it, Teobala. Oh yeah, do the something.
Okay, can I come in now? Are you hearing me?
Yeah, go on.
You have not bring me up now. What's happening?
We cannot hear you.
Okay, fine. Thank you so much. You've made your point, which is very, very, very clear. Before now, during the then talking about the delegate, they did not even tell delegate, this is what I want to do that will make you elect me as your party flag bearer.
You were there in the conversation. Were you there in the conversation?
At least they visit all the states. You know.
Yes. Were you there in the conversation?
Some of their conversation, you know what they want. Fine. Let's leave that one aside.
No. Are you going to build? No, but don't build on lies now. Were you there? In the? How do you know what their conversation was?
It's on public space now. My point is, okay, let's leave that side now. Let us just say we are not there.
But you're not the one that told us that Peter Obi did not know they were bribing delegates.
This is what. Oh, please. Oh. You know. Now they are entering the next phase now. Are you getting it? The next phase now, what they are going to be doing now, they'll be moving from state to state. If they get to Edo State or get to Lagos State, crowd will gather. They will not say, I will do this, everybody will shout. I will do this, everybody will shout. There is no interaction. That is the aspect I'm talking about. Somebody coming on air telling us that he will privatize, he will do this, he will do that. But there's no way we are going to ask this same question. Okay, how are you going to do it? What is the economic benefit? What are the steps you are going to take? Nobody is asking them questions. That is the aspect I'm talking about. I'm not against them or for them. You know? So that is the point I just want to make there.
Sorry, if I might chip in. I hope we all know that the idea of privatization doesn't necessarily denounce to a better infrastructure or better sense of improvement of the welfare of the masses. You do know that privatization, if he's asking for, like under the Obasanjo regime, when they privatized the Benue Cement, it was Dangote that made some donations to the Obasanjo campaign on that. Article talking about privatization has no sense of obligation to the masses. It's basically, this privatization we're talking about is basically to the rich people who can afford to buy those investments, who turn it into a profit-making business and not necessarily improving the lives of the people. So all this talk of privatization, privatization is nothing as far as
the telecom ecospace that was opened up by Atiku has not benefited the average Nigerian.
Well, the telecom has, but I'm talking to
that
other
was opened up by Atiku.
Yeah, I'm talking to other areas like PHC. And
is that the biggest thing that has happened in Nigeria in 30 years? The telecom space that Atiku opened up.
To be honest, even whether or not they privatize or not, telecom was still going to come in anyway.
Look at this guy.
And again, wait, and you do know that the privatization done under Obasanjo was more of an IMF policy because it was part of the policies. Yes, because it was part of the policies that they put in place for them to cut overheads. It is true. Go and do your research. It was one of the policies they put. It was one of the policies they put in place to cut the overhead spend of government to be able to pay back their Paris loans and stuff. So don't go and think that the privatization, they did it because they had the intellectual capacity to know what is right for Nigeria. They only did it based on what IMF had already told them was necessary for them to service their loans. That is all I can say on this matter.
No, that's your subjective view, though.
Let me inform you. Let me chip in a little point.
Give me 1 minute, please. Just
okay.
I have a list. So one man, I already compiled a list of excuses that our friends from the East will make when Peter Obi loses. You want to hear it? It's very short and brief. So that when it happens, you will know that I was there to tell you. So that way you see, I say you saw it coming. Number one, it was rigged. Number two, you remember that they betrayed us. It was South Africa betrayed us. Number three, there was a collision between the North and the West to prevent the Igbo from winning. Number four, they hate Igbos. Number five, it was not even an election. No.
Okay.
You know it's coming. You know it's coming when it happens.
Wait, I want to ask you all a question.
BT.
Why are you saying this?
Can I respond, BT? BT, you see, the issue of nation building has gone past this stage of comic. It is either you're with it or you want to play the Russian roulette with it. It is really, really sad that at our stage, look, I understand that we sometimes we add comic to these things, to keep us moving.
Nice with you guys. No, I'm done here. I was trying to play nice and easy with you guys before, but I'm done.
No. Mind the language.
Nobody is fighting you. Nobody is fighting you. You say something. You say something. Then I am trying to respond to what you're saying.
No.
Is that not how we're going to build a nation? Can't you just listen?
No. You said it was a joke, but it was sad me saying that it was out of reality. Because it was sad for me to say that. It hurts me to say that you guys don't see it. It's my point. It's not
the one being aggressive. You talk about Igbo people being aggressive, but the young being aggressive. I don't understand.
Nobody is against you, sir. And BT, you are just seeing me now. I'm meeting most of you for the first time. That's how we make friends.
Okay,
we can. So let's just talk.
And the two of you are in the same city, by the way. I think he's in Nashville too. Maybe you even meet up for a beer.
Jory, I used to work in Murfreesboro.
Oh, for real? Where do you stay now?
No, I'm in Boston now.
Oh, you're in Boston. Hey, yeah, I stay in Nashville. I'm in Nashville.
Oh, nice city.
So BT, please, you see, this is about nation building, right? Now, see, whatever happens, like I told you, if I sit down here and tell you that Obi will pull a victory, I will tell you that I'm lying. However, what I'm just saying is that we just need to raise that awareness. We just need to change the narrative.
I know.
Right? If Peter Obi can get to 20, if Peter Obi can win 17 to 20% of the vote,
right,
the politicians will be shaking.
No. But Joey, it will still lose. That's the point.
No, I say he's going to lose. I'm not saying he's going to win. You're not getting it.
What's the point? It does not make any difference to my
If he gets those percentages, that's a win.
Every politician is in the business of winning election.
How many percentage did you say he's going to get?
17.
At least if Peter B gets at least 20% of the vote, it's going to change the narrative. Are you laughing?
No, he will. If he gets 20% of the vote,
and hold on. What is 20% of 200 million?
Let me ask you.
Not 200 million, no.
200 million? That means he's going to get more votes than Buhari and
Sorry. The voting population. The voting population is about 80 million. What is 20% of 20 million?
16 million now.
16 million.
So he's going to get more votes than Buhari. Buhari in the last election. That's what it means.
Let me ask you,
No. I'm not saying he's going to be. No, I'm not saying he's going to.
If you are betting it on 60 million, on 80 million
No, because
registered
80 million,
voters. That means it's going to get 16 million.
no, 80 million are not going to vote now.
Hold on, not
80
not
million
so
are not
much.
going to vote.
Yeah, I think it's more the percentage than the numbers that Joel means. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about the percentage because the voting population is 80 million, but 80 million will not vote.
Okay, wait.
Right?
Okay.
What I'm just saying is this, right? What I'm just saying is this, right? It is not about P2B. Whatever he has said, sometimes we talk about track history. What has this person done? What has he done? You understand what I'm saying? If we look at all of them and see what they've done in the past,
right?
I will tell you, Atiku chaired the GSM era. So we can also give him that credit, even though it was Obasanjo, it goes to Obasanjo. But we know that the economic team was headed by Atiku.
Right.
We have seen what Tinubu did in Lagos. Right? We have seen what Obi did in Anambra. So what we are just saying is just this. Why is it that when our politicians get to that top level, when they get to that Oval Office, Aso Rock, or everything changes? It's like they get relaxed.
Dre, why are you acting surprised like it's something new? It's my concern. Like that's the way they've always
the reason why is that we the followers, immediately Tinubu gets in there now. If I talk about something bad Tinubu is doing, you do not look at it from my own perspective or look at it objectively. You just look at it first. That is an Igbo man talking. You're talking because you're an Igbo man. You see, that's the problem. That is not how we're going to be the
Can I
nation.
interject one man?
Yeah, carry on, Ajane Koko, yeah.
You see, the issue of Peter Obi, I want our people to know that in this corrupt political system that we are running, the region that is going to lose out in the coming election are the Easterner. And it's going to happen if Atiku did not pick Easterner as advice. And Obi look like is the person that majority of Eastern people are chanting they want to vote for. What is the guarantee that people will vote in the East, considering the fact that we have unknown government that are opposed to this election?
And Simon Ekpa is still campaigning against
and
it.
Simon Ekpa, all the Biafran agitators online are campaigning hard against him. They were even praising those people that disrupted that registration, that one that was disrupted in Lagos yesterday. They were praising them. I watched Ekpa, I watched this other guy, this bald-headed guy too. They were chatting, they said yes. They said they did right for preventing them from registration. So what that is going to tell us is that what Obi has done to you people, maybe after the election, you people will realize that Obi is the one that failed you in this corrupt system, because it's part of this corrupt system, was part of this two-party. It participated in this party, PDP. He funded PDP. He sponsored the candidate for the governorship that lost the election in Anambra State. So it's been part of the system.
Did he pay money during his time?
No, forget about that.
Oh, okay.
What we are saying is that it's a friend to thief is a thief himself.
Yes, boss.
A man that funded a corrupt political party.
He did not fund PDP.
That doesn't stand, Ajale Koko.
Ajale Koko, please. He did not fund PDP.
They are just making it up.
He did not fund the 40 million. Hold on. The 40 million he bought from, does that is it wiseable to you for somebody, a person that claimed to be a prudent manager of resources to buy nomination form for 40 million.
And it was voted on his behalf.
Now they did not let person talk. They have come with all
delegates. Is prudency.
Yes. So
that is prudency. In primary, spending $50,000 because of election. Is that does that look like economic prudency for Tinubu?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't, right?
I'm not supporting Tinubu. I'm not supporting Tinubu either. So you guys just calm down.
Angelico, how much does it cost to
calm down? This is what you see. If you don't see one of your own as doing wrong thing, then you are going to be a follow forever. You'll be a zombie. If one of your own is doing something wrong, and you cannot call him and challenge him and call him to order and make
he has not done anything wrong. You have not said anything wrong that he did.
He has not done. No, he is the part of this PDP corrupt party.
It's a sin
that has destroyed this country. What are you talking about?
That is the opinion.
I don't understand.
That's my opinion.
Was he ever in any executive position under PDP?
Hold on.
Just give up on it, please. Give up. Just give up. I'll give up, please.
Let me tell you guys. I don't know why you are carrying this guy as if he's a saint, as if he's never been part of the system. He's part of this corrupt system.
Saint Peter.
Yes, he's part of this corrupt system. He participated, he romanced with them, he wined and dined with them. So what I'm telling you, So what I'm telling you this, sometimes political decisions have to be strategic. He has committed a political blunder for stepping out of this corrupt PDP that he invested in. And we know the reason why he stepped out is because he knew he cannot win. That's why he ran away. So, and what he has done has jeopardized the interest of you, the Easterner, the Igbo. In the scheme of things, he has jeopardized your things. In the Labour Party that he has run to now, he cannot win the presidency there. All of you are convinced. And all of you are convinced, Joel from Nigel, you know that for sure.
I know he's not going to win on that. I know he's not going to win on that.
What is the purpose of investing in what you know cannot give you a return? What is going to be a waste of resources, a waste of time? Why are you committing your efforts into futility?
Okay, can I respond?
It's into futility. It's going to end up in futility.
Can I respond? Ajale Koko,
don't get it, man.
Hold on. You know what just concerns me, Ajale Koko? It's the price that is going to be paid for this folly that we're saying, but that will be. It is a folly, but the price will be paid in just another Fulani presidency. This is the danger.
Yes, that is it.
Fulani presidency is better than Tinubu now.
That is it.
So you say,
reports we are getting now, we don't know how sure that's going to be. Is that Wike might be the vice president? So if they pick Wike as the vice president, that means that you people are completely skimmed out.
They are relegated to number 4.
You are relegated to number. No.
Adale Koko, let me just write on the back of what you just said. If they, because I was having that thought as we were speaking, if Atiku picks Wike as his vice and he goes on to win the election, there's no way that the Yoruba will surrender the Senate to anybody. So maybe the Igbos will get the House of Reps. If Tinubu wins the presidency, then of course the Igbos might well get the Senate. So either way, that they still lose out in the scheme of things. Sorry, Ajale Koko, carry on.
Yes, so they're going to be relegated to fourth position or third position. So what has he done good for you people? He has jeopardized the interest of you people. But you people have not recognized that. Until after the election, that is when you will see that, oh, you have made a political blunder, and that is when you will reject him and you will see him as
hold on, Joe. Let's hear from Charles. We've not heard from Charles. Charles, let's hear from you.
Okay.
You know, the funny part of it is that I was just looking at it, and I was going to ask myself that either both ways, what you're trying to tell us is that Igbos, on the long run, has to be in the right side of whoever wins this election. It's not a matter of
is that not the reality of it?
It's not a matter of supporting the second best. It just has to do with supporting the first. If you don't support the first, then that is it. Secondly, I don't even know why we're even disturbing ourselves with PDP, because I don't know the amount of PDP governors that came and rallied around the Igbos who supported them in the last election, with how they are poorly treated under Buhari. I'm even just, as far as I'm concerned, the entire PDP, as far as I'm concerned, has even betrayed the Igbos, even without the election. So us supporting the PDP or supporting Atiku is just a lost cause as far as I'm concerned. Because even under Buhari, even though we supported PDP, it's as if PDP itself just needs us. We're only relevant unless they win the election. As long as they don't win the election, we're irrelevant to them. Because under APC, at least what I would have expected is even for PDP governors to actually speak out for the marginalization of Igbos or the poor treatment of Igbos under the APC administration. So even the idea of supporting this guy Atiku is a far cry as far as I'm concerned.
Sorry, Charles. I wanted to put an assertion to you that the Peter Obi Labour Party something is somewhat a democratization of the Biafran narrative. Is it the Biafran narrative now moving into politics?
I think so. Look, I don't. The problem with Nigerian politics is that it's too politicized. Maybe the only way forward for this whole tribal and ethnic classification of political parties or candidates is probably if we just adopt a two-party system. Because I'm even thinking about it. If we adopt a two-party system, it will most likely be more of the candidacy or the party itself.
The ideology.
It will be more in line with the ideology, because the way Nigeria is schemed out in the party structure, we are so divided that even the political parties are now divided along ethnic lines. So I'm thinking the only way forward to cut all these Igbo and dominated party, Western, or is if we had a party structure like a two-party system. We have APC, you have PDP, and if the Igbos support PDP, we know that will PDP. If
land your point. Then I want to put another position.
So like I said, the two-party system is the best party structure for Nigeria, because, to be honest, I don't. Let's be factual. We know that Obi tends to has a lot of Igbo followers, yes, but I can tell you also that most of Obi's supporters base are mainly with the youths, which cut across all ethnic groups, Yoruba, Igbos. He more or less his main voters age quota falls within the ages of 18 to probably like 35 are Obi supporters, and this doesn't have to do. Yes, majority might come from Igbo because he more or less.
Sorry, Charles. Do you know that when you look at your screen as you are looking at it now, what you are actually looking at is Nigeria, because that demography that you're talking about is copiously covered by this platform. There's a strong complement of young. It cuts across the generational swathe anyway, and a good strong complement of young demography that you're saying as Peter-based demography on this platform, and they cut across most of the ethnic divides of Nigeria. So a good test sample of what actually obtains, you'll find it just in this small gathering. You have very strong complement of. In fact, my largest viewership is really Eastern, which might surprise you, but but because they like the sort of conversation, even though they don't. So there's a good strong but where I'm driving to is over and over again, when we get to this point, the people that champion they tell us that the Obi narrative, the phenomenon, it's a youth demography. But what we see, or what I see, because I pay attention to what everybody says, what I hear and see, when you hear Soli, when you hear even DOG, who is a bit more temperate, but when you hear vast amounts of non-Eastern voices, they don't see the phenomenon cutting across the generational divides, right across. But when you hear all the Eastern voices, to a man, they are all on board. So that tells you somewhat that it's an ethnic, regional thing. So that was what led me to just sample you on if you think this is the democratization of the Biafran narrative.
No, it's
because
not.
very much is home.
No. So let me even tell you. Let me just clear it now. Look, I'm an Igbo person. Okay, I know for a fact that even if the entire Igbos, even judging from the last elections and our votes, if the entire Igbos should vote for Obi, if it's a so-called Igbo narrative, he would not still win. Okay, now, really, one of the things that is even spurring a lot of Igbo supporters is not even the Igbo per se. It's more or less like there's a cross section of new generation. Like I've said before, Yorubas, especially with the Southwest, funny enough, that my friends, a lot of them actually resonate with Obi. Because a lot of these young people...
Well, Thomas doesn't. He's a young man. Solly doesn't. He is a young man. DOG somewhat, but not fully. He's a young man. These are all the Yoruba voices that we have here. None of them really buy into it, and they fall within that demography that people keep telling us.
No, this is a small... We're talking about a demography of people that are not into tribal, or they're not into tribal...
Charles.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you short there. See, I said something earlier. I think the problem now that I see is Peter Obi might not win this election, like 95%. But my problem now is, that's why I said earlier that Tinubu will need to run the guy out of this show, because his votes will actually, most of the votes that will go to him will affect Tinubu in a way. Not necessarily Atiku, because Atiku will get majority of the vote from the north. So even if Tinubu gets some vote from the north, he still needs some of those votes that will go to Peter Obi to really conquer Atiku. So that is where me and I have a problem. It's more like we are now looking at, because the only problem Atiku is facing with Peter Obi is who is he going to pick as his vice president. It doesn't really come into play when it comes to who votes for him. Even they won't get more of the Igbos, but if he still choose a southern person like Wike, he will still probably get some vote from there. But now where Peter will be come in play now is just a spoiler. And I don't want Atiku to win. Honestly, I will. That is one thing. I don't care whoever wins next, but I don't want any Fulani or even Hausa man to even win. This is my own opinion. I just feel Peter Obi is just a spoiler for somebody like Tinubu. And that's why I said, after Tinubu sorting out who the vice president is, I think his second move would be how to run Peter Obi out of town, in not probably having a succession in getting that together, because a lot of issues is coming up for him now in the party. Another guy and that's my problem with the Easterners sometimes too. Peter Obi is really gaining momentum, but another Easterner is coming out of that same party saying he's a stunt. Is that what they should be doing? You get my point?
Just a minute.
He has stepped down.
He has stepped down. INEC even came out and said that the presidential candidate for Labour Party is Peter Obi. The game is on.
Just a minute.
Make nobody wrong. The game is on.
I think the choice of this Theo, just hold on for a second. I think the choice of VP is going to affect the dynamics of the race as it's going forward. However, when people keep saying Peter Obi is a spoiler, that is as if Peter Obi doesn't have any beliefs and any convictions that he holds. If that is the case, yes, he is. But if somebody believes in something and they feel that they have the following to be able to make an impact on the national consciousness, then they should, because this is very, very important. Because if his voice is quelled just because you want one side to win, that side might not win anyway. So what is the point? From what I gather, both sides are similar. If a Yoruba man wins, there's going to be a Yoruba man that might have 16 terms in office in the last how many years? If a Fulani man wins, there's going to be a Fulani man that might have 16 years. It's very similar. They are so similar in so many ways. So it's almost a wash, really. So it's just about your preference now. And I think that Peter Obi, if he has conviction, then he should go and make his case. I've said this before. It's about winning the argument. Have you seen sheep that refuse to move when the shepherd push them and the shepherd can force them? We all know the saying that you can lead a cow to the stream and you can't force it to drink. If people's minds have changed, the people that are ruling them will not be able to get away with the things they get away with. They will have to toe some of the lines that the third party candidate has won the argument on. That is key.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
All right,
let's hear from Nigerian. You're a real Nigerian, not one man.
No, I'm just here to push the argument. I'm just here to provoke. And by the way, just for the benefit of anybody and everybody, both the panel and the listeners, what I do primarily is to push and to provoke. So the rest is down to the panelists. So I'm just here to push and provoke. But let me push and provoke Ayo, who we've not heard from. Ayo, are you there? So we've not heard from you. Let's hear from you on the conversations going on. Ayo. Okay. Have we lost you, Ayo?
Hello?
Oh yeah, brilliant. So we've not heard from you. Let's hear your thoughts on the conversation so far.
All right, thank you, woman. I don't know, I came late, sorry, because of work, but I don't know where to start from. If it's from the Obi narrative or
take it from the Obi narrative, because it always ends up there, and that's what really seems to what generates the most controversy. A lot of people see him essentially as nuisance value, just a spoiler to the space. But some people feel that whether he wins or not, if he's sufficient enough successful, a political point would have been made enough to influence what happens centrally, even if he's not sitting on the first seat. So is Peter Obi just a nuisance or not? That's really what we're discussing, Ayo.
All right, thank you. Yeah, well, Peter Obi is a spoiler. That's just the truth about it. He's just coming out here to spoil the votes for both sides, be it PDP or especially PDP. Let me use that one, especially PDP. And if you look at it, I had to. I listened to what Akeredolu was saying the other time. You are prudent. How will you cover 40 million naira for something it's not? You back up at the time. Why do you go into it? Why do you have to cover that so much amount when you have something? Because you are not new into PDP. You've been there. You know what happens in 2018 in Port Harcourt. So you can't tell me he doesn't know there was money bags in Port Harcourt 2018 because before Atiku chose him as the running mate. So he knew it from onset. So why will you not cover such amount and say, oh yes, and then pay for the form, and towards some days then you feel like, oh, the coast is not clear. Let me back up again, and now you move to another party. So it's right in that sense. And this is the truth needs to be told sometimes when they say, oh, it's as if maybe it's an hatred for him. No, it's not, but it will take time for that third force. If it's coming alone, it will take time for the third force that will uproot APC and PDP. But if it's coming,
just on that third first, I was actually going to do a standalone session on this, but I might well just introduce this as a topic to see, and you can just give me a sample of that third force area. Who do you think should champion it? And who do you think best articulates the third force narrative? So that third force area is still an ambiguous area, but within that cusp, you have voices like Shobore's, you have voices like Peter Obi's. So I know a lot of people would say, I know Peter Obi is a different planet. What's that? No, the Kwakwaso is not really a third force now. It's an old situation. but just a new voice with new politics. So who do you think should point the direction? Who do you think should lead that charge in the third force? Which narrative should lead it? The Obi narrative, the Sowore narrative, or any other narrative within that space?
The combo.
Yeah, to me, excuse me. I think for the third first, if you weigh those two options, Obi still has that name to sell that show, right? We must be true to ourselves. If you compare them, put them on the scale, I tell you, Obi has the driving force to be the third first than Sowore, and it will be easier to align with him if they can all come together. But you see, that would have been the best thing. But I'm happy. You know, I'm happy now that Moghalu Christian lost out, because if you had asked him and say, "Oh, Moghalu, why not share tent with Obi?" and he was, "Oh no, I want to stand alone." But now he has lost out on the ticket of that party, and I don't think there's no miracle that can happen between now and next week. So that is gone. He has to wait again for the next 4 years, maybe in 2026 to 2027. So maybe even with this, we'll make him to rally out in support of Peter Obi right now, and to bring other people together to see how they. You see, sometimes I like when there's competition. I like it when there is a force, bring a force that will shake both APC and PDP. But the truth is, it is not 2023. That must be told. Whoever is going to be president of Nigeria in 2023 will be between APC or PDP.
Okay, so just off the back of what you just said, and still within that third force narrative as well. So we're talking about Sowore. Do you think Sowore is best spending his energy attacking Peter Obi instead of the traditional parties of APC, PDP? Because there's very little that is going to cut from their voters, because these voters are already, they're a particular type of persons that vote a particular sort of way. But the sort of voters that are still subject to being swayed are the sort of voting spaces that Obi now occupies. So this is where Sowore's battle for me really is, because his demography is the Peter Obi demography and not the traditional party demography. And it's still that third force narrative. So do you think Sowore should focus more of his attention on trying to attack and take on Peter Obi than just going, oh, those old corrupt politicians, which is the mantra that, do you think he should focus his attack more on Peter Obi because that is where his battle is?
Okay, well, I don't think he will do that.
Do you think he should?
Yes, I think he will still want to stay on focusing on this old politician. But the truth is just that the more he keeps doing that, I don't know. It seems the old politician will still have getting more sympathies. And another thing is that there is poverty and hunger in the land. We all know that. The truth must be there is inflation, there's everything. But you see, when it comes to the election, go and mark this. When it comes to like few months to the election, probably maybe October, you see money will start coming out from left and right. I don't know where it's going to come out. The same people who have been chanting for a cause, those unemployment youth, and this you will now see, before you know it, they'll be governing them for the two big parties. That is the truth. And before you know it, when it comes to the election, an hungry man is an hungry man. An hungry man who has been promised more money, and they got some gift, will change again and vote for these two big parties. Before he or she realizes what is happening, 2023 is gone, and you can see, before you know it, you say, oh, the winner is either one of them from the APC or the PDP. But yes.
Okay, sorry. So yeah, on that Peter Obi and Sowore narrative, I think the real problem, the reason why Sowore is actually going for Peter Obi is because it seems as if Peter Obi is in some ways edging him out of there's a particular group of people, more or less the youthful.
That's what I just said now.
That youthful group of people that are tired of. We're tired of these old parties. We want change and everything. So I think what Sowore is, why he's attacking Obi is that there's a tendency that on the long run, especially if Obi performs, maybe like we hope that he gets like his third position, a lot of Showore followers will just, you know what, Showore, I'm sorry, but it seems as if you've just been wasting our time. Why don't we jump on someone who looks more capable of performing even better than you have? So I think that's the real reason why Showore is going for Peter Obi, not to knock him out of the...
Charles, that was exactly the question that I just put to Ayo, but I don't think he attacked it in quite a way you have. But do you think, because like I said, the Peter Showore's fight is not with the traditional PDP APC voters. So he can scream till he's blue in the face, but the traditional APC PDP, they're a particular type of a person, of a particular type of age, a particular part of a mindset, and a particular type of demography. So they're not coming to Showore, even they're not coming to him. But the people that are up for grabs is where Peter Obi is now. So necessarily, because it's the fight for who leads the third force, isn't it? It's the side skirmish. So necessarily, he has to attack Peter Obi because that is where his battleground is.
Yeah, it's more or less like a fight for the new generation of voters, young voters that, you know what, we're tired of the old way of doing things. We want to radicalize, we want to revolutionize, that kind of thing. So that's where he's fight. I think he has lost the battle with, you know what, I can't fight APC and PDP. I'm done with that. But you know what, why don't I just maintain my base as being the face of that new generation of people that challenge these old parties? So I think he's just fighting for his own survival, that, you know what, if Peter Obi edges me out on this, my relevancy in the political landscape is going to be eroded. That's what he's fighting for.
Do you think Showore will be one of the casualties of the Peter Obi phenomenon? Because I'm not far away from you in what you're saying. The space that Showore has been trying to access for what, 4 or 5 years, Peter Obi just steps into it with ease and with mass acclaim. So that space was ready, but he was not the champion. They didn't quite buy his narrative, and they're still not buying his narrative. But you can see how en masse they are buying Peter Obi's narrative. So Peter Obi, one of the casualties of the Peter Obi phenomenon will be the ending of the Showore, paper nonsense.
Yeah. Sorry, can I just say something? I think you are being cruel to Showore. You're like always. You're very cruel to. Let me just say this quickly. I think Peter Obi is the first time I saw Peter Obi in the poster or when people talk about him, I always thought, come on, that guy is not, look at him. He's not even charismatic from his picture and stuff like that. But when you hear Peter Obi speak, and you hear the breadth of some of his things, and I've not heard him a lot, but the stuff I've heard, I'm quite impressed. And he came across as actually charismatic. And I think someone like Peter Obi, if he exposes himself more to people, he might actually win more votes. The question is, his integrity. And I think if Showore starts attacking him just because he worries that the guy is going to steal his space, that doesn't say enough about principles, isn't it? Because if you are going after principle, you go after the people that are actually breaking most of the principles that you hold there. And if he turns into dog-eat-dog world, I think both of them will lose a lot of credibility, because they should be facing their energy on the two parties, really, if I was them. Because you want to discredit the two parties as much as possible. Force them to come to your ground as much as possible. So that's how I look at this. If Showore deviates and goes after Obi, to be a grave mistake.
He has to, though. He has to. He has to. Yeah.
It will be a grave mistake.
He will not. He will not.
He's just craving power. He will just look like he's craving power. He doesn't care about the principles.
What else would he do? He'll be attacking PDP, PC.
That's why people have been saying
challenge their principles, challenge their policies constantly. If one person is challenging it like Showore on one side, Peter Obi is challenging on the other side, then they will have to sit up. They might even do a little bit of research to think about what they are going to do for the people because of it. You see what I mean?
But tonight, you should realize one thing.
Offer a service. They challenge the establishment to do better.
Showore doesn't work with anybody. It doesn't work with... Okay.
Yeah, go on.
No, D can go.
Okay, land your point, D, and then we have from Ajan Leko.
What I was going to say is, Showore doesn't seem to be like somebody that can work with other people. One.
No, he can't.
Then, firstly, secondly, we've been saying on this platform, I've been saying it personally, I don't have any hate for the guy, but the way he plays his politics doesn't really put him in that position of Peter Obi. See the momentum Peter Obi has gathered in the last few months, even moving away from a party that is strong as PDP to go to a Labour Party. A lot of people, and this is what I'm saying from earlier on, since 2019, or when did they start contesting, he couldn't even gain ground to even hold his own people. A lot of his people have gone now to Peter Obi, focusing more on Peter Obi, because Peter Obi is still more reasonable and sensible, more than because he left all that to be chasing clout, to be going to court that they didn't call him to be attending court where they will bounce you off the gate, where you are not invited there. You have your own case. You are not focusing on it. He's not focused, and I think he's just a clout chaser. And like we always call him, we call him a yam head. He's a yam head, and he's done already. Peter Obi has shanked him off.
Do you not think that he has no choice but to attack Peter Obi now? Because this is his last hurrah.
And that tells us who he really is, because why should he be attacking Peter Obi? I would expect somebody like him, if he really mean what he's been saying for years, to now come and play and even probably support Peter Obi, looking at the momentum the guy is gaining, and think, okay, maybe it's not my time to be the president, but let me support this guy. Then even that will even build more momentum for both of you, and it will still put your name in the space. But now going against Peter Obi, now that you see that he's getting momentum, really tell people the kind of person you really are. That means you've been lying to us.
It seems as if Sowore, I've seen Sowore as somebody that sees he's more about his ego than the ideology of the political party. Because
I call him a pose all the time.
Yeah,
that's what you've just said.
Because what I would think is that these two people are not dissimilar in terms of their objectives. Both of them are like, change the system. We're tired of these people. Both of them actually have the same ideology. The best I would have thought of is that Sowore, I understand that Sowore has been there before Obi, but I would have thought that he would do more to actually, even if he does not support Obi, but he will still go against those that are against the ideology that Obi and himself share. He will not go against trying to sabotage another person. And that's why we should always dwell on political parties being formed on ideologies and not on the people who run that party. And that's what the problem with Nigeria.
Sowore does have an ideology, but is not the arrowhead of that ideology. Somebody like Peter Obi can arrowhead that ideology because he fits that ideology perfectly, both in tonality and in talent. But both in tonality and talent, Sowore doesn't fit the narrative. And the narrative of Sowore is the panacea to the Nigerian problem. It's just that he just doesn't fit it. But Ajale Koko, you have a different view.
Okay. Sowore and Peter Obi are competing from the same position now. And it is normal to attack your competitor in this kind of race. It's very, very normal. So those that are saying, oh, you shouldn't have done that, it just shows that you people don't know how politics play. Then number two, what Sowore did or what he's doing is what Yoruba call Esiwonigbere. Let us alert them who this guy is. This guy is part of them. He's part of these criminals that have destroyed our political system. He participated with them. He invested in these criminal parties that have destroyed your life. It's just like Kwankwaso. What's the difference between Kwankwaso, NNPP, and Obi party, Labour Party that he has joined to? Kwankwaso was part of this PDP and APC too. And Obi has been part of this APC and PDP and ABGA. And that is what Sowore is alerting you guys. Why can't, if Obi was that popular why can't he win gubernatorial election in Anambra State? Or in any one or some of the states in the East for PDP?
He won.
Hold on. He didn't win. He didn't win. His candidate did not win last election in Anambra State.
I mean, but he was a governor. Popular, he won his election as governor.
Hold on, let me speak. What is driving this? I mean, what has driven this obese campaign is tribal. It's tribal sentiment. And we know it. There's nothing about Obi. Nothing special about him. It's just tribal halubalu. That is it. Nothing special about him. It's not an astute. It's not. He has not make anything special about himself that give him that popularity. It is tribal driven popularity. Simple. And it's going to end up in that space. Ethnic base in the East, it's going to end up there. It's going to end up here. It can't make inroad into anywhere. It cannot win election in the East. I mean, in the West. It cannot win election in the North. It cannot win election in the South side. It won't win an election anywhere in other part of Nigeria. So what are you guys talking about? Sowore is just doing what he knows to do best to alert you people.
But Ajale Koko, yes. Ajale Koko, you have to concede that Sowore, Peter Obi rather, is articulating as we have been insisting that Sowore should articulate. So
he has not. It is not. It's not the articulation. It is not the articulation. It is not the articulation. That it is not the articulation. It is tribal driven, man.
Yeah, but
you know that it is not the articulation.
It's largely
he articulated. He couldn't get any delegate from the East supporting him.
All right,
it is not his articulation.
Hold on, Ajale Koko. We cannot say that in totality because you know the criticism that a lot of people on this platform and maybe in other spaces too is that Sowore, he cannot seem to unbuckle from the space that he has traditionally occupied to find a different language to the political space. So all of the things that Sowore has been struggling to tell us but has not been able to is what Peter Obi is telling us effortlessly. Do you see? The language that we wanted to hear from Sowore is what we're hearing from Peter Obi.
Tell me the language that you heard from Peter Obi that is special, that you have not heard any time from anybody before. Tell me the language that he's saying.
Well, he's putting it together. There's nothing new.
No, you tell me what, man. What is that language he has spoken that is so interesting to you? Tell me the language that he has spoken.
But nothing Peter Obi says to me is really interesting, especially when unless he brings the money back from
it's just tribal support.
But
it's just tribal support.
Well, we can't really.
It's just tribal support. That this is one of our own.
But you know,
it's a tribal support.
He has caught the spirit of the moment. He has caught the spirit of the moment.
Look, go to Hausa platform. I have a friend that is Hausa this thing that told me that in their own platform, they are saying that it is their own they are going to vote for. What are you guys talking about? Go to Hausa platform. Hausa Fulani platform.
To put something straight, I'm Yoruba. I'm a Yoruba guy. I can say, sorry,
a lot of in Yoruba land that are Yoruba, wọ́n sì ń ṣeré ayò ni wọ́n bá sọ pé ọmọdé mẹ́ta ń ṣeré o wéré o eré ayò òun ni gbogbo ariwo tẹ́ ń pọ̀ yìí tó bá that is when it get to that time oníkálùkù á bá ọmọ ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀.
I would like to make a point. You see, Tiobala, sorry, I'm a Yoruba guy, and in as much as we can be saying Peter Obi won't win the election, Peter Obi is gaining momentum both in the East and in the Southwest. That is 100%.
Oh, okay. Gaining momentum, even more than
he might not win the election, but a lot of people, even Sowore people itself, are supporting him now because the Sowore has wasted time.
Okay.
So it's a false narrative to say that Eastern Eastern movement. It's not.
In fact, to add on to what you just said, sorry, 100% of the
DOG.
supporters.
Sorry, I was going to sleep.
No, sorry, I was actually checking a text that Solly sent me.
Yeah, I saw
because
it too.
when he's showing us some data from the north, so that's why I said his name. But to add on to what you just said, 100% of Peter Obi supporters, they are Sowore supporters. Do you see? Everybody
that is why I'm telling you, who are those supporters? What is their tribe of those supporters that are 100% this thing? Tell me.
No, irrespective of tribe, everybody that supports
No.
Even the Yorubas that support Peter Obi, they were traditionally the Hausas that support Peter Obi, however many they are, even if it's one or two, they were traditionally previously Sowore supporters. They pivoted from Sowore to Peter Obi because
they love Sowore and Edo for some reason. I don't know why. Those Edo people just also, so they are moving towards Peter Obi as well. So I
what we are saying,
because he's able to articulate it better than.
You agree with me? Largely, you agree with me largely that this thing is driven by tribal sentiment.
I totally disagree.
You agree that? I'm asking one man. Would you agree with me? Largely driven by tribal sentiment. All these Biafra nation supporters are the ones that are jumping behind Obi now.
They
are the one. Not
only do I hold on.
Largely, 90% of them that are stopping the Biafra nation are the ones supporting Obi right now. All this internet, how do you call them? Internet soldiers.
Yeah, warriors.
Internet soldiers.
Yes.
They are the one warriors. They are the one behind Obi. And they are the one making the loudest of the loud noise. Loudest of the loudest noise about it.
They are very vocal bunch.
Yes.
But Ajale Koko, so who's that? So Ajale Koko, yes, in totality I agree. What we're seeing, I think we've discussed it, and I think you birthed that idea, which makes infinite sense. When we're saying that 100% of the people that are, a lot of them, they are Sowore supporters, all of the people that, but really a good 80% of the followership of Peter Obi, they were traditionally Nnamdi Kanu followerships. And I can say that only because we have experienced it on this platform. To a man, every single person that used to come here to chant Biafra or nothing, every single voice of them, they've gone to Peter Obi. So it's just really a democratic Biafra something moving from the agitation, which we have always said they should come into politics. So maybe this is the right move, and Peter Obi a more acceptable face. So Peter Obi is like the face that fits all, really. It's like that character in Game of Thrones that wears a mask to fit any environment. He fits the face of Sowore. He fits the face better of Nnamdi Kanu. So he just fits the face of that disgruntlement, disenfranchised people. So it's the disenfranchised persons go to.
One man. You see those people that are supporting. I'm still having the ground. You see these people. They are still people. You had your time. Let me speak, man. Why do you do this all the time? Why do you just every time you want to interrupt everybody?
Voices over here. Go on. Sorry,
let somebody talk, man.
Carry on. But we're getting towards the end. But
these people supporting Obi, they are as unstable as Obi. They are jumping as Obi, jumping from one party to the other. They are jumping from Nnamdi Kanu to Obi now. After Obi loses, they are going to jump. They are jumping around. They are not stable. They don't know what they want to do.
You have made your point. Can anybody else?
So what is the problem? That is the fact. A lot of you that are chanting Obi today, you are Nnamdi Kanu champion, and now you are champion after Obi. Now, where do you people want to go again? Where do you want to go? That's a challenge. And Aremo have pointed out, he has listed out possible reasons or possible cry that we are going to hear after the election. Oh, it is Yoruba that did not make it. It is this, they rigged the election. It is this. We will wait until then.
All right. So
can I respond? Can I respond, please? Can I respond to
Can I speak now, one man? Or do I sit there for two? Can I at least speak for 10 seconds at this point?
All right. Let's hear from. Okay, hold on.
I can't speak anymore.
Yeah. Let's hear from. Babachir. And then after Babachir, I want to start to round off because we're in deep hours now. So Babachir, the floor is yours.
Finally, I get to speak for 1 second today.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. You and your Eastern friends, it's fine. No problem. So, but some of us on this platform will stand for the truth in the face of adversity. Some of us will speak the truth when it's needed. So I want to apologize to the platform for raising my voice earlier. Apologies to one man and everybody else. It was not my intentions, but it's just sad that I have to come to that point. But however, I want to wish Peter Obi and his followers good luck on their journey to the presidency, whatever that means in their delusional mind. I want to wish you the best. And when you guys fail, guys, because the one man permit me to say this tape today, I am going to edit I'm going to please save this tape for today, okay? Because my 5 points still remain. So when it happens, I don't want to hear something. I'm going to save this tape. In fact, I'm going to edit. I'm going to just cut those things out so that when it happens, don't hear it was really wild, because I already know it's going to come. But I wish you the very best on your journey to your presidency without having like nobody else. There's more that needs to vote for you to win. Peter Obi is not going to win from the South. And I've told you before, Atiku will win more Igbo votes than Peter Obi. He's not winning in the North. So I don't know where this...
you cannot be so sure.
Can I finish, please? Okay. Can I finish, for God's sake?
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Don't get on my nerves tonight, please.
No, settle down, Babachir. We're big boys here, so yeah.
Since we can't speak anymore, people just jump on me for 30 seconds.
Yes, go on.
But on a more serious note, guys, since you're going to have ghost voting in this so-called election, I wish you luck. And when you lose, I'll be here to mock you. Thank you.
Sorry, Babachir, I wanted to ask a question. If you are too sure that a lot of Igbo voters would vote for PDP, so who are you exactly talking to? Because I don't. Are you talking to the minority of Igbo people that will not?
Let me reply you, not seriousness. If I'm an Igbo person, there are two options. You play the short-term game, you play the long-term game. Okay. Long-term game will mean you vote for Atiku, because that way you secure your future in the next 8 years, because they can then give it to you because you've invested politically. You've built political capital. That would be the smartest move for you to do. You build capital, you vote for somebody from the North for 8 years. That way, in 8 years' time, then you have that much leverage. Short-term game means that you vote for Tinubu for political relevance. You can get something in his government. But if you don't go either way and you still lose, then it'll be terrible for you. So if I'm Igbo, I will vote for Atiku for long-term. I vote for Atiku because in the next 8 years I can get the presidency. It will be easier for me to do. That would be the smart move for you to done. But this Peter will be things that you guys are doing. I don't get it. But I am done caring for what you believe. I will be here just watching on the sidelines, and I wish you good luck.
Okay.
All right.
One man. Let me just say this, right? Sometimes we talk about this P2B thing like like it's a tribal stuff. I never supported Nnamdi Kanu. I never did. And I'm not saying it because it's anywhere, and my face is on the internet, and I'm saying it. Initially, when he started, okay, he was raising up like some national consciousness. After that, he deviated, and when he deviated, I called him out immediately. So this idea that everybody that followed Nnamdi Kanu is not following Obi, that is just around delusional. That is
not everybody.
Delusional.
Not everybody. But would you say a significant number?
It's okay. There has never been any election in Nigeria that the opposition has not come out to say, "Oh, there was a rigging or some form of rigging or maybe irregularities and everything. 2023 is not going to be different. So if P2B comes out to say, oh, there was irregularities and people saw it, what is the cry? What is the cry in there? Why are you laughing? You're laughing at yourself. You cannot say you're laughing at people saying that, oh, we need Peter Obi because we know that he is different. You have not seen this man. You were not in Anambra State where he superintended over the state funds. You've not listened to him to know what and how he did his stuff. We are not just you don't just want to open to new idea. You are just waiting for you to laugh on the last day. Come on now. But it's okay if that makes you feel good. It makes everybody feel good. The thing there is this, the journey here, what we are talking about is the journey on how to liberate Nigeria. If we as a people say we still want to play the tribal game, it's okay. If we don't want to bring out our first 11, it's okay. If we want to put on a tribal line, it's okay. But P2B has brought out himself. He has told us what he has done. We have seen it. Nobody has disputed it. P2B cut across every Nigerian. Every Nigerian going through persecution, every Nigerian going through poverty, every Nigerian going through hardship in doing business, every Nigerian going through hardship in general. P2B cuts across you. P2B has told you how he's going to cut costs. He did it in Anambra State, and we cannot just run away from it. We saw what happened in the PDB convention. Even Tinubu himself called it out when he said in his acceptance speech that if you look outside, you're going to see cars. None of them is made in Nigeria. He said shame. It was a challenge. And that is why I said I still have some spot for him because I know he has a progressive mind. All right. So this is not about tribe. This is about making Nigeria great. So please, with your laughter, keep your laughter. If you want to laugh afterwards, keep laughing. But let me tell you, for every laugh you laugh at P2B, you laugh at yourself. You laugh at your child. You laugh at your unborn generation. So that is what I'm trying to tell you, make you understand. But this thing is not, it's not about tribe for us. It shouldn't be about tribe.
Okay,
it shouldn't be about tribe.
All right. Thank you.
We are bringing kids into this now.
All right, but let's hold on before you come in, Babachir, because I sense that is about to degenerate somewhat. I don't want it to degenerate. You know I hold high standards, so please, and I know you are people of high standards as well. That's why I always delight in you. But let's disagree if we feel that we disagree, but let's keep it high and civil. Let's keep it high and civil.
Bringing children into is that class?
No, that was a bit excessive, Joel.
Yeah. Can I just say something quickly? I think one is allowed to have a political base while still having crossover appeal to other sections of the country, because that is what other politicians do. I don't know why Peter Obi has to be given a different standard.
No, but people are saying he doesn't have the crossover appeal.
I believe he does, because the reason why I say that is because I dismissed him several times until I heard him speak. And so I'm just saying from my own experience, maybe I don't know, it's just what it is. I believe that if more people are presented to him and he makes it clear, especially people like us that understand the challenges that are facing the country, because he spells them out, like the example that he gave about cars being owned by foreigners, and then he talked about the economy and all the woes that we talk about all the time. So it sounds like he has been on all these panels too, so you can see why he appeals to people like us. So, but we should allow people to have a political base. This is what is happening everywhere. At the same time, still have the ability to be appealed to other groups. I'm not saying he's going to win.
You are right, because that was the base that brought Buhari in. He came in off the back of extreme northern base, and nobody held that against him. So why are they holding the Easterners against Peter Obi?
Exactly. I think that's why what Ajale was saying, Ajale Koko, was not very fair, because people do that. Yoruba people will support Tinubu because that is his base. It's just what it is.
All right. I agree with you, Nanja. I agree with you, but I'm saying that look at it from a political angle. If for your own sake, if I'm begging you as a Yoruba person, I'm begging you, if you vote for Atiku, like if you don't vote for either one right now, as a tribe, once it goes up not for 8 years, if it comes down again, it's going to Yoruba. It's just you guys don't. It's just simple logic. That's 16 years again. Why are you guys? That's my point. So please don't. That's what I'm. I'm just begging, vote for Atiku for your own sake. That's what I'm saying.
Babachir, my own concern here.
All right.
Just a
I want
minute.
to seek to
Just a
start.
minute,
So,
please.
no. I want to round off because we're coming up to 6 hours, and I don't want to be doing 6-hour sessions anymore. But I want to seek to start to round off, and I'm going to allot just about 2-3 minutes. I want to be really very strict with it because I did want to shut it down earlier on. So I'll rattle through to land on Ajan Lekoko, of course. I'll start off with DOG and then we take it from there. So sorry about that, Teobala. It's just the time, DOG, are you still there?
Yeah. Thank you, woman. You're doing a great job. I beg our viewers to please click on the like button, share, and subscribe. And I just want to say one thing here. You see, we all come to this platform to make a point and not to disrespect anybody. And I don't think I disrespect anybody, but I don't like the sense when I have an argument or try to make my own point clear, people coming to tell me, "Bo of Agba," or "You are rude," or that. Nobody is feeding anybody here. And if people are not careful, what they will hear from me, I will now be rude. So people should let things slide and not really put their mouth in things. I can see a lot of things in comment section, and I know even Uncle Alex too has said something like that. I'm making my point clear. We are not here to say it's not about an elder or a younger person. If you are making a point and I'm making my point, it's just making points. It's not about being rude to the person. But if you come and type or say something to me that I won't tolerate, I'm going to respond and you might not like it. So I'm just putting that clear. Nobody's feeding me. Nobody's garring anybody here. So we are here to make our point and everybody's here to make their point heard. Nobody's being rude to anybody. Thank you. Have a good night.
All right, thank you, DOJ. And just on that space, I will encourage you not to, you've always composed yourself with elegance here, and I will encourage you to continue to do that.
No, woman, it's just painful because I'm not abusing or cursing or doing anything. I'm just trying to make my own point. Then people will come and be typing, "Oh, Bowo Fagba." If we all Bowo Fagba and we don't say the right thing, how would we move forward? Everybody is trying to make their point here.
Don't worry about it. You have to understand that people are coming from a different mindset. Even people carrying some of their baggages into the social media. It's a toxic
Ask people,
place.
if you know people that know me, they will tell you nobody get respect reach me. The way we were raised in my house, we respect to fault. I'm sure I'm meeting some of my mates outside, even prostrating for them, not knowing we are mates.
All right, no, it's fine, but don't take it too personally.
I'm not taking this, but I just want to make it clear that we are here to just
they are
conversate and everybody share their opinion and what they think. It's not about disrespecting. I'm not cursing. I'm not abusing. I'm just making my point here.
With the exception of Bonksmore, Reese Ortiz, Alexander Gomez, of course, and Alexander Akache, you can just bracket everybody else in the comment section as yam heads. They are mainly yam heads, but thank you, DOG. So from DOG, let's go on to Ayo. Ayo, we're taking closing remarks. All right, we seem to have lost Ayo. So from Ayo, let's go on to Niger. So we're talking very short closing remarks for reasons of pressure of time, but it's been an engaging, it almost spiraled over, but you guys kept it together. Your final words, but very briefly to Niger.
Yeah, thank you very much. At this rate, I take the discussions very seriously, but I also take, I just feel wish that when we are discussing these things, we try to put ourselves in each other's shoes. Like the last point illustrated that, other people have political base and, they are blaming Bitobi for having a political base. This is the thing I said the first time. We have to start empathizing and knowing where others are coming from. And I'm glad the conversations are being had because while we are discussing it, we are knowing more about each other and understanding how to relate to each other. So I appreciate you for having me over. And if I may say, because some of the stuff we discuss about these people, we don't know too much about their accomplishments. You know, I don't know a lot about this thing, Peter Obi's accomplishment. I don't know. I know that Tinubu did well in Lagos, but we don't know what he actually did. And the same thing for this in Atiku. Some people say he did some things. We don't know exactly what he did. Showore has not had the burden of being in office or exposure, so he is free from all that this in scrutiny. So it will be good that we have a kind of background of information that we can debate on, because I will appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So an informed conversation is what To Niger is proposing. So we're somewhat informed, but maybe not informed enough is what he may be suggesting. So thank you for that, To Niger. From you, To Niger, let's go on to Theobala. Theobala is just a quick monologue from you.
Okay, thank you, Waman. And thank you, everyone listening. I just want to start with the issue of security, because I've heard people discussing the issue of security and how we are short of manpower and every other thing. I just want to urge every people in authority to try as much as they can to quickly empower the security system or whatever they're going to do it. And not just doing that, they should try as much as they can as well to adopt modern day technologies, you know, that can help salvage this situation. Regarding politics 2023 general election, I just want to urge every Nigerian. This is not about tribe. This is not about Yoruba. This is not about Igbo or Sasat or whatever. The most important thing is about you, because we have suffered a lot. We cannot afford this side, all these political, whatever they call them, who are parochial in nature, with their idea lying comatose. They don't have anything to offer us, because they are just their own aim is just to get that power to become ex-president. They have no things to offer to us Nigerians. I just want to use this medium to beg each and every one of us. And for the base issues and whatever, I just want to make it clear. As we speak right now, in Edo State, Peter B has seemed to be a movement across Edo State everywhere. So the issue of Igbo, whatever, like as far as I'm concerned, I'm supporting Peter B. I don't even know Una Di Carlo until he was arrested, because I never pay any attention to politics.
You told us he was a prophet here yesterday.
I said yesterday because I haven't listened to the video. I listened to a video where he was talking about how they take over forests in Ondo State and every other part of Yoruba land. It seems what he said then is not coming to play today. I think that kind of thing make me believe such a person is a prophet. So I'm not a follower. I don't even know, because me, I'm an advocate of one Nigeria. I don't believe in division. I don't believe in division at all, because we have the human resources, we have the manpower to make that nation a great place. Just that all these set of leaders that don't have any points or whatever, they just want to acquire that presidency position. They are not even visible to us. We don't know them. All we keep on hearing is say he did well in so and so, he did well in so and so. We cannot ask them question. Please, each and every one of us, this is not a bad tribe. It's a bad Nigerian. Most of us talking here, let me repeat myself again. Most of us talking here, they are well okay in Nigeria. They don't care about you, because they can afford to feed their family, or their family are okay. They are anyhow the government go, they don't consign them. Please, you everyone in Nigeria, it's about your future. It's not. Look at people in Katsina now; they are suffering. That's why the fact that Buhari came from there. It's not about where the president came from. It's about what the person in charge is going to offer. I just want to use this period to urge each and everyone for go and collect your PVC. Avoid politics of religion, politics of ethnicity, or whatever you call it. Just believe that the man that will provide that solution for us. That is all. Thank you so much, and thank you, Waman.
All right, thank you, Theobala. Always a delight to hear from you. Sorry you couldn't take the center stage but we always hear from you anyway, whether we like it or not.
Sure.
You know, so that's Theobala. So Theobala, always a delight. From Theobala, we go to Joel of Nashville. Joel of Nashville, a voice now that is becoming established on the platform. Joel, your words.
First and foremost, I want to thank the last person who spoke, Theobala, To Niger, and DOG and a couple of other guys, Charles and a couple of other guys I cannot really, and even Ajele Koko and every other person that is on the platform. Every person's input does matter. But in this situation, we're talking about Nigeria, and we're talking about how we can make Nigeria a better place. Sometimes I get so emotional about it because, you see, having left Nigeria, I did not leave Nigeria to mock Nigeria. I left Nigeria because I felt that, after I get here, I could see how they do things, while I am really coming here and see if we can really do those things in Nigeria. So that is where my emotions come from. I want to see a Nigeria where things work. If we have tried PDP and APC, and they have not given us something that we needed, what are we going to lose if we try a third force? We're not going to lose anything. Please and please, my utterances might have come wrongly, but it is the fact. When we do things that are inimical to our growth, we are telling our kids that we do not care about them. We are telling the people that are around us, our family members, that we do not care about them. We are telling the world that we do not care about you, because Nigeria, whether we like it or not, is part of the entire world itself. What about Africa? We're a leading light. We should be a leading light in Africa. So it comes beyond tribe. When we whittle it down to tribe and religion, it shows that we are not ready to move on. Please and please, Nigeria is all we have, whether we like it or not. If we want to make it great, it depends on all we have to do. Shutting down all these things that are not going to make us grow. We've been doing this since 1960. It has not taken us anywhere. Why don't we start something new? Please, and to BT, if what I said came wrongly to you, I am very, very sorry. It is not in my being to be rude. But you see, in issues of politics, sometimes we exhibit certain emotions. But those emotions are just, an indication that we do care about our nation and we want to see it grow. Thank you very much, one man. Thank you very much, everybody. And God bless Nigeria.
All right, brilliant. Well put. A real gentleman. So that's our jewel of Nashville. Jewel of Nashville, the crown in the jewel of Nashville.
Apologies.
So
apologies. No hard feelings. Apologies accepted. Okay. No hard feelings.
All right, brilliant. And a gentleman too, Babachir. So Babachir, now you have the floor. I think we've lost Charles. So to you, Babachir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. As crazy as this might sound, I think we actually moved a step forward today in the in Nigeria. I think we are progressing. So this is the way it looks at the beginning of having those kind of hard conversations. So, even though it's uncomfortable sometimes, I think that we are making progress. So that's because I see the bigger picture. Okay, so I think we're making progress. But to clarify, I was not addressing a tribe. I was just addressing the cult movement. Because I mentioned Edo being formerly Showers and then moving to Obi. So when I say that I'll be here to laugh at people, whatever, I was not talking about a tribe. That was not my intention. I was talking about the mob-like movement he has, not the tribal people. So apologies if that came out wrongly to people or rubbed people the wrong way. But I think we're making progress. But Peter will be having this momentum is good for democracy. It also shows that you can have that large following without having to spend a lot of money, which that's what I actually love about the movement. That there's no need to bribe delegates or do all those Nigerian political to gain momentum. But I still maintain that it's not going to get enough votes, which is obvious. Not even within the Eastern region. I think Atiku will still edge him out. But to the initial point I was making, that I will not dwell in this whole Igbos don't know how to play politics. I'm not going to do that tonight. I don't think that's necessary. But I'm just looking at the long-term game, because the concern has always been that you've been marginalized and that you need other people to win based on the numbers. And I'm saying that you have to play the long-term game, and the best bet, in my opinion, is Atiku for your lot, because Obi is actually doing more harm than good. I'm sorry I have to say, but he's doing more harm than good to you politically. If you think about it, he's doing more harm than good. So think about it. Think about the future. Think about the next 8 years. Do you want to wait for another 16 years to even think about running for this? Because it goes to 8 years for Atiku, comes down south, Yoruba gets it, and guess what? The Fulanis want it back. That is another 24, 25 years. So that's where I'm coming from. The long-term game. You always have to think long-term, not just short-term only. But I didn't say a lot tonight. I was just listening. Very intense conversation. Good job, one man. Apologies again to the platform. No disrespect to anybody. Joy was scared because I was about to make some calls to Nashville, have my goons from Murfreesboro show up in this area and give him the business. But we forgive him. It's all good. But all jokes aside, God bless the platform, and let's see what happens. But my position still remains. So, good night, everybody.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So that's Babachir, one of your favorite voices, no doubt, on the platform. Certainly one of my favorites, but no one has more favor on this space than the mighty one. Ajale Koko, the final word.
Thank you, one man. And let me thank everybody that came on the platform today for your contribution. You have done well today, and I believe tomorrow you'll come back to do it again. To our listeners around the world, if you have been with this session since the beginning to this time and you have not liked, please click on the like button now and share, subscribe as well if you have not. I think that I have advice from my brother, DOG. It looks like you are too sensitive to people at the commentary section when they make comment, pass some comment to you. You don't need to pay attention to them. By paying attention, by saying you're going to respond, you are telling them that yes, that the punch at you, the punch they sent to you hit you hard, and they will do it again next time, and they will not stop doing that. So anytime that you see anything in this commentary section, that a lot of people have said a lot of wrong thing against me on the commentary. Do I bother? You don't bother. So just move on. Just leave them alone. Everybody have the right to say whatever chat any way they like, and you have the right to say whatever you want to say. So everybody have to hold their ground. It doesn't matter. But we are the same people. We know how to handle ourselves. That's not a big issue. So, but on the issue of Onobi, we have said it clear. I have said it clear. Babachir confirming what Obi have done against the Igbo after the election. You guys will realize it. You have destroyed your chance in getting to the corridor of power. And it should have been better if you stay in PDP in this corrupt system. That would have earned the Igbo some position, possibly second position, vice president, which will have, prepare him for the future, possibly 4 years or maximum 8 years time. He'll be battle ready, will have use that position to market himself around the nation, connect himself to power that be in the country, and will be well prepared for the presidential position. After if PDP win. So, but that we don't have to be so emotional about that. That is the way we see it. If God says that what we are saying is wrong, God could make it possible for him to win the bet, and that's going to be a turnaround in our political landscape in that country. If Obi wins, that's going to be a turnaround, and that means that yes, a good thing has come for us. So, but other than that, let me thank one man for driving this platform in such an exceptional way. The best platform among all Nigerian platforms around the world. This is the best, and we got to stick with it. This is where you will come and get well-informed, educated about political matters in Nigeria. So we thank you for the great job you are doing. And I want to thank our people at the commentary section that have been doing it since the beginning to this time around. A great thank we go to our brother, Alexander Gomez, the chairman, board of trustees, woman went to more. And I want to thank Alexandra Akashi, my sister Bunksma. It looks like Selby is back. Thank you. I mean, I'm happy to see you back, even though that you've been jabbing me from the side, the commentary section, but that's welcome back home. So I thank Ask Google. I thank Ortiz. Thank you for the service to our nation. That's our military officer right there. We thank you. We thank Jaja, Flash Mankind, every other person right there, Nkem, and the rest of you. We thank you for the great job you're doing. And before I go, let me sing a good song for our people. If you want to follow politician, never you follow waka about. If you follow waka about tomorrow, trouble. Na trouble. So wahala ubi na trouble. Na trouble. So wahala ubi na trouble. I hope everything will be okay for us. Thank you, woman. God bless you. Tomorrow, another day. Bring it to us. We will bring it, land, and we will join you in trashing it out again. Thank you, woman. See you tomorrow. The Eagle.
Thank you, Ajale Koko. So that's Ajale Koko, who's now just off the cuff presented a new jingle for the Peter Obi campaign. If you follow Peter Obi, na so trouble. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. Where else would you go to hear something like that? So for the musical talents of Ajale Koko alone, I think that this deserves a thumb up from a like click from every person. So that was it. That was just how it's gone. It's just a peculiar session this time around. Always, the one thing that is guaranteed is that anytime you go to the Eastern space, it always goes in this direction, because it gets very personal very quickly, it gets very ethnic very quickly, and then you lose the substance on it in just everybody just digging trenches around home base. But if we can bring down those trenches and bring down those walls and actually speak to the reality as we understand them, there may be a way forward. Perhaps we've moved a little bit forward today, or maybe we've even regressed. However, whichever direction we have gone, we have actually come to the end of the live streaming. But the conversation doesn't stop here. Carries on in the comment section, as you know. So I'll leave it here. Join you in the comment section, but here I say peace.